You'll see this as the night, and we'll see some states you're going to see the early and absentee take up most of that column. Then
Kentucky's called with 16% reporting.
See the yellow. Place like Pennsylvania,
because it's like,
yellow,
what?
Orange, and then this gray spot.
Trump is only winning by 40,000. That can't be true.
It is an estimate. It could change throughout the night. We may learn more. Oh, there's more ballots than we thought, or there's fewer ballots than we thought. But this is the expected vote as best as we can estimate it before the election. So this could move by anywhere from a percentage point or two. But this is what we'll be letting you know about all night long.
The main thing is we are counting early vote, and we are estimating day of vote when we talk about how much of the vote is in it.
We'll revisit this along the way.
All night long, because people are going to want to know how much did the early vote impact this election as well.
All right, Andrea Mitchell is here. What are some of your early thoughts?
Well, early thoughts include what's going to happen in Pennsylvania, and that's a place where suburban women did not turn out for Hillary Clinton in 2016. And what we might see this year, and it just depends on whether that gender gap shows that we've seen all along in the early polling between Joe Biden and Donald Trump for weeks now. Women are disproportionately affected by COVID, and the suburban white women have really been going for Joe Biden over Donald Trump in the polling straight through. If that holds, that could be key in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, and other states. It could offset Donald Trump's big advantage with white, non-college educated men. And these women are staying at home, many working from home, taking care of children. They're disproportionately affected by COVID, and they're telling us,
what do you think, Mouse?
Up until now,
what do I think? What?
Like the way the president has handled the
about
pandemic,
how everything's going to go?
Some of his language.
All right, Andrew, we have got a tremendous
you know,
across the country.
It's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be difficult to call, especially right in the beginning. That's why I'm kind of interested to see why CBS is calling some of these this early. Oh, they just recalled it again now. Because political scientists can't just call this like they do regular elections, because the expanded amount of early voting along with mail-in ballots and everything else being counted. And we know that most of these states already have mail-in ballots that have been counting all day long, and some of them have even have mail-in ballots that they've been counting for the better part of 2 weeks. And so, yes, some of these votes are almost instantaneous, and we get that. But I think we just won't have a good, clearer picture on the early closed polls until probably around 8 o'clock our time, or 11 o'clock East Coast time. Will give us a much better situation. But the simple fact that Georgia's a toss-up and Texas could be a 50-50. Now, the president came out earlier and said that he's very confident on that he has definitely a big lead. He's not concerned about Texas, and essentially he is could be the king of campaigning in places like Texas. We'll see. I don't really know. I mean, I think it's if early voting is any indication that the early voters overwhelmingly went for Biden in a 2-to-1 to 3-to-1 ratio, then having 52% of the electorate essentially vote early is not a good sign for the current administration. I just don't see it. That's my current thoughts on it.
I don't know. I'm really nervous.
We'll see.
Well, Joe Biden
we'll see.
with his family here in Delaware after striking a confident note throughout the day and after making some final campaign stops. He was in Pennsylvania, Scranton, where of course he was born, visiting his childhood home. He was also in Philadelphia, urging them to get out the vote. Why so much focus on Pennsylvania? Biden has been there several times over the past several days. Well, because the Biden campaign says, look, they don't need Pennsylvania Pennsylvania in order to win the White House. However, it is very difficult for President Trump to win re-election if he doesn't carry Pennsylvania. Of course, that's a state that he won back in 2016. So that's why you see this intense focus on the Keystone State. They like what they're hearing so far in terms of the turnout rate, so they are watching that very closely. But they're also, of course, watching the Midwest, that blue wall that did not hold for Hillary Clinton. Biden has been there multiple times. Michigan, Wisconsin, urging people to get out and vote for him. He says to vote for change. So they will be watching quite closely. They say they don't need to win states like Florida and North Carolina, but those states could help Biden with a victory.
Boy, if I was Mitch McConnell right here, I would be shaking in my boots.
Some Democrats privately
because this keeps flipping. He was down 2%, now he's up by 1%. The vote continues to pour in from
President Trump. I asked a campaign official about that today. This official said, "Look, we feel confident. We feel as though we left it all out
I don't
on
expect
the field." So now they are watching and waiting with the
Joe
rest
Biden
of the
to flip
country.
Kentucky, but it'll be interesting.
As mentioned,
I think it'll be a pretty close,
over the United States
much closer
Senate. Democrats need to pick up a net of
race
3
than
seats
others
if they win the
might
White House,
believe. I
or
believe
4
that
if they
the Senate
don't.
seat,
And here are some
Mitch
results.
McConnell's seat,
Too
where
early
he's
to
the
call, but
incumbent,
this is a hot race in South Carolina
I
between
think
Lindsey
that
Graham, the
Amy
longtime
McGrath
senator,
stands a very
and
good
Jamie
chance
Harrison in Georgia.
of
We got a
taking
couple of
him out
races
this
tonight.
election.
This one also too early to call.
Although
John
I'm not
Ossoff, the
entirely
Democrat,
sure.
David Perdue, the Republican.
But it
Now
does,
we've
if
got
I
what
was
they
Mitch,
call
I would be
jumbo
very
primary.
nervous
That's
currently.
the technical term. Everybody's in it, and not just these 3. It's too early to call, but
It's all stressful.
Georgia's races could go to a runoff if no candidate
And that
gets
would
to
be in
50% in January.
All right, let's look at the Kentucky Senate race, 14% in. Too early to call. Mitch McConnell up against Amy McGrath. In Virginia, too early to call. And let's see where that leaves the Senate right now. Need a drum roll with this. Democrats with 35 seats, 30 for the Republicans.
Yeah, we haven't called any yet, but we've got Casey Hunt right here in New York with us. She's watching the Senate very closely. Casey, what are the big races you got your eye on tonight?
Well, you guys just walked through some of them, and I would describe it broadly, Savannah, as the Sunbelt suburbs. So what does that mean? We've talked a little bit already about Georgia, the suburbs of Atlanta, the place that really could not just be a demographic shift that we've been talking about for several election cycles, but be a place that could really turn against President Trump. And that not only has huge implications for the presidential ticket, it also has implications for there are 2 Senate races, as we have walked through. One of them, Senator Perdue, a Republican, he's an incumbent. He's running against John Ossoff. If John Ossoff can get to 50% tonight, that's going to be a sign that Democrats are in for a very good night. Obviously, far too early to call that at this point, but that's what I'm going to be watching.
I think this is the closest I've ever paid attention to any election.
To these other Sunbelt
Really?
suburbs.
Even the one in 2016.
Arizona is another one. Martha McSally running against
I almost always pay
Kelly, who's
attention.
A Democratic
in 2016,
challenger.
I didn't care for
Republicans
either.
think that race may already be gone for Martha McSally, the incumbent, and if that's the case, it's all about those suburbs of Phoenix. And then the big surprise, of course, tonight, Savannah, potentially in Texas. We don't always think about Texas as being driven by suburbs, but it really is. Houston, Dallas area places. There is a Senate race in Texas. John Cornyn, the Republican senator, is an incumbent there. We have expected him to do better than President Trump in Texas. It's one of actually only a few places where you have a Republican senator who's running ahead of the president. So some people, some Republicans I'm talking to who are pessimistic about Texas suggest that John Cornyn could hold on, but perhaps President Trump could have a rough night there in Texas. Obviously, of course, far too early to say with any certainty about how these are going so far. But those are the places that I think are really going to determine control of the Senate through the night.
Well, everything's bigger in Texas, Casey, including the turnout that we've seen so far, the roughly 10 million votes, which is about 10% of all the early votes that have been cast so far.
All right, Chuck, a lot of folks watching tonight. Are we going to get an answer tonight? What's the road? How do we get there?
Well, by the way, watch the Texas.
They are talking about
that's what Democrats tell me they would need
Biden
to
flipping Georgia,
so
which is, as everybody has believed,
sort of
pretty much one of the capitals of the Deep South and one of the rubiest red states. The simple fact that they think that he could flip it.
These 3 states
kind of crazy.
Going to be reporting tonight, at least.
But Atlanta has grown to such a degree, and a couple of the others, and Savannah has grown by such a degree that they truly believe that Joe Biden can run the numbers up there. That's interesting.
How do you want to watch
Very
tonight?
interesting.
Well, we know we're going to see these early states here first: North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. And let me just show you why they're so important to President Trump and why he really probably has to sweep the Sun Belt. Because if you go back and give the Clinton states here to Biden in our battleground map, and you go ahead and give Trump his states of Iowa and Ohio here, we're going to leave these three unchecked here. We'll go ahead and put that there, and we're going to go ahead and put Maine in blue here for now. And we're going to go. We have the ability to do this, split the Maine control, if you will, and we're going to go ahead and give
Virginia's closed
for now. Put it in the Biden.
What are you looking at?
So you can see everything we can do. And then here's the situation, though. If the president doesn't win these Sun Belt states, and any of them, you know, if he doesn't win these Sun Belt states, and they're right now, we're going to put him in red like he did the last time. But if he just loses, as you can see here, if he just loses, if he doesn't get Florida, he doesn't get close. You've got Arizona, which would be a problem if that gets him there. If Wisconsin and Michigan end up blue, and they lean blue right now, you start to see where just one of these Sun Belt states starts to do it. And if he gets a second, then suddenly Pennsylvania no longer is here. But for the president, if he is able to hang on, and he hangs on, then look what we're staring at. We are staring at a one-state contest where we're all going to be wondering what Pennsylvania's about.
What are the early clues?
The early clues are going to be, to me, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and Arizona. One flip by Biden there, and suddenly the president's path gets really complicated. Two flips, and we have an idea of who the next president's going to be.
All right. Chuck, we'll be watching. Those Sun Belt states are better at voting early and counting early, so we'll see. It might decide how long this night really is. We're going to take a quick break right here. Much more ahead. The latest results when we continue with Election Night 2020 in just a moment.
It's too early to tell anything right now.
Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia all have closed.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Pennsylvania still has lines, lots of lines.
What are you looking at?
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
Oh, I can hear you. Sorry, I was
with you, whether you're back to school.
I'm looking at these CBS.
Or back to work.
CBSN to be exact.
Okay.
They've been showing highlights and clips and pieces, and I'm kind of going on Google and going to the election map there as well, and I'm taking in a lot of information at once to try to formulate what I believe. But Trump is,
after seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun
what is this? Is he? I thought he was watching it from the White House. Why is he in an airport? I don't get it. Well, Pennsylvania for Biden-Harris. There we go.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Biden is in some brick house neighborhood in Pennsylvania.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line.
Okay.
But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Whoa! What?
What?
Wow, that's crazy.
What?
So Georgia only has 3% of the vote reporting, but at this point, the numbers are staggering. But it's only 3% currently. So it's only leaning Biden because it's only 3%. I'm sure it will start to gain steam, but currently Biden is at 60% of the vote and Trump is at 37% of the vote. That is unlike every election I have seen, and certainly not something a lot of people really truly predicted that much. Now early on, yeah, Biden was going to pull good in almost every state just because the early voting, like I said, was being counted for the last couple of weeks in a lot of these states. However, 60%, I didn't figure it was going to be like that. I thought it was going to be like neck and neck, skin of the teeth if he wins Georgia. And sure, as the votes come in, it'll change and flip, but that is a huge lead, like insane lead. Florida has 44% counted. That's more than Florida has ever counted at this point. I want you to know, 44% is usually midnight, our time. 3 a.m. their time is when Florida has 40% of their vote counted. 44% of the vote counted, 51% of it going to Mr. Biden, and 48% going to Mr. Trump on that. South Carolina obviously is leaning very Trump, but they only have 1% counted. Oh well. Who would have ever thought that?
Kentucky's only at 18% counted.
Yeah, but they've already declared Trump the winner of Kentucky, it seems like, but just because of what has been counted, where it's been counted primarily. They obviously do a lot of
the Democrats are really hoping on a high turnout to
political
break out what happens in other more rural parts of the state.
Shit, what am I thinking of? Foresight, basically, like saying, oh, these counties typically go for these are just too much. So if Joe Biden doesn't do well in these counties, the state will go for Trump. Because that 16% counted could be from those counties that Biden needed to go way big in and didn't get that big. They're saying, I'm counting for Trump, and that's what they do. Now that could flip in a matter of a couple hours if somehow he got the different areas, the different counties that they thought, oh well, these are solid Trump, like absolute, like not going to go anywhere else, right?
Yeah.
If he flips a few of those, that could flip it, and that happens on different elections. It happened in the election with Gerald Ford and Jimmy Carter. And then it certainly happened in the 1980 election where Ronald Reagan, in terms of electoral votes, destroyed Carter. And it happened where FDR absolutely obliterated Herbert Hoover, to the degree that 1932 and 1980 were some of the most decisive elections in American history.
Well, we want to
with
a lot of the strength here. I'm going to bring up
FDR, Franklin Roosevelt, got at the time 42 states, and Herbert Hoover only got 6 states. And then in 1980, Ronald Reagan got 44 states, and Jimmy Carter got 6 states. So that says that electorally, it was an absolute blowout. Even if the numbers were pretty even, even if Ronald Reagan won, 59%, 60% of the vote, and Jimmy Carter won 39, 40% of the vote. I can't remember right now. But I do
the fact that you have those numbers straight off your head
is why right now
ridiculous.
Democrats are so bullish on Georgia.
Yeah.
And real quickly, until we have vote, we're talking exit polls. Those exit polls
Grizz. Yes, die Grizz.
and also surveys conducted.
Goodbye, Grizz. Was he the imposter? We'll see. Grizz was not the imposter. Oh.
Overstate by a point or two.
Wow.
We were able to, as we see real returns come in, we match it. We're able to reweight it. There's always a chance that it's at 2 points. But the point is this: winning candidates, winning Democrats in states like Georgia, get 30% of the white vote. Exit is saying that.
Florida, 52% already counted in Florida. This is insane. This is insane. Florida has never had that amount counted. Now, Florida, you can't usually call until like 95% of the votes in. And even then,
it's the last to go most of the time.
It's the state that is, in many people's views, one of the most interesting to watch, simply because of that. Now, another state that I think Joe could do well in, and I don't know on this, is Virginia. Virginia can be a
In some places, the polls
more
are already
50-50
open.
state,
Go.
even if people consider it a
sure
ruby
your
state.
voice is heard.
But you have
Plan your
Norfolk,
vote.
you have
Plan
Roanoke,
your
you have
vote.
Richmond,
Plan your
you have
vote.
the suburbs of DC, you have a lot of these areas that could very easily go for Joe. And if they do, he'll win Virginia. You know, Hillary tried winning Virginia last time as she picked the former senator from Virginia. I think Tim Kaine was senator.
And help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go.
But
Were you in the middle of the thought?
we'll see.
She's Joe Biden's
Yeah.
choice to be next in line.
We
But
shall
who is
see.
Kamala Harris?
So
Join
let's
me,
see here.
Joy
Yeah, so
Reid,
Hillary
as I
won
explore her
Virginia.
life's journey
She
from
flipped
Oakland
it.
to Washington
That's fine.
On my 6-part
Um,
podcast, Kamala, next in line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter
Now the big
final
thing about
stretch of
Florida is that it's got
2021.
29 electoral votes.
Yeah.
That's pretty hefty. That's a big populated area. If he can win Florida and Georgia and Pennsylvania, he could put this out of the ballpark early on. I mean, that's just it. There's no way Trump would be able to undo that.
Good morning.
But we'll see.
Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall.
Certainly, he's not winning California. Certainly, Trump isn't winning New York. So those are the two big states with giant amounts of electoral votes. Solid. You know, California being the big cash prize for the Democratic Party historically, with its 55 electoral votes. The one that usually offsets California is the fact that straight up the center of the country, the Republicans tend to do a charge from Texas to North Dakota, and that tends to offset California. But if Biden does well enough in Texas, it could be a completely separate election. I mean, it is, yeah.
Welcome back. At bottom of the hour, we're going to get a poll closing in North Carolina. That's a biggie.
Yeah, 7:30 Eastern is when we should be getting that poll closing for North Carolina. This is the state that the Democratic governor ran afoul, of course, of the president over the Republican National Convention and COVID.
Yeah, and it's a Senate battleground, it's a presidential battleground, and it could tell the whole story tonight if we get a result.
And what we see very clearly.
Now they're also saying that North Carolina could go for Biden. That would be interesting. If that's the case, I would say that he has to do well in Fayetteville, Raleigh, Charlotte. I don't think Biden will do well in the Greensboro area, but possibly. Definitely Raleigh and Charlotte. I mean, Charlotte is. Let's put it this way.
Explain that. That's
That's right. This isn't a county that vacillates between red and blue. These counties are big blue counties.
Joe started his campaign. It was for
and each side is trying to run that up in these key Sunbelt
that
states.
area in particular. You know, North Carolina, Virginia, with all of the, according to Mr. Biden, when he saw the violence in Charlottesville,
and they count the votes pretty quickly.
It's a fairly
that's
quick,
what got
it's
him
a fairly quick
involved.
process, but it is a tight
So,
race.
you know, that's gonna, I think, settle well with voters. I think that they will come out for that. But what we see now is indeed a lot of these areas are just crazy. I mean, I'm looking at.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall.
I'm looking at Georgia, and I'm seeing the suburb areas. I'm seeing the map here, and it looks. I just don't get it. I mean, wow. Okay, so this is crazy. Literally, I just flipped to Florida, and it's a pretty good 50-50 split down the middle here. Yes, obviously, the counties that seem to not have a lot of people, Trump does quite well in, but still, there's so many counties that Biden is carrying, leaning.
The last word with Lawrence O'Donnell.
So let's see here.
They're already at 57%.
I know, of Florida, it's crazy. It's crazy. They've been really hard. You know, they don't want to be that child anymore. Everybody remembers the 2000 election, and that did go. That did go to the courts. That waited all the way until almost January. I mean, that got drug out and drug out, and in the end, Al Gore conceded, which gave the presidential election to George Bush. However, it turned out that Mr. Gore should have fought and won because he was the rightful winner of that election. Barely.
I vaguely remember that.
Barely. I mean, it was like just by the tens of thousands if. It was not by a lot. So looking at Kentucky, the reason that they're calling it for Donald Trump this early is because they have already called 7, 8, 9, 10 counties. These counties, I'm not too familiar, but they must be pretty substantial counties, and they have all gotten more than 50% of their vote in and have declared for Trump, and that is that. The counties around Louisville have not been counted. Lexington has been counted, and that is going Biden. A couple of the other counties around Lexington and a few of the others around Kentucky are going Biden as well. So, you know, that's interesting here. Indiana seems to be leaning. Let's see here. Oh, New Hampshire is now for Biden. That's interesting. That was
the story. The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
We are coming up on the bottom of the hour. We're going to get some key poll closings in a couple of minutes, including the all-important state of North Carolina, of Ohio, and West Virginia. That's just moments away, but we've already gotten some polls closed tonight, Georgia being one of them. This is a battleground this year. It's too early to call at this hour.
And
3,
Kentucky, South
2,
Carolina also too
1.
early to call right now, the race for president.
Polls closed in North Carolina, West Virginia, and Ohio.
In Virginia, we are calling it too early to call. That's South Carolina. Here's Virginia. So we will continue to watch
They are toss-ups right now.
And let's talk about North Carolina, Chuck. I mean, this is going to be
West
one of
Virginia,
those
strong
states
leaning
that
for
might really
Trump.
tell the whole story tonight.
It is, and
We
one of the big things is
kind
going
of
to be,
figured
I think,
that
African-American turnout.
Yeah.
You know, if 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton lost the race by about 3 points.
I mean, it's so early right now. There's no real reason to even basically pay attention other than just to see the, you know, play-by-play.
The real question
58% of Florida voting.
Did Joe Biden get an African-American turnout that looks more like the Obama-Biden?
The numbers just came in from North Carolina. This is what we have right now. Too early to call, but our first numbers as the polls close in North Carolina. Ohio, too early to call as well.
We've got West Virginia closing as well. It's too early to call, but we've got the president in the lead as expected. So where does it shake out on that map?
Jesus Christ.
270 electoral votes. That's
North Carolina, 80% has already been counted in North Carolina.
Joe Biden getting 3 so far.
They've already get like 80% of North Carolinians voted early. 5.9 million, and 80% of them voted early. That's insane. That means close to 4 million people voted early.
Is going to be around Lake Erie. Those Lake counties, those are all used to be some Union Democrats. Donald Trump did really well, basically from Toledo on one end all the way through. Sherrod Brown, when he won his re-election in 2018, got a bunch of those counties back. That's what we're going to be watching for tonight. Is Joe Biden looking like a Sherrod Brown Democrat, or is he going to look like a Hillary Clinton Democrat in Ohio?
And let me go to Casey Hunt on this, because Erie, Pennsylvania is one of those areas the president went to for a rally, but actually said, I believe, to the Erie voters, I didn't think I'd have to come here. I didn't think I'd have to push it so hard. But every vote in Pennsylvania is being fought for.
That's right.
I just
Savannah.
hate
In
the
fact, he
fact
said,
that we
I
have
didn't want to come here. I didn't want to have to, as you say, fight
just
for
every
it, which
state
is not
is a nail
necessarily
biter.
traditional
It's like,
message
what the hell,
from any
man?
political
Like, why can't
candidate
we
to
just
a
go
group of
by
people,
the total
where you're standing there and you're
vote?
asking for their votes. And
Right.
Pennsylvania,
It's
of
like,
course, Joe Biden's
the
original
electoral
home
college
state, his
system,
hometown
I get,
of Scranton, there, his
I get that
boyhood
we've
home,
made it an integral
and it
part
has been a
of
place
our
where
election,
both
but it
candidates
doesn't
have
have
visited
to be.
over and
There,
over
I mean, that's
and
just it.
over
In
again. And to Chuck's point
a
about
democratic
that area
republic as we
along
have
Lake
it,
Erie, you know, that also
the electoral
I think
college system
speaks to questions
is
about whether Joe Biden
antiquated
can actually
in today's
increase
society.
his support among white voters.
Initially, we were
Democrats have been
always
losing
told it
support
was
generally
because
among white voters.
by
And
horseback,
we've, you know, covered
it's difficult
extensively
to
all of
get
those,
50,000
blue
people
collar
from
folks
North
who maybe
Carolina
voted for
to
Obama
cast their
twice and then
ballot,
flipped
right? Okay,
and
so
voted
you
for
all elect
Trump.
one
And could Joe
representative.
Biden
You
stem
say
the bleeding
50%
there?
of
And
us in this
our
county
exit
went
polls are
here.
showing some early signs
Mr.
that it's
Representative,
possible that that's the
go.
case in places
Okay.
like
doesn't make sense
Georgia
anymore.
as well.
No.
Now that, of course, could also be
It also
suburban.
means that
And
there's
and don't
high
forget that the suburbs,
inaccuracies,
in
and
states
it
like
also
Ohio
means
and
that
especially in
a
Pennsylvania
minority
are
of
also very,
folks
important
can
here, and that extends our
elect
conversation to suburban
the
women.
office,
So,
and that
those are
is
still,
not
you
a
know, some of the areas I
democracy.
think
That
my
is not
sources
mob
are
rule.
focusing
That is
on
not
as I've been in
anything.
touch
That
with
is
strategists throughout the early evening. If we're talking about Pennsylvania
that's
specifically,
insane,
I would say
but we'll see.
Democrats are pretty optimistic that they're going to hit what they need to hit in terms of turnout and organization in Pennsylvania to get Joe Biden across the finish line there. Of course, everyone's still very nervous and reluctant to say that out loud.
I like
until we get
how
more concrete numbers,
so
Savannah.
nothing has been counted in West Virginia, but they've already said declared Trump the winner of the
made
state.
the difference there. So that's why every
know
vote
why they
counts.
do
Let's
that.
go to the Senate races now.
gosh.
As we said, North Carolina's polls just
because
closed.
they just
This
feel
is
that
a hot
it's
race.
too
This is an
much,
endangered
too
incumbent.
booby
Tom
red.
Tillis, the Republican.
Now-
Too early to call this vote, but we'll be watching it. West Virginia, it's too early to call, but Shelley Moore Capito, who's the incumbent, is leading at this hour and has been leading in the polls throughout.
Let's show you where that leads us with the Senate right now. There is the breakdown. Remember, Democrats need
That's crazy.
perhaps
There is a
4, maybe
22%
3, to
swing
gain control.
for
Well, I'm
Biden
excited
in
'cause Chuck's
Georgia
got a
and a
county
19-point
breakdown
swing
now.
in North
Right?
Carolina
Things are
for
getting good
Biden.
now.
I do. Well, look, I want to just show you something here. This
That's
was the
crazy.
last time Democrats carried North Carolina. This
Now
is
we'll see.
Barack
You know,
Obama's
obviously a
winning
lot of the
map
Trump
here.
supporters
And I want to pay
are
particularly attention here in the
don't
Fayetteville
believe in the media.
area and some of these
Don't trust the
counties. You
media. Don't
see
trust
this block of
pollsters.
blue
Don't trust a lot of
counties
things
here.
like that.
All
So
right,
we'll
let me
see how
take you
that
to
Florida's all the way up to
2016. You can see
66%.
some of those blue counties went away.
Yes, but it
So
will
let me
not
just
be
show you what
called
this means when we talk
until
about
we
a margin
get
state, as I was talking
Yeah.
about. So let me give you to some of those counties here. Let me get this off of here. And this is the type of stuff. So right now, Robeson County, we don't have any vote here. But here's where I can show you about why turnout matters. So in 2016, Donald Trump carried Robeson County, all right? But if you look at here, when Barack Obama carried it, he carried it with 58 and 57% of the vote. This county is basically almost 50% African American. It is a turnout county. As you can see, when the African American vote doesn't turn out,
4.9
that county
million
goes
people
red.
voted early
When
in
the
North
African-American
Carolina.
vote turns out, that county goes blue.
If that
And
is
so
an
this is what I
indication,
mean when I was talking about, we're talking about margin counties here. So in order for this to go blue tonight, you're going to need to see a block of blue down here, not just a little bit of blue in these key counties with heavy African-American vote in it.
All right, Chuck, let's go to Kelly O'Donnell right now in Columbus, Ohio, to set the scene there. Kelly?
Well, Lester, right now, a couple of minutes past the closing of polls, all those early votes are actually being
forgetting about
tabulated.
coronavirus
And
till I see
sources that
people in
I've been
masks.
speaking with say expect those to go
We're dealing with that
strongly for
shit,
Joe
too.
Biden. But that will give perhaps a skewed perspective of the night. Both elected officials, senior elected officials in both parties say they expect Biden to have big margins in the cities. But the president's strength, they believe, is in the more rural areas where they argue that they've been able to identify and turn out new voters favorable to President Trump, but that vote will probably come in later tonight. So one of the key questions will be watching what may be early returns for Biden, and can the president chip away at that and overtake
you know,
it?
I don't
The Trump
understand how
campaign
that
believes they've
happened.
got to win Ohio. No Republicans
Donald
won the
Trump
White
winning the
House
suburban women
without it.
vote
Democrats
is
think
interesting.
it's within reach
And
for
him
Joe
standing
Biden,
up
and they say, look to
and
the
placating
suburbs
and
for where
begging
Joe
for
Biden,
their
they believe,
votes, I've
has
never
performed
seen
better
a
than
single
Hillary
president
Clinton
do.
from 4 years ago,
And the simple
better
fact
than
that
President
he's been
Trump.
campaigning
Ohio's a lot
since
about
day
history, and in
2
this case,
of
it's
his
about new
presidency is
expectations.
also
So
pretty
it will take some
unprecedented.
patience tonight,
Most
but they
people don't
expect to
do
have
that.
votes coming in
That's
soon,
kind of crazy. crazy.
But it's about
We'll see.
watching the pace
Wow,
of the
Virginia's
night
a straight up
and can the
49-49
president
split.
overtake
Interesting.
what they expect to be that early Joe Biden lead. Both Biden and President Trump campaigned here, not as much as some of the other battlegrounds.
Although,
but Ohio is critical to get to that piece that's needed for 270. 18 electoral votes are on the line here. Lester?
All right, Kelly, thank you.
Well, let's turn to Florida.
So they're almost calling Virginia right now for Mr. Biden, even though currently he's losing the state 29% by 69%. But they're calling it because Mr. Trump has not done well enough in the areas that required. Remember when I said that he had to carry Roanoke, Richmond, and Norfolk, and all of the surrounding suburbs area there, along with a huge suburb. The main population in Virginia isn't just Richmond, the suburbs around D.C. And Trump is not carrying those as would be expected. And because he is not carrying any of that, they are pretty sure that Mr. Biden will win Virginia, which again, Hillary won Virginia, so you know, it's a good bet that they will not go for Trump again. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
That was Seminole. And that was Pinellas. This was the governor's race there. Andrew Gillum, which was
But the most exciting thing is I almost have to call my uncle and be like, can you believe 70% of Florida's already counted? The fuck?
Make up for some ground there.
So, Miami-Dade counties, West Palm Beach, Orlando, all those big, massive counties. Those are huge counties, by the way, just giant counties. Those are going for Mr. Biden.
I could do this so quickly here.
We figured that one.
As you can see here, Trump carried this county. This is one of the few bellwether counties that there's left. Most things are margins, as I've been saying here. Obama narrowly carried it by a bigger number, as you can see there in 08. And so far right now.
So see, even though they both won essentially 2 states, according to the Google pollsters and political scientists at this point.
All that tells me is it's going to take forever to call Florida. But let me look at a couple of others. We want to talk about Seminole.
Biden has 16.
Seminole right now.
That's significantly jumped,
Donald Trump carried.
Yeah, because Biden won Virginia. I mean, that's just it. The Democratic states have larger populations, which is why Trump needs Georgia. He needs North Carolina, and he needs Texas. If he doesn't get those, he doesn't win. I mean, if he doesn't get Texas, it's over. They have to carry Texas. So the simple fact that Texas is a 50-50, I just don't understand.
He's winning Seminole. That is a very good sign. But this is potentially the trouble spot for Joe Biden. It's Miami-Dade. As you can see, we're already at 84% in. This is a terrible margin for him, 54%. Not good.
That. It's the Latino vote in South Florida.
And it's a different type of Latino vote. It's the Cuban American vote. It's the Venezuelan American vote. But, I mean, you can see here, Obama's lowest number was 58, and he did carry the state. Biden is not matching that. Obama got 62 out of here. Look, what Hillary Clinton did in Miami-Dade 4 years ago is why, I don't know, if you recall 4 years ago, I'm going, oh my goodness, look at these numbers she's hitting here. She's going to win Florida, and then of course Donald Trump overwhelmed with turnout in some of the more rural counties.
Interesting.
But if Joe Biden, he's not getting close to this.
Well,
this could be the reason he doesn't win Florida.
North Carolina and Ohio, those are the ones to watch. Definitely Ohio. But if Biden can win Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia, and Florida, it's no contest at that point. He will win the election. And if he can seal them up early on with all the early voting and all the in-person voting and everything, and make it where the Trump campaign has no case to bring it against the courts, like Trump has been saying, then
in some of these northern counties, which we're
there
seeing
you
him
go.
do,
Then it's sealed.
this is a potential trouble spot
however,
right now that we're following.
Ohio. Ohio is leaning Biden.
Spent a fair amount of time
I know,
in
I saw
Florida
that.
recently. Kristen,
Cincinnati,
Joe Biden
Columbus,
making an appeal
Dayton, and
appear to
Cleveland.
be doing well among older voters.
Well, that's right.
By the way,
Older
apparently
voters,
Michigan
independent
and
voters. Lester, and I just heard from
Ohio
the
have a
who said,
huge
look, they feel good about the turnout
feud
in
going on
Broward County.
just
But
over
to
that
Chuck's
little
point
lip
about
right
Miami-Dade,
there
I have been talking to Democrats about that area for the past week or so. They have been concerned about the turnout in Miami-Dade, and that's why you saw former President Obama campaigning there over the weekend, urging voters not to be complacent, to get out and vote. I spent some time in Florida last week, and I can tell you that the electorate there was
I had no idea, but that's why the Buckeyes stayed, and the Buckeyes hate the Wolverines so much. That's the rivalry, not between the Wolverines and the Spartans as much, not between the Buckeyes and the other team in Ohio that nobody ever knows about.
Lester, was really a tale of two campaigns. You had President Trump and Joe Biden on Thursday holding these competing rallies in Tampa,
so
which is a
Ohio
swing
is leaning
district,
Biden,
and you had President Trump
and
with
not
his
by a
massive
small
crowd,
margin at this
very
point.
little social distancing, very few masks. On the
Trump
other
is
hand,
not
Joe
doing
Biden
well
in the same area with a
areas
driving,
that he needed to
socially
and that he
distant
had before.
rally. Very different messaging on COVID-19. Biden thinking that could be the crux and the key to this campaign, Lester.
All right.
Pennsylvania is the big one to watch. When Miss Clinton
which
lost,
is, I guess, the
Ms. Clinton
northeastern
lost
part of the
Pennsylvania
state. What are you
last
hearing?
election.
Yeah, Chuck was
I
just talking about this.
100%
It's the
knew
area
that Trump
around Jacksonville, and I was actually just exchanging notes with a couple
My
of
uncle seems
sources
to
about
think
what's
that they
going
call Florida
on there
before they call
because
Pennsylvania.
some Democrats have
that was not
noticed
the case.
that
They
the
call
early
Pennsylvania,
results
like,
seem to
20
be
minutes after
stronger
the
for
polls closed
Biden
there.
than maybe anticipated. But I'm also
I
told
was
by
super
others who've been tracking
shocked
this data very
with how close
closely that they're
Texas
not
was
sure
that they
Biden's
called
going
it
to
that
pull it out.
fucking
So we just wanna
early
be,
for Trump.
I
Like
think,
instantly,
I
polls
would urge a
closed,
little bit of
Texas Trump,
caution
and I was
in
like,
terms of
what?
looking at the returns there.
That was
The
quick
other thing I would
because it
highlight,
had
though, Savannah,
everybody
is
had it
Broward
like such
County.
a
For
dead neck
all
and
of the
neck
trouble
race
that
that
Chuck correctly highlighted,
it
that
really didn't
President
seem like
Trump
it was anybody's to win. But
excuse me,
it's
former Vice
because
President
again,
Joe Biden is potentially having in
Hillary
Miami-Dade
did not
County.
do
Democrats are really
as
paying
good
attention to
of
Broward,
numbers
which is just
in the
one
areas she
county
needed
to the
so
north,
they
where
declared
we
it.
could
And
see
sure enough, Trump
those
did win
suburban
by
women who have been so frustrated with President
like
Trump really play
51-49
a pretty
50
significant
point
role. There's
something
also, of
to
course, questions, as you were talking about with Kristen, about seniors in that
it
spot.
was
So
a small
if the
margin of
turnout
a victory,
there, is
but
very, very strong.
rest assured,
If
it was not by
Democrats
like
really
3
show
or
up
4
in the numbers that
points.
some are hopeful,
We
could see.
it was still a victory
Broward County
nonetheless.
is one place where they're hoping they can counterbalance what's going on in Miami-Dade.
Interesting. North Carolina leaning
just
Trump
to weigh in on
with
Miami-Dade,
1%
the
of
real
the vote
problem,
counted.
I think,
This
early
is
on is
1,000
labeling
people.
Joe Biden as a socialist.
1,000 people's votes have been counted. Good for you, North Carolina.
Because of COVID, they were not canvassing. The
You
campaign has
and
been
Mildred
canvassing
out
in
there
Florida for
counting
3
right there.
years.
Just
The
one.
Biden campaign only came in recently. That's why they sent Barack Obama in twice in just the last couple of weeks, the last week. And in fact, it may not be enough to overcome that advantage. And also the policies that Chuck was referring to, policies on Cuba and Venezuela.
Her
Coming
summer
out of the State
nighttime
Department, they have
gown
been
dress
just
that
pouring
she's
this
wearing
stuff
because
to
it's
attract
soft and
those Latin
stress-free
American
as
people who are
she's sipping her
tied to
sweet
their-
tea
to their home
counting
countries.
folks in
Again,
North
the
Carolina.
socialism label, you're saying, kind of stuck to Joe Biden harder there with
Bill,
that
her
particular
husband,
community
walks
of
in the
voters.
background
He's going to have to overcome that
in his
for the rest of
boxer
by the rest of
and
Florida.
his briefs
Is this a
and
good point to take a look at where the
muscle
vote
shirt
we're
and his
looking at is coming
glasses.
from?
And
Because
like,
we
woman, have
really
you
into
seen
that.
the dog's
That
leash?
Numbers may not appear, the image may be different than what is actually happening.
For instance, in Florida, we're seeing everything is going to get thrown in. And I've got Duval up now, which is Jacksonville. That's up here in the northeast corner. And this is, look, Duval is a swing county. It's been a swing county that has tilted R almost most of the time. And lately, Andrew Gillum carried it. And you're seeing here, this is a little bit of a gap. 4 points is a bit. There's not. What's amazing here? I'm just.
According to CBS,
look, turnout was almost identical.
Vermont
from 12
is
to 16, the Romney number, the Trump
100%
number,
for
Duval
Biden.
is
They have
coming here.
called
But when you look at
Indiana
now,
for
we're
Trump.
sitting, already, Trump has more vote than any Republicans ever gotten in Duval, and he may lose it. And
But those are the
Biden's
only
got
two
a
that they've
whopping 250,000.
feel
But one of the
comfortable
things that I've
calling.
noticed
Google,
that could help out Joe
it's a
Biden
different
if he's
story. But then again,
struggling
Google
in
is not
in
an actual
Miami-Dade
political
is that
source.
just
Google
very
is a
carefully,
search engine.
You can see
So
he's
where they're getting
improving
their
on
information
Clinton's
from
margins
is
by 1 or
anybody's
2
guess.
points
But
in important
CBS
counties
in.
along here. I'm going down the west coast here because this is some Republicans,
Black Lives Matter, Plaza,
college-educated
Washington.
Republicans down here, snowbirds. And I'm just going to throw these counties. Watch the Clinton number, watch the Biden percentage, just so you can see here. He's just slightly improving on her by 2 points almost across the board. That's a 3.5-point gain there in Charlotte County. And this is here, Lee County. This is Fort Myers. As you can see, he's improved by 3.5 points. This is how Joe Biden can overcome that poor turnout, if you will, for him in Miami-Dade. If he's shaving 2 or 3 points in every other county, then suddenly you're in a situation where that's how you, again, it's my point. Nobody wins Florida the same way twice.
But I think that makes your point. You never put that puzzle together the same way twice. We'll get to your mom's house in the next break, but we're going to take a little moment here. A look ahead to the night's biggest wave of poll closings. It's coming up, including Florida and Pennsylvania, just moments away. Stay with us right here on Election Night.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You find anything interesting?
I am. I like the fact that people have just been straightforward. The rules of elections are up to the states themselves on how they govern their own election. Even if it's a federal election. In this case, you know, you have the Trump administration saying no votes can be counted, and you have Pennsylvania saying, hey, look, this is the rule. This is the law on the books from the 1800s that we've had, where these votes only need to be postmarked by election day to be counted. So this is where, you know, we might not actually have an accurate count, but it's probably only going to be like a 2 to 3% error margin on that. So we'll see.
The most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun
It's
to wonder
so super early.
if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally
What, it's almost 8 o'clock on the East Coast?
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me,
So
Joy
there
Reid,
won't
as I
be
explore
a
her life's
solidified
journey from
answer
Oakland to
till it
Washington
reaches,
on my
what,
six-part
midnight
podcast,
on the East
Kamala,
Coast?
Next in line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe
Correct.
for free.
Oh, we might not even get a solidified answer till tomorrow morning on some of these states. In some of these states, we certainly won't get all the votes counted until about Friday, which is why elections are on a Tuesday. So that way, by the weekend, we'll 100% know who the winner is, according to the votes count.
Featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better
you know, these states will flip back and forth for the next few hours. That's because different areas, different counties will flip it one way or the other. You know, the fact is that if you win certain counties, there's no chance for the other person to flip it at all. Nope, here we go. This is what I've been talking about. Roanoke, the county that Roanoke, Virginia is in, is going for Biden. A couple of these are Biden, Richmond, Biden, Norfolk, Biden, DC suburbs, Biden. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
What?
Florida, 78% of the vote counted.
Not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit
crazy.
the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
from every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind-standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
So imagine this, Florida, complicated and has us scratching our heads. Who would have thought? Let's bring in Hallie Jackson at the White House for more on that. Hallie?
That's one thing you might have been able to bet on before this night, Lester, if you will. I can tell you that based on some conversations with sources and our team's conversations inside the Trump orbit, there are advisors who are feeling good so far, although we note it's still early, about what Chuck was talking about with the rest of the team just before the break. Those numbers specifically in Miami-Dade County. And there are those inside the president's orbit who are really crediting the work being done with specifically Latino voters. This is an area that the president has been talking about publicly for weeks now. It's a place at his campaign. In almost every discussion that I've had with campaign advisors, we'll talk about how they are trying to boost turnout specifically among Latino and Latina voters because of Florida here, for example. There's this ad that has come out now in the past couple of weeks that the president and his team continue to refer to. They think it's resonating inside the Latino community. And then there's what Andrew was referencing too, the idea that
Biden has won Vermont and Trump has officially won Indiana.
A socialist in the eyes of the Trump campaign as they're going after the former vice president has been effective. This is a message that for all of the perhaps lack of message discipline that President Trump himself may have had over the last 10 months or so, the campaign itself has been very focused on that particular attack line. We saw it at the convention here at the White House not 2 months ago, and we've seen it on the campaign trail consistently at the president's rallies. Lester?
All right, Hallie Jackson, thanks.
All right, let's go to Chuck. You're still looking at Florida. Volusia County, that's a big one.
Well, I did the West Coast, so I thought I'd do some of the Atlantic coast here. Volusia is Daytona, and look, Volusia used to be Volusia, if you remembered Florida back in 2000, Volusia was a blue county.
The West Coast doesn't
at one
close till
time.
7,
It's been
correct?
a swing county shifting
Oh
red.
God.
And again,
7, 8, yeah, something like that.
2 points better than
We'll see
again,
it.
It's a
I mean, you just keep
while.
going down on these Gold Coast counties.
You've got quite a
And again,
while.
I emphasize
I do want to
this
say
Biden
though
number is
that
improving.
before the
What it
West
tells
Coast
me when the Trump number
closed,
doesn't
it
move,
was called for
third-party
Trump
vote.
last
And
election.
remember, we've talked
So
about that. One of the bigger differences
we'll see.
between 16 and 20
But this is not
is
last
no Gary
election,
Johnson.
and Joe
You know,
is
you
putting
look
up
here,
a
Gary Johnson
much
got 3%
larger
in
fight
this county,
than Hillary,
in Brevard.
and
Where's
that
that
is
3% all going?
clearly
It looks
shown.
like it's almost all going to Biden.
We'll just see.
Think about
I mean,
that tonight when you think about the other states. If we're seeing a similar pattern here of third-party vote suddenly basically lumping into what the old Clinton number was, and that's your new Biden number? And as you see here, sorry, another 3. I saw you squint.
No, I'm squinting at the Trump in 2016, though. It says 181,000 votes, but he's got 195, so his number got better, too.
His number got better, but again, Biden's number is getting better faster.
All right. Chuck, thanks. We're going to take a break. Be back with more election night coverage in just a moment.
We've had quite a few people in and out of
Ready to
here.
go to work?
yeah.
So ready to go.
Oh, interesting.
She's Joe
In and out of
Biden's
where?
choice to be next in
Oh wait, are we
line.
on
Who
something?
is Kamala Harris?
Yeah, I'm
Join
live
me, Joy
streaming.
Reid, as I explore her life's
Oh,
journey from
am
Oakland
I
to
being
Washington
live streamed?
on my
Yeah.
6-part podcast.
I
Kamala
told you
Next in Line.
that.
New episodes
Oh,
every
interesting.
Sorry,
Okay.
full
Monday.
disclosure.
Oh, excellent, excellent.
Washington
Oh
feels
shit.
more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions.
Yeah, I'm
left
on
and
YouTube
right,
and
help
Twitch.
you make
I'm
sense
so
of it all.
sorry. I thought you knew.
I'm watching your YouTube stream, but I didn't realize that I was gonna be on there.
You're there. It's your face.
Oh shit. Okay. Awesome. All right then.
Yeah,
let's see
everyone's
here.
just listening to you. You're well informed. Like that's why you're here.
No, thank you. Yes. Well informed and. So according to CNN right
Joe
now,
Biden's choice to be next in line.
the
Who
states
is
that they
Kamala
feel
Harris?
comfortable
Join me, Joy
calling
Reid,
for
as I
one
explore her
candidate
life's
or
journey
the
from
other
Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast.
has
Kamala, Next in
Biden
Line.
with a
New
203
episodes every
mark
Monday.
and
Subscribe
Trump
for
with a
free wherever you
125
get your
mark.
podcasts.
Leaving 210 as battleground or contested electoral votes. Now, again, that does mean that is given the fact that New York and that sweet California pocket are for Biden. That right there alone sets 84 electoral votes, 85 electoral votes. I believe 84. I think New York has 29 and California has 55. And then, you know, these battleground votes, they're considering Texas a battleground, Georgia a battleground, North Carolina a battleground. And they are considering Pennsylvania a battleground, as what we saw in 2016 when Pennsylvania that had historically gone for the Democratic nominee not and go, and Mr. Trump was able to flip it. You know, it was an interesting thing, definitely, that I don't think that anybody predicted, and so now they're considering it a battleground. So that's I think the offset battleground to Texas. So who knows? Maybe Trump gets Ohio and Pennsylvania, and the Democrats get Texas, and it doesn't matter because that's 38-38. It's very interesting. So definitely the ones to watch are the Florida and Georgia line, and then, yeah, funny. And then seeing if Biden can get back that blue wall that they consider with the Minnesota, the Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, that solid blue wall that they consider from Massachusetts to Minnesota.
Who closes
all
next?
the link states.
Oh, never mind.
Let's see here.
Okay. Closings in the East.
Quite a few.
16 states plus DC.
Yes.
In 5
Some
minutes.
of the big ones, Florida.
Yeah.
We'll
Well,
also
less
get
than 5 minutes.
Pennsylvania's poll closing, but Florida has already dumped a lot of vote tonight. We've already seen a lot of the results.
When does
but what we
Michigan
know
close?
is it's tight. Go figure. Florida.
And one of the important Sunbelt states
let's
that
see
Chuck and
here.
others have been talking about that are going to be really key to Biden's path.
Florida's going to Florida.
First results expected around 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
We'll be right back. Top of the hour. Those
So Michigan must close in the next 4 minutes,
Decision 2020 on NBC.
which would put it at 7 o'clock their time? Is that right?
No, 8.
8.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall.
So this is interesting. South Carolina has now called for Mr. Trump with 3% of the vote counted. We didn't expect it to go for Biden.
Every morning on Today.
80% of Florida counted this early?
Dude, I know.
What the fuck?
49.8, 49.4. 0.4%.
After seeing the
I've got
most
49.7,
no,
49.5.
introduced
No,
in
0.2%.
Congress,
Yeah.
I've begun to wonder
That's what I've got.
if now is the time.
This
If now is
making me
the
nervous.
time the protesters finally win.
Yeah, Florida's always like that. But the
I
fact that
know.
80% has been voted, that's the
Next
part
at
that
10 on
you usually don't get until almost 8 o'clock, possibly 9 o'clock, Pacific time.
Yeah, our time.
She's Joe
Yeah,
Biden's
you know,
choice to be
I mean,
next in
shit,
line.
it took
But who is
Florida
Kamala
in the
Harris?
2000
Join
election
me, Joy
until
Reid, as I
the
explore her
Friday
life journey from
after
Oakland
to
to
call it.
Washington.
I
On my
know.
And even that got
Kamala,
contested,
next
and
in
then it
line.
got
New
overturned, and then
episodes
Gore
every Monday.
conceded.
Subscribe for
And then,
free
yes, so
wherever
we
you get your
have
podcasts.
just
A real
truly
close-knit group of nurses who pulled
a
together when their
Zippy's,
boss needed help battling coronavirus. You're not just any patient.
It's
You're
very
their friend.
interesting.
These folks
But
saved my life.
supposedly
Thank
Florida's
God that there
changed
are
their
people
protocols
who
when it's
wanna
come
run
to
towards a
election night, so
pandemic
we'll
as
see.
opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Yeah, I found Waldo. He's in New York.
The MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by
There's a
experts
guy
you
dressed as
know
Where's
and
Waldo,
trust for a
right
better
out in front of
understanding
Times
the
Square in New
stories that
York.
matter most. Check out the
New Yorkers hate
MSNBC
Trump,
Daily
by the way.
today at MSNBC.com.
They
He
definitely
loves
do
New
not
York.
want.
You're watching.
Oh no, he
BBC
hates it.
News Now. We've got some breaking news.
He says he
Are people
loves
there
New
concerned
York.
about what impact this could have on the
What are they
election?
doing here?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Okay. Let's play around with this map. No, 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 no. Oh, what do we... There we go.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
1 minute.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail
So,
center of this campaign. Coronavirus.
if Biden can get Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and Florida, he'll win.
Okay.
Basically.
If you were sitting here talking to
a
Joe
lot.
Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another
Florida
24
just
hours.
turned kind of red.
We
It's
now
like a
have
light
two
red.
vaccine trials
Yeah.
on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
And we're coming up 8 o'clock on the East Coast.
This is
5 o'clock
interesting.
in the
Interesting,
West, and
interesting.
There are a bunch of
I know
polls
there's a lot
about
of people
to
out there
close
like, do we
16
really have to
states
have
plus
Biden and all this
Washington,
other
D.C.,
stuff?
including
But
a couple of key battlegrounds.
I'm not
just
very
a few
satisfied with
seconds
the
away.
last
We do
4
have
years,
some
so
results in Kentucky. The president
You know,
is the
it's
projected
interesting.
winner, not a surprise there. Let's go to some other states.
But that's
I
personal
certainly-
opinion.
To call North Carolina, too early to call.
I certainly...
Now let's look at
Oh,
South Carolina.
projections,
Also too
projections.
early to call big
What do we
Senate
got,
race
what do we
there
got?
going on as well.
All right, and
Alabama
Biden
for
leading in
Donald.
Virginia right now. That's too early to
Okay.
call.
All right, we await those 8 o'clock.
Pennsylvania,
poll
a
closings.
toss-up.
We continue to watch Florida. Ironically,
Oklahoma
Florida's about to
for
close its
Mr.
polls,
Trump.
But it's already reported out.
They do
the
that,
majority
right.
of its vote.
We see a majority of the vote. And to tell you here, you're just looking at it, and we know what's coming in. It's the panhandle vote. We know the panhandle is going to be a
D.C., Delaware,
Florida,
Biden.
I think I'd rather be
Biden.
Donald Trump right now with Florida than Joe Biden. But
Jesus.
again, it's
Yeah.
I'm going to call it. It's margins versus Miami.
All right.
Bottom line, margins
I'm
versus
here to
Miami.
watch
All
this
right, we've
map
got the
fill up.
8 o'clock poll closings now. We
Oh,
can
it
look
will.
There's Florida, too
I
close to
know.
call. Note 82% expected vote in there. In Pennsylvania,
Ohio's
too
leaning
early to call. No
Biden.
surprise, that one's going to take a while.
Yeah.
Illinois,
New
Biden.
Hampshire also
Okay,
too
that
early to
Chicago
call. Just
vote.
A few votes in New Jersey. Joe Biden is the projected winner at this hour, and in Maryland, we've got Joe Biden as the projected winner.
NBC projecting Biden the winner in Massachusetts as well. Also in Delaware, Biden wins. Biden also the projected winner.
Honestly,
in
if
DC.
I've called this
And
right,
Oklahoma
let's
will
actually
go
just
for the
throw
president.
Texas
In
back to Mr.
Illinois,
Trump here.
We are calling it too early, but Biden is leading in
If the
Illinois.
map
He's
fills
led in
out the way
polls.
I think it
In
will,
Connecticut, same thing. Too early, but Biden is leading.
Here's what's happening in
there's no
Alabama
way that
right
the
now.
president can
Too
win
early to call, too
re-election.
early in Maine as
If the
well.
map
Same
fills up the
story
way I
in
believe it will,
Mississippi.
with Biden winning Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, and Colorado. And then Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Then there you go.
Well, you look deep in your cortex to where you can see the future because you're really good at it. Let us know
I'm
how
trying.
that works.
And now we've got a few more numbers to report.
Well, here's the thing. What we know about New Mexico is even though it leans Republican a lot, is that it has a lot of Hispanics, which the president does not has insulted vigorously.
On multiple occasions and taken their children and put them in cages, and they're still trying to find their parents.
Yes, exactly. And more than that, New Mexico is the only state that has 2 official languages of English and Spanish. So this has been interesting as well.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Exit polls.
Vote in if they're going to dump it fast. We're not. But look, as you can see here, let's reset.
Okay, Florida.
Let's just remind people of Florida's tendencies here. Right? Here we are in 2008. As you can see, nobody ever wins Florida in a blowout. Obama got 51, 50. Trump got 49. So as you can see, it's this 3-point. That was a landslide.
Interesting.
2008.
Texas. Oh, damn.
What?
That is a hefty amount.
Pretty close, but
It is nowhere close to going for Trump yet.
Because we go back to my county maps here. Again, we know
that's a gap, dude.
I just want to say, last election, the very moment Texas closed, it was called for Trump instantly.
I'm going to go back to what I said before. We're sitting here. Biden's biggest problem is Miami right now.
I will change my map accordingly.
Right now. He's dropped below 54%.
The main reason a lot of people went for Trump is because he said he was going to do all these things, which were incredibly racist.
The bad news here. Joe Biden.
Yeah, well, a lot of them were. I mean, let's also focus on what I've said earlier, which was the Republicans really wanted 2 major things from a Trump administration. They wanted tax breaks for the elite, rich, and they wanted the Supreme Court seat. Well, they filled up the Supreme Court seat within the month, almost 2 weeks after Trump was elected. That was obvious. Whoever the next president was, that was going to be the thing. And then the tax breaks happened 2 years later, in 2017, 2018. So there you go. But the simple fact that Texas is now that's crazy. The rest of the rhetoric was Trump basically speaking out of his ass, because there was no way that he was going to get this billion-dollar wall. That was just
That's just
that was as frivolous as thinking as it is for the Democrats to think that, you know, they will get free college tuition for everybody, because nothing's free. Everything costs. Where is this money going to come from? It just isn't there. So the money's not there. You're not getting it. It's as simple as that.
We mentioned the Venezuelan Americans, the Cuban Americans, and it seems like that is coming to pass in Miami-Dade.
Savannah, that's absolutely true, and there were Democrats who were trying to sound.
Sorry, everyone that's watching, but I'm doing it live because I'm not stuck in my stream.
Socialism-related message. It's something that President Trump has literally been pushing for almost the entirety of his administration. I've sat through State of the Union addresses where he uses this term. I mean, this is something that he really focused on very much, and I think that not only was the goal here to
now I see
what we're seeing play out.
Oh, you're playing Phasma?
Was, you know, win over more of those.
Oh no, wait, that's my shirt from yesterday.
You know,
what is going on here?
And some Democrats will say that it was
what are you talking about?
No, I feel like Wolf Blitzer. I can't work my technology.
Oh
Shit.
My goodness.
About this because this message was potentially
here we go.
To the Democrat
I'm like,
Joe
what
Biden.
are you talking about?
Of course, Biden's team focused much more, frankly, on the.
I am watching your live stream, and it's on YouTube, and it still has you playing Among Us.
Michigan,
is that true?
Wisconsin, where our conversation will inevitably turn later, but it's possible that
you have to go like to where it's live.
All right, we want to bring into the conversation now former Democratic Missouri Senator Claire McCaskill.
That's what I did.
And conservative columnist and editor of National Review, Rich Lowry. Both
there I am.
Oh, there you are.
Claire, let me start with you in this idea. I think Andrea brought up this notion that
here, I'll change my lighting.
With a socialist brush very
Right
early
there.
on, and it was
I
hard
just
to get
want
in.
to put up the map that I'm looking
I think
at.
it may resonate more in some of the
Oh, it looks like you're looking at the Google
in
map.
Miami-Dade and in Florida, namely
everything
those
that you've been
Cuban-Americans.
saying, it seems
but
just
if
fine.
you look at the gauntlet that
Excellent.
Trump has to run, he may get by Florida. But he's got big ones ahead of him yet. He's got to get through North Carolina. He's got to get through Georgia. He's got to get through the really tough one, which is Pennsylvania, before he can think about getting reelected. So it's going to be a long night. It looks like Florida is not going to be decisive one way or the other for a while. But, you know, everybody was hoping it would be over early by winning Florida big. You can take a deep breath,
the Senate race in Kentucky. This is a big one.
And hang in there. It's going to be a while.
All right, let me turn to Rich Lowry. Rich,
This is the one that was, it seemed like it was going to be, I mean, if Mitch McConnell doesn't retain his Senate seat, that in itself is a referendum upon the last 8 years, because, let's see here, Mitch McConnell's been the Senate majority now, no longer than 8 years, almost 10. You know, it's a huge referendum on that.
One of the storylines of the night will be,
you know, let's put it like this. Mitch McConnell,
shedding support in more traditional Republican affluent suburbs,
I flipped
and
that
picking
map.
up support in working class areas.
I'm going to turn down this volume on this one channel.
It seems like he's going to lose more of the
so Mitch
suburbs.
McConnell,
Can he make it up with more
you know, it will be a referendum on his policies. He has so far tabled 500 bills or more, which is kind of interesting. Essentially, he's curbing the vote. So senators are paid to vote and decide and make up laws and regulations and such. Well, he's decided to not at all allow them to even vote on it, which is weird in a way, because it's like if you and I just told our bosses, no, because I don't feel that way. Sorry. Even though he holds the majority and could probably vote down anything he wanted, and that has resonated with the Kentucky voters this time, finally. The Obama administration went 6 years with a Republican majority Senate, and we've had 4 years now with the Trump administration of a Republican majority Senate, and so far that has culminated to 500 bills, or I think it counts like 512 bills, tabled. In other words, sitting on a desk, waiting to be voted on. Who knows what's up with that when that actually happens? We'll have to see. Oh, Michigan is leaning Biden. Look at that.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Here we go. Kansas, Trump. Yes, we knew. But the simple fact that Texas has 20% and it is no small margin. I mean, this is a 6-7 point lead for Biden. This is an insane lead. I mean, certainly Miss Clinton never did that well. DC went Biden, by the way, just letting you know. He carried his home state of Delaware. Good one. Virginia, he's carrying. It looks like Georgia has sort of leaning Trump. Florida sort of leaning Trump. Pennsylvania leaning Biden by a lot, but it's only got a few percentage counted thus far. That's also interesting too. So
and plus in age, those non-party affiliated voters, those are the ones in 2016 who significantly lent and went towards Trump, giving him the election. And the belief is that that is the same group that will have an impact again in Florida with this election for president. One of the things to note that you all have been talking about with Miami-Dade and the Cuban American population, just consider for a moment as we look at this, we have 930,000 Cuban Americans of voting age, primarily in South Florida, but up along the I-4 corridor, sort of Orange County, Osceola, we're talking about in the Orlando area, we have 875,000 Puerto Ricans. They tend to be Democrats. We have the Republicans who are the Cuban Americans who are primarily Republicans. So as the night progresses, it will be interesting to see whether that Puerto Rican vote winds up in some way canceling out some of that Cuban American vote. All eyes on Florida, though, as you guys have been saying here.
Yeah, Kerry, and I'm sitting here looking, 87% in statewide already. There.
Well, look, I mean, look, here's the thing. We have 1.5 million votes remaining, but I'll be honest, as Kerry was talking, Trump's lead went from 0.6%, and I've just been watching it go. As you can see here, it's now jumped to more than a percentage point. And again, this is because all of this red is coming in. And I'll tell you, the more I look at this, the more it doesn't, things are not getting, things are getting better for Donald Trump. Let me just take you to one county that was a Trump-Obama county that we cared about a lot here, and it was St. Lucie County. This is St. Lucie, I believe, is Vero Beach, right around there, up the Gold Coast. This is the county that Obama carried. So when you win Florida, Obama carried it. Trump narrowly carried it, and he won Florida. As you can see here, Trump's holding his number on this one. Biden's improved. It's another one of these 2-point improvements.
This is interesting.
But the question is,
they do project that there will be more people voting in the Miami-Dade County area
in this margins, that
than
he's
in
closing the margins
2016.
enough
However,
to
Ms. Clinton did insanely better in 2016 than Joe Biden is currently doing in Miami-Dade. But they only have about 70 to 80% of the vote in those counties, in Miami-Dade County and the counties around respective
right now,
counted
Biden's only winning
so far. The other to watch for in Florida is the Sumter County vote.
Think about that.
Kansas is what?
88,000. So he's got, and she lost
Whoa.
the state. So he's got to find
Joe Biden's
more than
flipping
220.
Kansas?
He's got to find some 300,000 extra votes in all these margins.
Insane.
If not 500,000 extra votes. I'm just saying, Florida looks like an uphill climb for Joe Biden.
Let's not forget Barack Obama spent a lot of time in Florida here in the last couple of weeks.
Yes, he did. I think a lot of questions are going to be asked, though, to go back to did they hear the calls of Miami-Dade enough? Look, the Biden campaign will get criticized if they're not carrying Georgia or North Carolina. The criticism about their Florida strategy will either amp up or down depending on how well they do in neighboring Georgia and up the coast in North Carolina.
I don't get it. Well, okay, so it's quite simple why he wants 4 more years. In the very early part of last week,
bring you into this Florida conversation. If we go back to the beginning of the evening and Chuck
came out and told some of his friends in the White House,
it didn't seem to loom as large or as important
he
to Joe
loosely
Biden.
had told
Had
Fox
they
and
already
Friends,
kind of figured they
he
had
said,
other paths around
if I
Florida?
lose this election,
I
don't expect to not be in jail. They will be coming after me.
What?
That's legitimately what he said. He said, if I don't win, I know that they will be coming after me. So he needs to win this election in his mind to save his ass from jail.
Oh my God. What?
So this isn't just no longer, you know, a popularity contest like it was in 2016 for him, where he was like, I'm gonna run up everything and beat this bitch, right? This is now him saying and recognizing his own situation, and in a certain way, the last couple days, he's kind of calmed down because he's realized his own hubris here, in the sense of, oh shit, what have I gotten myself into? When you become a chief political figure, and certainly there is no higher chief political figure than the commander-in-chief, it really opens you, your family, and everything else up for public scrutiny down to your toenail.
We're back after a short break with more
So we'll see. We'll see how that works.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with
Wow.
you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries.
It's so early.
After seeing the most comprehensive
I know.
police reform
It's
bill
very early in the election. Okay, I'm going to take a small break. I'll be right back.
Okay.
If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on
I think we're all
MSNBC.
probably going to take a small break. That's probably a good idea. We'll be back.
I'm so ready.
Oakland to Washington on my six-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus. You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news. Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election? It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. Election night here in the U.S. and standing by live for us is Florida Senator, former Governor, Republican Rick Scott. Senator, good to see you, and I'm sure you're watching those returns in your home state as closely as we are. How do you feel at this moment? Do you feel you're ready to say this is going to go Trump's way tonight in Florida?
Absolutely. Look, the big key is Miami-Dade. I've always said Trump was going to do well with the Hispanic vote, and he did in Miami-Dade. It's very important. It was very important to my wins. I won the Hispanic vote in all 3 of my races. Trump did very well with the Hispanic vote. You can't do as badly as Biden did in Miami and expect to win statewide. So the panhandle is going to continue to come in. It's going to come in big for President Trump, and I think he's going to have a bigger win tonight than he did back in 2016. And by the way, Trump's on the right side of the issues for Florida. We don't want taxes to go up. We want somebody that's going to stand up against the Castro regime and Maduro. We want somebody that is going to focus on our law enforcement, the economy. Those are the things that Floridians care about. And so that's why Trump's going to win. And by the way, the Democrats didn't have a grassroots effort. They didn't have a great grassroots effort down here. This whole race.
And Senator, that's your view of Florida. What about the other Sun Belt states? Is Florida a one-off, or do you see a similar trend potentially in some of those other states?
Well, I don't follow them as well. I've been really focused on making sure we keep a Republican Senate. So I hope that David Perdue can win tonight, and then hope we have a good runoff for the second seat in Georgia. I think Lindsey Graham's going to have a big win. I think there's a good chance that Tom Tillis can win now. I think we're going to have a good night for Republican senators because, again, we've got great candidates and we're on the right side of the issues for the Americans.
Are there any counties that surprised you tonight, Senator Scott? Anything where you thought that the president would do better or that Joe Biden would do better other than Miami-Dade, which we just discussed?
Well, I think if you look at the numbers, we don't have the final numbers for Pinellas and Hillsborough. I think Joe Biden did a little bit better there than a lot of people thought. I think the big thing is probably Pinellas and Hillsborough, where Biden did a little bit better, it appears, than people thought. But he did so much worse in Miami that it's hard to come back from what happened to him in Miami. It's really the key to how I won my races. Is you got to get the Hispanic vote out, and you got to get the Hispanic vote out for you, and that's what President Trump did. I put up an ad to try to help President Trump get the vote out, and today, you saw Republicans came out significantly for him. And so it's just, big turnout. And it was in this case, I think it's going to be a big night for Donald Trump in Florida.
All right. Well, Senator Scott, thanks so much for talking to us. Good to have you on.
Thank you, sir.
Nice seeing you.
Honestly, there's not anybody who is more aware of how you win Florida in a tight race. This, Rick Scott, 3 races in the last decade, decided by percentage.
Let me just pause a second and note that we have this Senate call from Kentucky. Mitch McConnell, the incumbent, will hold on against Amy McGrath.
All right, and we'll also have another call from West Virginia. President Trump will take as expected.
All right, we will take a break and be back with more of NBC's Decision 2020 election night coverage.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Oh, it's all good.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Back to NBC News 2020 election coverage. We have got another call that's in the state of Connecticut, and when NBC News projects Joe Biden as the winner in Connecticut, not a big surprise there.
The votes are rolling in. We're looking at Ohio now. It was a battleground for years and years, but it wasn't in 2016. Trump took it by 8, I believe.
Trump took it by 8 points.
Exit polls that are interesting in terms of demographics.
Are. I mean, look, I know people are watching the raw returns come in, and the governor, Mike DeWine, said, hey, the Democratic numbers will be high early, Republican numbers come in, but he thought it was going to be close. The exit polls indicate that. And look at the suburban and urban and rural splits here. You know, Trump's vote in 2016, he did, you know, it was sort of 38% of it was from the urban area. What we've seen, while he's increased his margin, he's increased his vote share in rural counties in Ohio, he's decreased his share in suburban and in urban. So the question is, again, everything is a margin game here. Now, if you're Joe Biden, you'd rather trade suburban votes for rural votes, suburban counties for rural counties. There's just more raw vote there. The question is if it's enough. We've seen some suburban white vote has dipped 7 points from 4 years ago, and Hillary Clinton lost it by 8. Ohio's going to be close.
All right, Andrew told us to watch those suburban women, and so we will. But we got to take a brief pause in the action now. More election night results to come. You're watching Decision 2020 on NBC. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has
I find
been an
CBS
American
Sims
way of
map
death
to be
across centuries. After seeing the most
an
comprehensive
interesting
police
one.
reform
They tend to
bill
call
ever
things a lot
introduced in
later.
Congress, I've begun to wonder
So that's interesting.
if now is the time.
Obviously, Google is live, up to date, constantly changing every half second.
Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
They did last time.
So ready to go to work.
Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. That blue wall, as they say.
Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my six-part podcast, Kamala.
Yep,
Next in Line.
exactly.
New
And that had a
episodes
lot.
every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real
No.
close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss
Well, and that's
needed
just
help
it.
battling
There was a lot of,
coronavirus. You're not
exactly,
getting
there was just a lot of everything in 2016 that just made it completely unpredictable. And now people have voted,
As opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC
this is interesting to me.
Daily,
This is so interesting. The heart of America, Kansas, right? You can't get much more American than in Kansas, they say.
that matter most. Check out the
10-point lead.
at
It's not like it's a
MSNBC.com.
big electoral vote count, but
NBC News Now.
10-point lead for Biden. Who'd have thought? Kansas is one of those jewel red states, those ruby red states as they call them, where it's you just, like I said, most elections you just mark from Texas up to North Dakota. You just go straight up the map right there, whoop, and you just go straight ruby red, right up the center of the country. And Texas seems leaning. It seems like it's riding with Biden at this point. And Kansas it's crazy. 32% of the vote is counted in Kansas. And you got the Kansas City, Topeka area. That is just really going for Biden. And it is so much so that it makes it almost impossible to call right now. But it is heavily leaning Biden. And that's crazy to me, to even think that it could potentially flip. It certainly hasn't happened in our lifetimes. Except I believe... Hold on a second, let me see this.
Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. Election night 2020. Let's show you where things stand now. Too close to call in Florida.
Yeah.
You can see the numbers right
Clinton
there.
didn't even win Kansas.
Also,
He won his home
too
state of
early
Arkansas.
to call in North Carolina.
Polls have closed in Ohio. It is too early to call. We've seen some interesting exit polls so far. Pennsylvania, that's going to take a long time. It is far too early to call that one. And in Georgia, this is a race that Democrats are pinning their hopes on, hoping to turn that red state blue
Arkansas.
this year, but it's
Polls
too
closing.
early to call.
South Carolina, it is too early to call. And in Virginia, the presidential race too early, but Biden still hanging on to a lead there. Go to Andrea Mitchell right now. Andrea.
Well, one of the important factors that Joe Biden was counting on was reaching out to seniors, having a big advantage with seniors on the coronavirus. But interestingly, in the exit polls, it shows that the economy was a more important issue than the coronavirus, and that Donald Trump was given better marks for handling the economy than Joe Biden. So still, the economy was the most important factor, which is seniors, which may be surprising, may be very important in Florida, also in Pennsylvania, which has a lot of senior citizens.
Yeah, that could be a telltale
It all
exit
matters.
poll for sure. Here we are. Saying Arkansas is up. Too early to call. The poll just closed there. And our map to 270. Let's throw it up there as we turn to Chuck. You see where it stands, Biden with the lead, but boy, it's early in the night. What do you got your eye on?
Well, look, let me just run through all of the big states we care about. Not much in Pennsylvania's in, but you want to see what little bit is trickling in. And here, this is what I'm always curious about. We all are. Okay, our orange and our yellow. Boy, I can barely see it there. You know what that means? We got a long way to go in Pennsylvania. So let's, there's a lot of work to do in Pennsylvania. But let me take you over to next door, Ohio here. We told you before the break that there was some evidence in the exit poll. There's no doubt Biden is improving. Governor Mike DeWine said to me today on air, hey, essentially the first half of the vote should be Dem leaning. The second half should be R leaning. Look, I like to mess around with the Eries. We got Erie County. Erie County is going to be important in Pennsylvania, and Erie County could be telling here too. Right now, and it's only half the vote in, you see that Joe Biden is winning it. But you can see why I care about Erie County. When Obama carried Ohio, he carried Erie County. When Trump carried Ohio, he carried Erie County. So look, along the lake here,
22% of Georgia counted so far.
This is where Trump cleaned up.
According to
this
CBS.
is where Biden has to improve. Halfway through.
But it is going their projection map, and if it does, if it goes their projection map, 53.5% of the vote swings Biden, 47% of the vote swings Trump. Biden wins the state.
I was talking about margins. Biden had a bad day.
And it looks like it's going their projection map. Now that's a projection map. Who knows?
In Raleigh and in the triangle here in Wake County. Let me show you something here.
Projection maps are always
interesting. 82% in, 65-33. Let me show you Wake County over the last 3 cycles. As you can see here, Joe Biden, Wake County, this is Research Triangle. You guys know this. This is,
Now, in my map, I actually gave Michigan to Trump.
Suburban voters here. And as you can see, this is a case.
Yeah, I did. I gave him Michigan. Actually, I only have a couple of states where I can't really think of where it would go. In North Carolina, Pennsylvania. Those are my toss-ups.
Of Trump here. And as you can see, Clinton only got 100,000 advantage there. So already big margins there. By the way, the story is the same in Mecklenburg here, which is Charlotte. I'll show you, as you can see here, he's just already overperforming big time Clinton and Obama. So when you look at what's going on in North Carolina, again.
Show us a red county, because you're telling us this election is going to come down county by county.
That's
Who
right.
runs up the score in
well,
their
look,
county?
and I always like to spend time out here in these more rural counties. These are big Trump counties, so we can see, is he hitting his numbers here, right? Biden, 3 points better. Okay, I'm going to go here, Henderson County. Again, rural county. Again, this is Biden, 8 points better, 78% in. Keep going down over here in this part of North Carolina, Rutherford County, another one. Biden improving by 3 points. This is the story across the board.
That's exactly what
and
I
again,
thought.
I do
Biden had to carry Cleveland by a much higher percentage than Clinton
Look at this.
did.
I
And
worried
Metro
that my board
Cleveland,
wasn't going to
especially,
let
not
me
just
write
suburban.
all the way down here in the
He's
edge.
got suburban
Anyway,
Cleveland
that didn't
pretty
work
well.
out very well. But I swear to God, there's a 2% number here. I mean, it is amazing here that you're seeing that.
And he's carrying a lot of that. Toledo, Dayton, Columbus, Cleveland, Cincinnati, all those areas I said he would, he did. The area surrounding Pittsburgh area, he's also carrying on the Ohio side.
No, we
this
don't.
This is head-to-head, and it's a whole different
Let's just take a look at Florida and check back in. And as you can see,
that could be telling on what's happening in the Pittsburgh kind of area.
This is not looking like. Yes, there's.
That part of Ohio that borders Pennsylvania, Biden is carrying that as well. That could tell you how Pennsylvania is swinging. Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Allentown, those areas are definitely ones to watch.
Biden's got to win a lot of those million votes to make up a 226,000 vote deficit here. Florida is looking a little red tonight.
All right.
Let's bring in Kate Snow and talk a little bit. Go back to Pennsylvania if we can right now. Kate, you've spent a lot of time there. This is a place that we saw a lot of Obama voters break for Trump last time around. And then some second thoughts from some of those voters. You tapped into it. I tapped into it in my visit there last week. Describe the dynamics at play in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so I was in Western Pennsylvania, which I think is important to note right off, Lester, because Pennsylvania is a complicated state. It's not all one kind of voter. Where I was over by Pittsburgh, I was in Beaver County, which is northwest of Pittsburgh, right along the county borders the Ohio border, and it has the Ohio River running right through it. That was steel country. That was a place where people had union jobs. They worked in the steel mills up until the 70s and into the 80s when those steel mills started going away. And what I found there is a lot of voters who said, look, I was a Democrat by tradition. My parents were Democrats. My grandparents were Democrats. But in recent years, those Democrats, even if they're still registered Democrat, have really swung. The county went for President Trump back in 2016 by 19 points. This was a place where people really were drawn in by President Trump's message. So even if they're nominally Democrats, they're now voting for President Trump. So what we were looking at is, are they still going to be with President Trump, and what kind of numbers in Beaver County this time around? And I think what's interesting is I met a lot of people who said, yeah, we're still with him. I met a couple named Randy and Kathy who, again, used to be diehard Democrats, and now they're really into Trump. They've already, they had the big sign in their yard. But then I also talked to a woman named Marion Wise who voted for Trump. She said she never actually thought he'd win in 2016, but she was attracted to his message of drain the swamp. And now she's completely disenchanted with him. She's just over President Trump and not going to go there. So I think that's going to be a big question, is those red counties, those counties that we think are going to go red for President Trump in Pennsylvania, particularly in the West, perhaps also in the Northeast. There are a lot of rural areas of Pennsylvania. What are they going to do on this election night? Is it going to look like what you're seeing in Florida, where red counties get even more red?
Kate Snow, thank you, Kate.
All right, the economy, the big issue Andrew just mentioned, showing up in the exit poll. Senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle with us. What are you watching? What are you seeing tonight, Stephanie?
Savannah, we know that people vote based on what affects them, not offends them, and that absolutely means money. Back in February, President Trump thought he'd be running and winning on the economy as his top issue. COVID changed that. And while normally Republicans do very well on economic issues, we've seen Joe Biden start chipping away at the president's lead on the economy because we don't have a national plan to address COVID. And until we address the health crisis, we're still going to be in this financial crisis. Just think about it, Savannah. While a portion of the country is doing well economically, our recovery has been like a K for people who can work from home, who can afford to buy homes or cars while interest rates are so low, or people who are invested in the markets. But for millions of others, they're out of work, and if they're out of work, they're at risk of being without health care. We've got a lot of small businesses at risk. We've got a divided economy at maybe the most crucial time of the year.
All right. Thank you very much, Stephanie. We want to turn now to former counselor to the president and manager of his 2016 campaign, Kellyanne Conway. Kellyanne, we've been talking about Florida. It seems to be trending in the right direction for your candidate, President Trump. Are you exhaling yet?
No, we know we've got a long way to go. Even in 2016, Savannah, we waited until 2:30 for Secretary Clinton to call and concede. These things can go late into the night, but we do. Obviously, it's an important electoral percent of Miami-Dade roughly is Hispanic, and we see that Vice President Biden has underperformed there, but we also are looking at some of the exit polls among Hispanics elsewhere. So in Florida, plus 27 for Hillary Clinton, plus 8 for Joe Biden. In Georgia, plus 40 for Hillary Clinton, plus 25 for Joe Biden. Ohio, among Hispanics, plus 41 for Hillary Clinton, now plus 24 for Joe Biden. So I think that the box that people try to put some of us in based on our gender, our race, our ethnicity, our age, is really being tossed on its head in this election. Hispanics care about far more than immigration. That is important, but they also care about many other issues. Seniors care more about than just health care, perhaps for Medicare. They certainly care about that, but it's plus. And women care more than just about abortion. I think voters are telling us all, reminding us all, that we throw into our voter cauldron many different issues, ideas, images, and individuals, and we stir it up, and then we make our choice. The Trump campaign very much likes what they see in the day of voting, because we know that the Democrats did a fantastic job banking that early, really first day of early voting. In fact, in places like North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Michigan, they had huge gains in the first day. If you wanted to vote against Donald Trump for the last 4 years, you were ready. You stood in line for hours, and you did it. But you can vote early. You can't vote often. You can only vote against him one time, and we're counting on the people who turned out to the rallies and even those who didn't want to put signs in the yard, stickers on the bumper, to turn out today. But we're patient people. We'll see this through the night or through the week if we need to. And I think just like Chuck Todd was going over, we're looking at some counties as well to see 2016, 2020 performance, but also looking at some surprises. Sometimes voters repeat history and sometimes they make history.
Hey, Kellyanne, I'm curious, are you comfortable, considering that some of the exit poll numbers you've seen in the prioritizing of the virus versus the economy, and how that looked in certain battleground states. First of all, you don't have a Miami-Dade in a lot of these other battleground states. That's a unique unicorn you guys created, and I think you guys deserve a ton of credit. This is a 4-year project, so kudos to you and that organization. That is an impressive feat. But I am curious, are you comfortable closing the way the president did on the virus, given what you've seen in the exits in a lot of these other states that where a majority of the voters appear to be on the other side of virus versus the economy?
I've always thought the president should go back in time, Chuck, and really talk more about all that was accomplished. He talks about China and European travel being shut down early and how that saved lives. But, you know, we were in lockdown at the White House for quite a while. He couldn't go to Mar-a-Lago, Bedminster, rallies, foreign travel, nothing. No visits to states. There was nothing. And what were we doing? 7 days a week in that task force. My seat was right behind Drs. Birx and Fauci. Actually, I learned a great deal from both of them. And the president signed into law $1 trillion worth in the CARES Act, PPP to help save these small businesses and save American jobs, PPE, billions of masks and gloves and gowns, and of course ventilators, thankfully, for anybody who needed it. So I've always been urging, go back in time and recognize that we women are the chief healthcare officers of our households. We control about 2 out of every 3 healthcare dollars spent in this country. And even if you, as a female voter, say, I'm not particularly worried about me or someone in my household, God forbid, contracting or dying from COVID, I'm worried about other people. I'm not just a direct stakeholder, I'm a shareholder for other people in my life. I'm worried about Aunt Edna in the nursing home. I'm worried about Grandma who we haven't been able to visit. I'm worried about my kids' school reopening too quickly. And I've been a very loud voice about healthcare being a very important issue to women. And I think that going back in time and taking more credit and reminding people all that we did came together. Do you remember, Chuck, in March, the president had a 62% approval rating for handling of COVID? And I remember telling him in the Oval Office, you've never had a 62% approval rating on anything, including the economy, and you've presided over a dynamic economy. I think at that time, the country really was rallying around the flag and saying, let's all come together and watch the mobilization. Now, I think the president's done a great job reminding Americans of the facts that the vaccine development under Operation Warp Speed is tremendous. As Director Collins says at NIH, he's never seen anything come together so swiftly for the government and the private sector. In less time, Chuck, than it takes to have a baby, we've developed a vaccine. We've got 3 or 4 in the final phases. That's great news for everyone. That will help the therapeutics mitigate the virus. The vaccine will eradicate the virus.
All right, Kellyanne.
And hopefully that will come sometime by the end of the year or early next year.
Kellyanne Conway, thank you so much for being with us. I want to get some thoughts from Casey Hunt.
Well, at this hour, Lester, as I'm continuing to talk to sources across the country who are watching numbers in these key states, at Florida, I would say you were just talking a little bit about some of the reasons why Florida seems to be trending for President Trump. But Democrats I'm talking to are essentially saying that they're at the point where they're basically ready to write it off for Joe Biden. And they're starting to talk about the numbers in the suburbs, and they're pointing to Chuck Todd's mother's county, Seminole County, in the suburbs of Orlando, as a place to look to try and see if those kinds of trends are going to be replicated in other suburbs in Atlanta, for example, in Georgia or in Phoenix. So I think the way this conversation is changing tells you that they realize that they're potentially having a tough night here in Florida. There's also a couple House races in Florida where we may see some surprises, particularly Congresswoman Donna Shalala, who's a Democrat down in the Miami-Dade area, who may actually be on track to lose her race. And the House, remember, every member of Congress is up for re-election, and we have been anticipating that Democrats were likely to win seats in the House, potentially in the single digits. They would have considered double digits to be a good night, but that Shalala race potentially a warning sign for them.
All right, Casey, thank you very much. If you had Chuck Todd's mom in your drinking game, you're having a good night so far. We're going to be back in a moment. More Decision 2020 election night coverage in just a moment. A live look, Senator Mitch McConnell delivering his victory speech. He's headed back to the Senate. Will he be majority leader or minority leader? Only this night, and the voters of the United States will tell. We'll be watching back in a moment.
31 years, Americans have dominated one challenge after.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus. You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. At top of the hour, we're going to have a lot more poll closings, but let's talk about Pennsylvania. Something tells me Andrea Mitchell will be talking about it all night long and then some.
And then for several days. One of the really important things about Pennsylvania is that Hillary Clinton only won the suburban counties, the 4 big suburban counties outside of Philadelphia by 180,000 votes. That was not nearly enough to offset Donald Trump's big strength out west, where Casey Hunt was talking about, Kate Snow was talking about, and the rural vote, the steel workers, the energy industry. In any case, what they now think is that the suburban collar counties around Philadelphia will produce a 300,000 vote edge. That's what they really need to do for Joe Biden, and that's what they're looking at. The other thing was that it was 70-30 in those rural western Pennsylvania areas.
70-30 for Trump
over Clinton.
Yes.
They think that Joe Biden, coming from Scranton, being a working-class union guy, can shave that to 64-36, something of that nature. The other surprising thing is that, contrary to what the Biden people had expected, we're seeing in the exit polls that nationally, seniors are going marginally for Trump over Biden. People had thought that that would be a strong Biden vote. Seniors worried about health care, worried about COVID. But so far, it's 51-48, something like that.
So seniors did not abandon Trump over the coronavirus, but we'll see what happens in the suburbs, as you say.
Let's take a look at North Carolina. A fair amount of the votes in there, Chuck.
No, a lot of the votes in. Biden's holding a lead here. As you can see, he's got a 219,000 vote lead. I want to show you something here just so you can see how much vote is left. So he's got about a 200,000 vote lead. We think there's about 1.8 million vote still left to come in. And you see gray counties, for what, in case you're wondering when you see this, it means we have no vote in them yet. If it's gray. So it's stuff like this. Let me just quickly show you something here, just to show you already Joe Biden's vote total here, 2.149, okay, with 70% in. Let me just show you Hillary Clinton. When all the votes were counted, it was 2.189. First of all, you could see turnout is way up, but you could see Democratic turnout in particular. And the story is right now in these suburban counties. I showed you Mecklenburg here. Right now, he's got a nearly 200,000 vote lead out of there. Hillary Clinton didn't get but 140,000 out of it. And you can see here, he's even outperforming. Let me go to 08 Obama, because 08 Obama carried North Carolina. And as you can see, he got 100,000 out of Mecklenburg. He could get 200,000. That's how you win the state of North Carolina, guys.
All right. Thank you, Chuck. Joining us now, Jose Diaz-Balart. He's in Florida. He's the anchor of Weekend Nightly News and Noticias Telemundo. And Jose, the Florida story really focuses on the Latino vote and a massive get out the vote and persuasion operation dedicated to South Florida, a place you know well.
I do indeed. Good evening. And it's going to be the story if indeed Donald Trump ends up winning the state of Florida. It could have a lot to do with specifically South Florida and the Latino vote in South Florida, specifically Cuban-American voters, Venezuelan-American voters, Nicaraguan-American voters, and some Colombian-American voters that for the last 3 years, Donald Trump has been working very consistently, insistently, and also there's been a very strong push for the last months that Democrats are socialist, and that attack went unanswered for a long time. Maybe that will have some impact on how Florida ends up. We'll wait and see.
All right, Jose, my friend, thank you, sir. Much more to come on this election night. We'll be right back.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Well, we're pushing on toward the 9 o'clock Eastern hour, and there will be a lot of closings coming up at 9 o'clock. Let's walk you through them. Battlegrounds, including Arizona, Michigan, Minnesota, Texas, and Wisconsin.
And the fact that we're calling Texas something of a battleground this year shows you what an extraordinary year it is. In just a few moments, we will have those poll closings. We are starting to fill out our map already. Some surprises. And one thing that is not surprising, Florida was tight, but so far it is trending in the president's direction. A must win for him tonight.
And as we wait that next big round of poll closings at the top of the hour, we'll pause here briefly. You are watching Decision 2020 on NBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus. You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
All right, we're about to pick up a little momentum on the evening. At the top of the hour, about a minute away, 14 states with a combined total of 156 electoral votes about to close, including 5 battleground states, Arizona, Michigan, Minnesota, Texas, and Wisconsin. These are all very important states we've been watching and potential paths to victory for both candidates.
And let's look at some of the results we do have in Florida. Is counting votes fast. It's too close to call there. Pennsylvania, too early to call.
In Georgia, it's too early to call. Also, North Carolina, too early. And Ohio, too early.
And let's look at Ohio. It is too early to call there, too. And for folks wondering, yes, we had early voting either in person or by mail 90%. Like we've never seen before. 100 million people voted before Election Day. And if you are wondering, yes, we've taken that into account when we give you that expected vote number. It includes the estimated early vote as well as the day of vote. And we're awaiting those 9 o'clock poll closings. Texas and Arizona, big Latino populations, but a a different kind than what we've been talking about in Florida. Andrea, hold that thought because we do want to mention, here we go, Texas, too early to call at this hour.
Sorry, had to make bread.
In Arizona,
and
it
soup.
is also too early to call, as you might expect.
Michigan,
wow.
too early to call.
I gotta turn that
Got
down.
some results in from Minnesota.
Okay.
Not many, actually. Too early to call there. Wisconsin, it's going to be a long one. And in New York, Biden will pull that one out and not shock anyone.
Colorado, too early, but Biden
New Mexico,
has the
likely for
lead.
Biden.
Kansas, too early. And Louisiana, too early. Biden, though, with the lead.
All right, and let's look at Nebraska. Too early to call there. We're keeping an eye on that one particular congressional district that can be quite competitive. In New Mexico, it is too early to call.
Kansas.
In North Dakota, too early to call, but the president is leading.
Same story in South Dakota.
Whoa, I did not have Maine going for Trump.
And Wyoming, it's too early to call.
Excuse me, Maine, what are you doing?
So let's put up our map of 270 and let's see how it shakes out at 9 o'clock Eastern time, 6 o'clock Pacific, and there you have it. Numbers don't quite tell the story. We're going to have to wait for all the votes to be counted. Andrea, we were talking about Texas and Arizona. Now the polls have closed. They'll start counting the votes. The Latino vote, incredibly important there.
Incredibly important. And as Chuck was saying, Miami-Dade, Florida, the Cuban-American community is a unicorn. But it's a very different kind of Latino vote in Arizona and in Texas. In Texas, Latinos going by plus 19 for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. In Arizona, Latinos going plus 30 for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. Obviously, a different composition. Only plus 8 for Joe Biden over Donald Trump in Florida. So that shows you the disparity, where you've got different group of Latino vote in Arizona. Out west, you have more Mexican Americans, more from other parts of South America, less of the, obviously, very few of the Cuban Americans, and you have very different ideology and different voting.
The Latino vote's going to be big in Arizona and Texas, as is the suburban vote. Exactly. But there's obviously big swaths of rural parts of those states that tend to be Trump country.
It is. And Texas is going to be, by the way, we already have a lot of vote in because they do a lot of early voting, but they're going to be in there. But I want to take us to Ohio. Because Ohio, believe it or not, has been sitting there. Again, we're still waiting for somebody to win a road game, right? We have yet to have a flip. But as you can see, we got 53% of the vote in. Biden's holding about a 266,000 vote advantage here. And just so you show, we still got a ton of vote, right? Nearly 3 million votes are left to count. As you can see here, the breakouts, just so you can see, 1.3 of the early absentee has been counted. Mike DeWine basically said half the vote was early and half the vote was expected today. Governor of Ohio, on Election Day. So, but let me just tell you, one of the other things we have, if he's going to win Ohio, if Joe Biden's going to make a comeback in Ohio, he's going to have to flip a whole bunch of what we call the Obama-Trump counties. All of these counties here right now, and what you see in the red, if they're red, they're still trending Trump, and if they're blue, they're trending Biden. So we can see here, Wood County, a small county here, this is right now, but you can see Trump narrowly carried it, but he carried it by 8 points because ton of third-party vote here. Ton of third-party vote in Ohio did really well. Johnson did much better there, but as you can see,
my nephew decided to up and leave Oregon
hasn't caught his number there,
and go to Colorado, and he left his dogs in his house and then called me and was like, oh, shit. So, by the way, I didn't ask if you could watch the dogs, but I'm assuming you can?
Particularly in Ohio, because the only path for Biden to somehow pull the Ohio upset is if he's going to take most of these counties that Trump carried and flips most of them, if not all of them, back to blue.
But polls have had the president pretty far ahead in Ohio.
Well, all this year, it's been interesting. He's been ahead, but the margins have been smaller. It's been a little bit of older voters, and there is a bit of Joe Biden. It plays a little bit better in Ohio than maybe any other Democrat that had run for president during this primary.
It's usually a lot more red than this. Because that's just not where the population is. So that's not where the Electoral College votes are. You know, it goes by representative counts and things like that. And these just don't have a lot of representatives. They don't have a lot of electoral votes, although it's a large margin.
Kristen, what's the talk there as Florida starts to
currently,
slip
at least
out of their hands?
since the 60s, Republicans have been able to carry in modern history. Republicans have been able to carry rural counties, which have helped them in states that are largely rural-based. The simple fact that Colorado, Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, there's this huge blue wall right here. New Mexico, Texas, could go Biden.
North Carolina. I put that
It's an
question to a
insane
campaign
wall.
official who said not a whole lot. Look, they think
I mean,
that the
Utah.
electorate is
I mean,
unique
you could
in
even be
Florida for all
talking
of the
Utah
reasons
for
that
Biden.
you've been
That's
talking
insane
about,
too.
particularly in the Miami-Dade area. They think that the president's attacks trying to
That is
characterize
nowhere on my
Joe
map.
Biden is socialist stuck. Obviously,
I'm
that's
going
a
to change
characterization
my map now
that he would reject outright.
to reflect what we're
but
seeing.
one top Democrat telling me they still feel very solid about their chances in Georgia and North Carolina.
I still have
Now,
Michigan
what
going
if they
for
don't
Trump,
win
though?
either state? Well,
Personally.
officials tell me that is okay because Joe Biden still has a path to 270 without winning those two states. He would need to win Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. And so that is why you have Joe Biden visiting Pennsylvania 14 times, more than any other battleground
90%
state since he won the
reported.
nomination. That's why he was
Wow.
there again today in Scranton,
He's
in
doing
Philadelphia,
quite well in
really
Florida
trying
somehow.
to drive up the
Interesting.
vote in Philadelphia,
Still.
in the suburbs. Of course, that part of the Obama coalition that did not turn out in force in 2016. He needs it if he's going to pull out a victory in the all-important state of Pennsylvania. Savannah and Lester.
All right, let's bring in Hallie Jackson right now at the White House. Hallie?
So we've been talking about Ohio. Chuck just had that up on the big board there. That's a really interesting state because the Trump campaign, folks that I've been talking to throughout the day and into the evening here, had been feeling confident about the way that that was going to go based on some of the polling that Savannah mentioned. They've been seeing something similar internally. That was actually one of the battleground states that they felt most confident about, along with Florida. So that is one that we're watching very closely, given what Chuck is referencing and the way that, again, with still very early in the night, still a lot of vote to come in, but with what we're seeing in some parts of Ohio and what we're looking for there. You've also got the state, as Kristen was talking about with the Biden campaign, of Pennsylvania. That is actually the place where President Trump campaigned more than anywhere else. And I can tell you that there are some counties that the Trump team is looking at tonight. So Dauphin County, for example, that's kind of in the central eastern part of the state near Harrisburg. You've got some of those collar counties right around Philadelphia, Bucks County, Chester County, Montgomery County. They're looking at Erie County, for example, in the western part of the state, a more sort of rural area, an area where the president feels confident. He has spent so much time in that state because it is critically important. Another state the president has spent a lot of time in is North Carolina. I was just there yesterday, actually, in Fayetteville, and I can tell you that folks in President Trump's orbit are looking specifically at some of those. If we could go back to that big board, when we do, those counties still in gray, right around Raleigh, Durham, right? Because that is going to be really important. You can see them there, still in white here. Joe Biden needs to do well there. They're wondering what the margins are going to be. A lot of eyes on North Carolina here. And then the other state that I'll mention is Georgia, too, looking at what the president's performance will be. That is a state that, again, is sort of on the cautiously optimistic to optimistic bubble for Team Trump based on our latest reporting.
All right, Hallie, thank you. And joining us now, NBC News contributor Hugh Hewitt, host of the Hugh Hewitt Show on the Salem Radio Network, a Trump supporter, and Maria Teresa Kumar, president and CEO of Voto Latino, a Biden supporter. Welcome to both of you. Let me talk to you, Maria Teresa, how you feel about what has happened in Florida. We haven't called it, but of course the president is said to be leading, and the results in Miami-Dade disappointing for Joe Biden, in particular among Latino votes.
So, first of all, everybody knew that Florida was going to be the problem child. It's a very close call. As Andrea was mentioning earlier, that the Latino vote is not monolith. But for folks watching really closely, the other states that are up for grabs are Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, and Arizona. 4 of those states, and this is what really differentiates the Latino vote in Florida compared to the other ones, is that all of them had local legislation that had show me your paper anti-immigrant laws. That was a political awakening moment for the Latino community roughly about 6-7 years ago. And you see a whole slate of candidates that have not only run for office, but are quite competitive. You see that in Texas, you see that in North Carolina, you see that in Georgia, and absolutely in Arizona. And you also see an aging in of the Latino population. For example, in Texas, you have 25% of Latino youth unregistered voters are in Texas, and they're outperforming. 33% of the people in the Latino community that sat it out last time, Savannah, are voting again. So you see a huge surge in these populations where in these states where there has been a lot of friction and a lot of anti-immigrant policies. Florida is simply, that's not the case. They don't have those really diminishing, difficult pieces of legislation that racially profile the Latino community.
All right, Hugh, let me bring in here. Talk about North Carolina. What do you see there that may worry you or may encourage you?
The good news out of North Carolina is that it's more solidly Tom Tillis than I had expected it to be at this hour. In fact, the Senate everywhere is looking very good for Republicans. John James, I believe, is running ahead of President Trump in Michigan. The early numbers on David Perdue look very good vis-a-vis John Ossoff.
Only 40% of Latinos voted in Texas in 2016, but this year already they are up 25% from that.
And so,
which is just weird.
As good as I feel about the president right now and the Senate, I go back to Ohio, which Chuck was looking at, my hometown of Trumbull County.
That's very interesting to me.
Is first went for the President Trump in 2016 for the first time for a Democrat since Richard Nixon in 1972.
Yeah, it is.
Can he hang on there? And the big difference in Ohio that I know, Chuck.
No, well, Texas will be mostly red.
Rob Portman is not on the ballot this time, providing an additional kind of ground
I know.
game and strength.
Joe has 119. Trump has
Republicans in Ohio
92.
is not on the ballot. He helped get the president over the line 4 years ago. So I'm watching that with great concern. But I am very cheered by the Florida numbers. There are some people who are.
Oh my gosh.
NBC has not called Florida, but some people have called Florida for President Trump. And so I'm very cheered that that's an early call. And I extrapolate that out to a few congressional districts in California where that voter who left a socialist country, that's how I'm characterizing it. That would include Venezuelans, that would include Nicaraguans, that would include people, of course, from Cuba. I think that vote, as Maria was talking about, is one that we've got to keep an eye on in the California congressional district that will matter. Right now, I'm pretty happy, with the exception of I would love to see Ohio get some more red votes pretty quickly.
All right, Hugh and Maria, thanks to both of you.
There we go.
Thank you. All right, let's bring in Casey Hannan. Have you got some reporting on North Carolina, which we're watching closely, Texas as well?
That's right, Savannah. As I've been talking to sources on both sides of the aisle, I mean, one of the places that I try to look is to find agreement in terms of what we're seeing. And both sides of the aisle do seem to be in agreement that Tom Tillis, who's running for Senate in North Carolina, seems to be performing better, certainly than many of my sources expected he might. And I will say both Democratic and Republican sources who were pretty concerned about Tillis, if you were a Republican, and whether he was going to be able to hang on. And
so we
that,
have
of course, raises questions
Wyoming,
about where things stand in the presidential race, which
South Dakota,
my
North
sources
Dakota,
are also saying is
Trump.
very,
We knew
very
that,
close.
even though 0% is voted in Wyoming.
My Democratic sources are less optimistic about it than they were just an hour or so ago.
According
and
to this
that's
map,
a trend that's
who knows if
holding
that's actually
across
accurate
the Sun Belt.
Clearly,
Texas
it's
as
enough
well.
that they
There was a chance
decided
that
to call
Democrats
it.
were perhaps going to take back the Texas State House.
Wyoming?
Incredible repercussions as we head into
Wow.
a season of redistricting.
Oh, well,
They're
it's only 1%.
not optimistic
That's
that
gonna
that's
flip
something
soon.
that they're going to be able to pull off. We still have a lot of data out there. There's also questions about Georgia. Senator
Wisconsin
David Perdue,
could be
Republican,
leaning
who
Trump,
also
but
potentially,
who
we
knows?
talked about, was
Not very
in
much
danger
is
from a
voted there.
challenger.
Minnesota, we
Some
knew
of
would
the
lean Biden.
conversations heading into
Most
the
likely
night
will
were,
go Biden.
Would David
We'll see what
Purdue's
Iowa
opponent
does.
get 50%? Increasingly, it's now looking like Purdue may be in much better shape.
This is an interesting map. If Trump, if Biden could win Kansas and Missouri,
Georgia, although my sources are also saying that
along
there
with
just seem to be a fair number of ticket
Iowa
splitters, people that are
or
voting
something
for
like
Joe
that,
Biden,
this is
who are
insane.
also
I've
voting
never.
for
I mean,
David Perdue. So that underscores this trend that perhaps
let's see here.
people are voting for Republican senators, but are willing to take a look at Joe Biden, Savannah.
All right, Casey, thank you. And let's look at some of the Senate races at this hour. There's a hot race going in Arizona between Mark Kelly, the former astronaut, and
Clinton did not
Martha
win
McSally, the incumbent
Kansas.
there. We are
Now Clinton won
Arizona does almost
Iowa, Minnesota, Missouri, Louisiana, and Arkansas. His home state of Arkansas. That was interesting.
Is widely expected to potentially lose his seat tonight, and sure enough, former Governor John Hickenlooper is leading in that race.
All right, let's look at Kansas Senate. Too early in that race.
Mr. Obama lost Missouri, but won Iowa and Minnesota. Yeah, so if Biden can flip those key states again and create that blue wall up there around the lakes all the way to Iowa,
New Mexico too early.
You know, this could be.
Texas.
well, gaining Missouri, Kansas,
will hold on to his seat.
Arizona.
Trump has Indiana.
Let's look at South Dakota. We are projecting that Mike Rounds, the senator, the incumbent,
Yeah.
will go back to Congress. And here's how it's shaking out at this hour.
He's somehow able. Trump still has able. That's actually quite heavily Trump. Yeah, Indiana's quite heavily Trump. But this also points at the fact of his one tactic to break the blue wall. One of his greatest assets, his vice president, Mike Pence, former governor of Indiana.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
So clearly, you know, Pence campaigning and getting his boots on the ground there was key and essential for their victory. And, you know, that's just what that is. The simple fact that Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan aren't leaning for Biden right now still stands that, you know, Trump has a lot of support from the
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
Factory workers in those areas, you know, primarily the blue collar workers, as we can see.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore.
Yeah, if Biden can carve up the middle here like that and just bridge from east to west on this would be crazy. You know, you'd have an island of Trump supporters and an island of Trump supporters, and then Biden and Biden and Biden and Biden.
You're their friend. Saved my life.
Sure,
That there are people
incredibly weird.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily.
A weird map. Just a very weird map.
Trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Yeah, that would be a very weird map indeed. Wow. As I'm filling in my map, I just...
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to...
They say Pennsylvania's going to take a few days to figure out.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. We've got a couple of new calls to make in the presidential race in Colorado. Biden is the projected winner. South Dakota, Trump, the projected winner.
Okay, so if you're keeping track at home, that's one apiece. Let's bring Garrett Haken. He's in Houston, Texas. Texas saw just an enormous outpouring of early vote. Garrett, what are we seeing now as the results are starting to come in?
Savannah, as those early votes are getting counted in the big cities, you're seeing Joe Biden build a bit of a firewall here in Harris County, in Dallas County, in Tarrant County. That's the Fort Worth area. That particular county is essentially tied, but big leads for Biden in Dallas County and Harris County, but perhaps not big enough. He's outperforming Hillary Clinton's margins in the state from 2016 significantly, but he's about on par with where Beto O'Rourke was in 2018 in a race that O'Rourke ended up losing by about 2.5 4.5 points. The other sign of concern for Democrats in the state, the Rio Grande Valley, traditionally Hispanic counties, places like McAllen, Texas, appear to be underperforming for Biden as to where Clinton was 4 years ago.
Florida's not looking good for Biden
was always going to be
However,
the score in a major way in Harris County. Now with just the early
who's
votes
to say that's
Biden
the final
does have
count
a firewall, but as these same-day votes start to come in,
I mean, when you look at the vote count, it is kind of close.
In a state that was always a bit of a reach state for Democrats, but one
we
where,
are 10 minutes away from more
demographic
polls
trends
closing.
And people moving into the state might give them a shot at flipping the state for the first time in some 40 years. Savannah?
All right, Garrett, thank you. Interesting, though, to see that theme now in a different region of the country where the Latino vote is just not turning out for Joe Biden as he expected, at least so far.
Look, I'm going to take you to Georgia in a minute, but I do want to make a point about North Carolina that's very important. And remember what we were going to tell you about this? Look at, so 78% of the vote is in, right? That's a lot of vote. Remember what the orange means. The orange is the vote that took place before today, okay? The yellow is what is the vote that's coming in. And what we're waiting, basically, Biden's been sitting on his early vote lead. And what we're waiting to come in this last 21% of the vote in North Carolina is same-day vote. We know Trump won election day vote. The question is, did he win by enough to make up that margin? That's going to be how we're watching North Carolina over the next hour or so on there. So I just wanted to give you guys an update on that and realize what vote is out. And it's election day vote right now that we have not seen that much of in North Carolina. Let me take you to Georgia. It's just starting to come in. Some of the rural counties come in for me. I'll just give you an example. Here we are here. This is where either Biden wins or loses this. This is the Atlanta suburbs, the monster region here, and you'll see we still only have 1% of the vote in DeKalb County. So we've got a long way to go. But I want you to watch a county here.
This is crazy.
The next county out.
Which part?
The first
Florida.
The closest red county to Atlanta these days. Trump narrowly
It's so
carrying it.
early
You can
for
just
them
see
to
he
be
carried it by almost 20
that close
points.
to being counted. I mean,
this is the question.
Don't they normally take the longest?
By 31 points over President Obama. So the question is, and it's the same story
last
as
election
Texas,
they
right?
counted Florida
How
by
much
before Pennsylvania got counted, actually.
Atlanta and its suburbs, and can he keep encroaching, keep finding some exurban counties like Fayette there that I'm telling you about, and then overcome that strong rural vote for Donald Trump? It's basically the same story almost in every one of these battleground states.
All right, Chuck, thank you. We're going to take a quick break now. We'll be back with more Decision 2020 election night coverage in just a moment.
God, I wish my hours at work went by this fast.
I know, right?
You ready to go to
It was a long day. It was a forever day.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
6 minutes.
President Trump and Joe
6
Biden
minutes.
at the center
6
of this campaign,
minutes.
Coronavirus.
The story
The
Nice.
battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
from every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump,
This is an
what would you want to
interesting
tell
map.
them right now?
On the ground.
The wind-standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been
Biden just won
Colorado. Yep.
across centuries.
I had that in my book though, so you know that doesn't change my numbers none.
Wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
New York has 29 electoral votes.
Yeah.
76.1 to 23.3. That's a very big, ginormous gap.
Yeah, that's because they fucking hate Donald Trump. They don't want to associate themselves at all.
God, I guess
Michigan
not.
still only has 18% of the vote counted. Georgia, 40%.
I will be very surprised.
Florida,
if Trump takes
91%.
Michigan.
Just
At this point, once Detroit gets counted, once that area gets counted, and we start getting everything else in from there,
I'd be very disappointed
we'll have a little
in my
bit more.
state if they do that.
Well, Marquis is going. That's the area that surprisingly Democrats lost last time, and Trump was able to flip. That really flipped the state for him was Marquis. You know, Lansing, Flint. Republican territory kind of has been. Detroit suburbs.
To me, at all.
Suburbs.
Why
Grand Rapids
Have you
is
ever
kind of a
been there?
50-50. Lansing kind of 50-50.
No. Makes no sense
Yeah.
to me. I lived in Lansing. I've been to Flint. My dad's from Flint. I have no idea why they would pick Republican.
Yeah, well, that's what they do. And then Marquis, Michigan, up there in the Upper Peninsula, the area you considered no man's land, is actually the area that last time in 2016 flipped the state in favor of Donald Trump. Well, this time we see that it's kind of counted towards Biden, which is interesting. If that trend continues, then yes, I see Biden carrying the state. I see Biden doing well in Wisconsin once Milwaukee, Kenosha, Madison get counted, Green Bay gets counted. Green Bay is probably good, not that big of a town, honestly. It's really not. It's got the Packers. That's kind of about it. You know, Madison and Milwaukee are where it's going to be.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me,
you know, but the thing that is interesting to me is Maine. With Portland, Maine, Augusta, Maine, you'd think that those areas alone, especially the area around Portland, would lean so heavily Biden that it just wouldn't matter what type of
Saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Campaign ground that Trump gained in the other counties, that the counties and surrounding areas of those couple cities alone would be enough to outright win the state for Biden. But we'll see. You know, I mean, Maine only has 4% counted.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election? It's news made for your streaming world.
You know, so my map has Biden winning Iowa.
When you talk
Currently,
about your map, what are you talking about?
That doesn't have anything yet. Which one?
I should. Somebody took my phone.
That would be Rosalind.
Keep saying your map, and I'm curious as to what your map is.
Are you Where's my phone, baby?
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus. The story. The battleground.
I can't believe it's almost over. We're so close. We're in the home stretch.
You were sitting here talking to Joe Biden.
No, not even close.
Oh, we're almost there.
Well, for polls closing, sure.
We're closer than we were 6 months ago. I'll take
Oh
it.
my God.
Yes, we're a lot closer than we were.
So much closer.
It is almost 9:30 in the east. Let's show you where we are right now.
Here. Let me
but the president is leading
show you what I mean.
So we anticipate a call coming up pretty soon. In Pennsylvania, it is too early to call it. That may well be a race that lasts 4 days.
Let's look at Texas. This is a place that Joe Biden has tried to turn blue. It is too early.
And you will see what I mean by, honestly, if this goes this way, it doesn't matter what, like, it is so much more.
Too early to call there, but that is a battleground one, closely watched one that Joe Biden has got to flip back to blue this year. North Carolina, too early to call. We've been watching it very closely. That's another one that the Democrats had hoped to flip.
We've been keeping a big eye on Ohio as well. 60% in their 18 electoral votes. That's too early to call right now. And Georgia as well. This is another state that Joe Biden has tried to add to the expanded map. Too early in Georgia.
The map's starting to fill out a little bit, but we've got the big remaining questions. I don't believe we've yet to call a battleground, Chuck. So
well, we haven't, and we certainly haven't seen a flip yet. But Florida looks like you know, we have an idea where it's headed because we're telling you we think Trump is leading here. We're at 80%. Let's look at how this is North Carolina. This to me is the next shoe to drop here. I think we see as the vote comes in. And as you can see, Joe Biden's margin is now less than 100,000, still 20%, still 1 million votes to go. That you know, right now the way that's eaten, let's see. It's these gray counties that we don't have anything in yet. And if you want an idea, this one next to Raleigh here, this is something that's expected to be a big Trump county. You have this empty county here. Franklin's expected to be a Trump county. This one here, so you can see this is why there's pessimism on the Democratic side, optimism on the Republican side when it comes to where we are with North Carolina. And let me take you over to Georgia. Let's just get an update there to see. We're looking, this vote's trickling in here, 40%. We're still, you know, until I see more than 1% out of DeKalb, we still got a long, long way to go in Georgia with the same game. But going back to North Carolina, that's what you're going to keep following. That should be the next shoe to drop, I think, before 11 o'clock.
All right, keep our eye on it.
Let's turn to Andrea Mitchell right now. Talk a little bit about the expectations leading in tonight, the worries about Russia and Iran and meddling in our election. Any signs of any of that?
No signs of any cyber. There was a lot of misinformation leading up to the election, but no signs of any cyber hacking. But we've now learned from 2 sources that U.S. Cyber Command did take offensive military action against government-linked hackers in both Russia and Iran. It was described as, by official sources to us, as annoyances, not flashing blows,
interesting.
similar to what they did in the run-up to the 2018 midterms. We've seen no signs, as I say, of cyber hacking so far targeting this election.
So do you think if Trump wins, is it going to be like a replay of 2016 saying that there's Russian interference?
Oh God.
The biggest worry seemed to be more influence campaigns as opposed to.
I feel like there's
Would it be Russian?
Kind of.
Would it be Russian or would it be Chinese?
Well, Chinese interference would probably yeah, I mean, so the Department of Homeland Security today did say, yes, in fact, there's a shit ton of robocalls going out. Yes, in fact, that is other countries acting on behalf. It does seem that there's a lot of countries, or it does seem like overwhelmingly the robocalls going out are in favor of the president. It was basically telling people to stay away from the polls, that there was wrongdoing happening, there was this going on, there was going to be, you know, mass murder, the pandemic. The robocalls ranged from anything. The Department of Homeland Security said, people, this isn't true. Don't believe these robocalls. Show up and vote.
Come to fruition. I think there was a big concern.
But yes, there was a lot of robocalls today, millions almost. Now, good news is, in my map, as I showed you, Jessica, Biden didn't need Florida, Texas, or Georgia.
When did you show me your map?
I sent it to you on Snapchat.
Oh, dude, I'm not looking at my phone.
Oh, it's okay.
No, you didn't.
Largely, this has gone, reasonably
yeah, I did.
Okay, hold on. It might be me. It's probably me.
You just opened it up. It said you opened it up 3 minutes ago.
I didn't open up anything.
I'll send it to you again.
Okay, because Snapchat is on drugs.
It's okay, Snapchat's done that to me a lot.
God. Keeps
me to
logging me
Secretary
out.
Ridge, who, by the way, hails from the great state of Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And when we talked earlier, Secretary Ridge, I think you said many, many times, November 3rd, today is the last day to cast your ballot. It is not the last day to count your ballot. Are you concerned that we may have a day's-long,
Is this just your projection?
in Pennsylvania before?
Yeah, that's my projection.
Okay.
Well, I think we're going to have a
based
day
on
or days-long process
past or
I know there are several
past, current, and things that are happening.
Before the November 3rd in Pennsylvania.
I mean, when you look at this, pretty much, so long as Biden wins Pennsylvania and North Carolina.
You're doing pretty good though, man. Like it's pretty close.
No.
Thank you. Thank you. Here, I'll send it to Kayla so that way she knows.
Acting and respecting one another's expression of preference.
That way people can say. So this was my map.
I have to turn my phone on. My phone died earlier.
In some communities, fear. I'll give you a perfect example. I decided to vote in person today. Showed up at 6:45. By then, there were already 60 people in line. Some people had a MAGA hat on, and a couple people had
oh my God.
shirts on. But everybody was there, mask, social distancing, respecting each other's right to cast a vote. I think in considerable measure, it's a good news day for America. We respected each other so far, and I believe we will continue to respect the outcomes in 4 or 5 states who we may not know for a day or two.
Well, let's ask somebody who knows a little bit about that, Secretary Napolitano. You had a governor's race in Arizona that got stretched out a little longer than you probably would have preferred. What's your advice to folks who are watching, especially if we do have these states where it just comes down to the wire and it takes some time to count?
Yeah, that's right. In 2002, when I ran for governor in Arizona the first time, my opponent didn't concede for 6 days after the election, and we just had to be patient. I actually went to a spa in California and just got out of town for a couple of days.
Well, maybe that's some good advice for all of us.
Exactly. I'll use a little of that now. But I think the point is that today went well. It went well for America, went well for our democracy, but now we need to be
We've got 8 viewers on right now, guys. That's
nice.
exciting. We got people here with us. Hi, people.
Hello.
One of them's Austin.
Hi, Austin.
Secretary Johnson, what's on your mind tonight?
Oh.
I agree with my colleagues. We're pleased that there weren't the problems.
Yeah, even if my map even resembles partially, I mean, there's so many paths at this point for candidate Biden to win. I mean, I'll adjust it even for what we see here, even though I don't really think this is going to be the numbers out of Wisconsin and Michigan. There's only 19% of both of those states counted currently, and that is just not really a lot to go on. But I will adjust according to that.
He's deployed overseas right now, and he voted online several thousand miles away. He really wanted to vote. Voted online,
still.
And today he got this postcard in the mail.
Mr. Biden wins
home in New Jersey. Your ballot
most projections so far now.
So I
this continues.
Well,
Mr.
2
Biden
Republicans, 2 Democrats, 4 individuals who've served our country.
So long as he can carry Pennsylvania and North Carolina.
We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's worth noting we've not heard the word chaos much today. A lot of
nor have we seen it.
Nor have we seen it, obviously. Let's go to Hallie Jackson right now. Hallie, let's talk a little bit about North Carolina and how the president's campaign.
But Georgia, Florida, and Texas are 83 electoral votes.
And I think a positive light,
that in itself is
I
kind
just
of
got
crazy
off the phone
to
with
think
one
of.
source
That's a
close to the
huge
campaign
swath
who's talking about how they believe that North Carolina could be potentially a good thing for them. It is going to be tighter than in 2016. Cool. Back in 2016, President Trump won by about 3.5 points in that state. Right now, the returns do show, as we're looking at the numbers here, I'm looking at the percentage, 80% of the vote in, the key thing is something that we have been talking about a couple of times tonight. Those counties up there near Wake County by the Raleigh-Durham metro area where the vote still is not in. So those are some of the things that I think
the current
Trump team is looking at. But they are feeling, I think, more positive about North Carolina. That was a state that they'd been optimistic about, but not necessarily slam dunk confident the way that they entered the night.
Really
about,
see
as it relates to Florida, for
when
example.
the polls start closing.
Still lots to watch in North Carolina. I will say, as it relates to Florida, I think there is a sense now from folks I've talked to in the last hour or so that they're looking or hoping to do some attempted extrapolation from where they performed well in Florida to see if that is going to extend into some of these other key states like Ohio, like Georgia. Those are the other two that I'm hearing a lot about tonight.
How that plays out.
All right, thank you, Hallie.
Certainly, we all knew that Trump was going to do much better
She's in
on
Morgan Radford is in Charlotte, North Carolina. That's one of the places where the suburban vote could be key for Joe Biden. But
he's got to pull
60%
out on election day overall, everywhere, in order to be have any chance of flipping.
That's right, Savannah. We are at the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections, and this is actually where those physical ballots are
Biden to not carry Ohio at this point, he would have to start doing very poorly in the counts on a couple of these other key counties.
And in those bins, there are two important things.
Like
There's one, the physical ballots, and I'll show you where those are being stored and sorted inside here on the right. But there's a second thing that's important. There are little USB chips. And over here to my left, that's where they're being counted. So the precincts are actually have their tabulations that are being counted in a computer that is not set up to the internet. But what's fascinating is that we've been talking all week about how this is a state that the Democrats have been aggressively trying to flip and turn blue.
Biden's carrying Pennsylvania quite well. So long as he can, even if he can do that, if he can carry Pennsylvania and North Carolina, he will more than make up for the loss in Michigan and Wisconsin.
Suburban voters going to vote. But secondly, they're looking at unaffiliated voters. We spoke to state party officials from both sides. They said that north of 100,000 new registered voters registered as Democrats,
here we have 20 minutes before major amount of polls start closing. On the hours is when the big polls, like a lot of polls start closing. The half hours are when certain states
what does it look like, North Carolina? How much vote is outstanding?
Well, we still have
here very quickly we will see how this goes.
I began the night with you guys, and I said, hey, I want to take you back to 2012. And even though this was when Barack Obama narrowly lost North Carolina, there was a lot of blue here on the
Mitch
border
McConnell
of South Carolina.
won his Senate seat
rural
back.
African-American counties.
Interesting.
Now, let me show you what's going on. I told you this was going to be
It wasn't
one of the
actually.
keys.
It was
the good
kind of
news
close,
for Joe
but it wasn't
Biden, he's
as
blown
close.
the doors off in these suburban counties. We showed you Charlotte. We showed you Raleigh. But remember I told you about Richmond, and I told you about Robeson. Where's Robeson County here? Right there. Told you about this one, African-American County. Look at Trump's number.
Mitch McConnell
He's
has
got to
like
be overperforming
no
somewhere, right? If in order to make up that ground. Well, we found where he's overperforming. Number one,
no neck.
this was an important Obama
it's just
county.
flesh. It just looks like a giant flesh.
That's what this says. Not turning out. Maybe they showed up on Election Day, and we shall see. But there's not a lot of vote left here. So when you're looking to see where the president overperformed in order to make up for these losses, that they're worse in Wake County, worse in Mecklenburg, Wilson, Guilford. He's making it up, it looks like, in some of these border counties in South Carolina in particular. But this has to be a bit distressing that rural African-American vote is not showing up the way it showed up for Barack Obama.
All right, Chuck, thank you. And we want to check in with Texas. It's still too early to call, but we are showing that the president is leading with approximately 74% of the vote in. We'll take a quick break here. More election night coverage when we continue Decision 2020 on NBC.
Last one.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall,
Man.
we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school. What do you guys think? We're excited. Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
16 minutes.
Every morning on Today.
God, these hours are just flying by.
I know, right?
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there.
It's the first time I wanted hours to just go by really fast, and they're actually going by really fast. It's amazing.
Right?
Every morning on Today.
So weird.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time.
You know what's interesting is that Boise is growing by quite a hefty amount. That could actually pose quite well for Joe Biden. I mean, it could be that in the next 8 years, we could see Idaho flip from a ruby red state to a battleground state, which is interesting in a lot of ways. You know, certainly Democrats do historically much better in urban centers and urban areas, but Boise is one of the largest growing and fastest growing cities in America, to the point to where housing is difficult, and not just housing, but rent is going up, things are going up, and that also pans well for a Democratic nominee. So, you know, now granted, do I think that Idaho is going to have a great amount of electoral votes? Not necessarily, but in that sense, neither does Oregon. You know, our 7 votes, it matters some. You know, in elections, it matters quite a bit. I mean, certainly elections like this, you know. I think the left coast, as it's come to be known, is very difficult for a Republican to break. They tend to just kind of give up on California, Oregon, and Washington. They just don't even really. They kind of do a little campaigning here, but it's mostly to gain Senate seats if they could, and other such things, representative seats, really. Kind of throw their big national weight behind these smaller representative campaigns. Oh, Maine's called. Is it? Let me see.
Is it?
No, not
yet.
Not yet.
I feel like the whole West Coast is kind of its own like world.
It really is in a lot of ways.
All that stuff on the East Coast, it's so far away.
It is. It's insanely so far away. It's hard to kind of imagine yourself there, you know, and so many people, you know, they talk about the problems in New York, they talk about the problems in Delaware, they talk about the problems in Rowley and Florida especially, and Texas is like its own island, and then we have the West Coast, and it's just kind of like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it just...
And the center of the country is just kind of like heartland.
Yeah.
You know, you just kind of feel like, oh, okay.
I feel like from the West, we're just watching everything happen.
We
not
do.
Really, not really a part of it, just
no.
Kinda, but
no, we
not
just
really.
Watch. People know what we're about. They know where we are, and you know, they can all squabble and bicker amongst themselves. It has been 30 some odd years since a Republican has been able to flip any of the states in the West. So, and more than that, even the news, you know, I mean, aside from Los Angeles and San Francisco, and people don't really give two shits about the West Coast. You know, the last great movement that the West Coast has had, what, grunge?
Yeah.
And that kind of shot itself in the head. All over the place.
I like it over
unfortunately.
Here. It's quiet.
Yeah. You kind of just get to watch the rest of the country burn.
Why doesn't Iowa have any results yet?
Yeah, I was wondering that too.
They close in 12 minutes.
They do?
Yeah, Iowa closes at 9 their time.
That feels late.
I know. Well, New York closes 9 o'clock New York time.
Yeah, but New York's already Biden.
That's 9 o'clock their time.
It's very Biden.
Oh.
Yeah. It was called at 6 o'clock our time, 9 o'clock their time. Iowa will be called 7 o'clock our time, 9 o'clock their time.
Okay.
It's the time zone difference, you know.
Yeah.
By the time our votes are counted on the West Coast, it's basically already been determined, you know. I mean,
yeah.
With the potential flip maybe happening in either Washington State or Oregon, you can basically count.
some cushion. Are you disappointed that so far, at least, the Sun Belt is not turning into a blue wave as some had hoped it might for Joe Biden, at least one of them?
Well, we always know
He turned
Florida
his mic off, right?
is not an easy state. You
Yeah.
didn't have a Senate race going on in
Like
that
he's
state.
not trying to talk, right?
Is that from the very
Yeah.
beginning, from the
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, I had a kid who was trying to yell in my microphone.
focus on these Midwestern states. I know because I debated him, ran against him, did my Blue Wall tour.
She wants to be a
Yes,
part of
but-
everything, Dad.
I know. Unfortunately, she doesn't really care. That's why I have her show going on in the living room, and I'm here. Otherwise, I'd be in the living room watching.
What's she watching?
I don't know.
Drake and Josh.
Oh, nice.
Still? Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I introduced it to her this morning, and she really enjoyed it.
They have visited there. It was close in 2016. Hillary Clinton only won it by 1.6%. You feel good about Minnesota going blue for Biden tonight?
I do. We have really a strong statewide campaign. We've all hung together. We've got some key congressional races.
Could you guys
that I hope
imagine
at
if we
some
had a
point you guys
third-party
will get to.
candidate?
Tina Smith is doing well. I predict
That
she
would
will
be
win.
great.
And we've had a huge
See,
voter turnout.
I thought this
despite
would be the
some
year
efforts by
where we actually
Republicans at
would.
the last minute to stop votes from being counted.
Because a lot of people started talking
we feel
about
good
it.
about our state.
Trump just flipped Texas, leaning Trump now.
Right, Andrew Mitchell is here. You know, that's a part of the country where the president really tried to hammer home this message
Minnesota's
of law and order
leaning
and
more
take back the
Biden
streets
than it was.
and Antifa.
Looks like
How did that
Kansas
go? What's the
also
exit
flipped
polling
too.
tell us?
The exit polling is telling us that it did not take with suburban white women.
Certainly those
overwhelmingly,
ones
their
aren't
most important issue
necessary.
was the economy, and more than half believe that
They
Black
definitely
Lives Matter
help,
is a good thing.
but are not
Florida's
Black Lives
91%
Matter.
has not budged.
Nearly half believe that there is racial inequality
That's
in
the
the justice
case with
system.
Florida.
So that whole law and order
So weird.
after the demonstrations and the protests, some of which did turn violent, did not take hold in that appeal to suburban white women voters.
When you look at the
Andrew,
map
thanks
and you
very much.
see
We've got
like
some Senate
the
calls,
number
or
of
at least,
states that are
some
red versus
characterizations,
blue, but then when you look
to
at the
show you
electoral
South Carolina,
votes,
this is Lindsey
you
Graham,
know, Biden has
who's faced an
131,
onslaught
while
of money
Trump
from,
still has
the
92.
Harrison camp, but too early to call Graham leads right now.
Well,
there.
you've got a lot of
Let's go to
states that
Nebraska,
have
where
very
NBC
little
projects Ben Sass, the
electoral
incumbent, is
votes.
headed back to Congress.
Well, that's the case
rather
with
handily. We'll also
you know,
keep an eye
Republicans
on that
really
one
do
congressional
need
district
a
in
larger
Nebraska that
majority of the
often,
map. They, honest to
flips,
God,
and
do
we'll see
because,
how that is going in
like
a few
I said,
moments.
We'll take a break here. Be back with more
Democrats
decisions
historically,
2020 election night coverage after
New
this.
York, California, right there is 80. I mean, that's if you take 80, you have to have Georgia, Florida, and Texas.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be
55.
next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I
So
explore
that's
her life
85
journey from
electoral
Oakland to
You
Washington.
literally,
on my
as a
six-part
Republican, need Georgia, Florida, and Texas just to offset New York and California. If any of those go to the Democrat, you've lost the election. There's just no way to gain enough ground.
Make sense of it all.
You know, Illinois with Chicago and everything, it was not going to go Trump. Ohio, it might go Trump. You know, it might.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who
I'll be
is
right back.
Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
You haven't.
Breaking news in our changing world.
Yes, I do.
President Trump and Joe Biden in the center of this campaign.
Her booty's just facing the camera.
The final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
Are you hiding now?
Flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Yeah. You gonna call in your
Good
vote?
morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall,
Soon,
we're right there with
Mom,
you.
soon.
Whether you're back to school
Oh yeah.
17 years.
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
17 beautiful years.
Reporting on Today.
Beautiful years. My oldest only has 7 more years.
Oh God.
Has been an American way of death.
Wait.
Across
6?
centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder.
I mean, our oldest has what?
Is the time? If
9?
now is the time the
9 more years?
Yeah.
That includes this year?
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Karma terms 12.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Anything I'm reading.
Hmm?
I'm reading over my humanities stuff because I'm trying to multitask.
Oh, okay. I see.
I can't find the answer to what I'm looking for.
Well, the Latino vote had been shifting in 2012, 2016, going away from the Republicans, where those folks had long been, towards Democrats. It has shifted back by 10 points. Donald Trump is getting in the exit polls 45% of the Latino vote in Florida. We're talking now about Florida. We're talking about Cuban Americans, Venezuelan Americans, and that really is the foreign policy of this administration.
Yes.
Pompeo, Secretary Pompeo, been hammering that home. The president has been really disciplined in his message on Joe Biden being a socialist, a false claim, but that really has borne fruit. They were, as we've been pointing out in Miami-Dade in particular, slow to canvass, and it was because of COVID. But that caution on COVID has cost Joe Biden a lot in Florida.
All right, let's pick up on that with Chuck Todd, who is at the Met.
I am. I'm just looking here at North Carolina for everybody here. As you can see, that the Biden lead is down to just 29,000, 84% in. And as you can see, we're still waiting for a lot more of our yellow, and yellow is same-day vote. And again, I will go back to the same area. Basically, the issue is going to be there is some vote in these big blue counties still. There's 17% of vote left in Wake. Guilford, there's 18%. So there's some Biden counties where there's votes out. But if you look here, there's still, this is going to be a Trump county. That's going to be a Trump county. So this still looks like a nail-biter in North Carolina, but I understand why the Trump people feel good.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. We'll be back with poll closings in 4 more states at the top of the hour, including battlegrounds Iowa and Nevada. But first, you're watching Decision 2020 on NBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
Arizona.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Yeah.
You ready to go to work?
Got New Mexico.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring perspectives by experts you know and trust.
What is happening in Florida?
Understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Oh.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Florida. They have an internet outage in around the
Yeah, Tampa, Florida. Reported that.
Well, Tampa and Miami-Dade. Mostly it's the Miami-Dade area.
You want up?
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have
Here we go.
Vaccine trials on hold. Should people be
1 minute.
NBC Nightly News. With
30 seconds. 4 more states. Iowa, Nevada, Utah, and Montana, and we will know.
About a minute before 10 o'clock here in the east, and
If Biden wins Arizona and Nevada, then my projection so far has been better. What's up?
What do you need?
Too close to call, but the president is leading 93% of the vote in there. In Texas, we are characterizing it as a Trump lead, though it is too early to call at this hour.
New Hampshire, too early. Biden is leading in New Hampshire right now. In North Carolina, it is too early to make the call. Ohio, also too early.
Georgia, lots to watch there. Too early to call. Votes are still coming in there. In Virginia, former battleground Vice President Biden is leading, but it is too early to make an official call there. And in Wisconsin, it is far too early to call. They have a lot of votes to count there.
And Pennsylvania, it's too early to call. Minnesota, too early. Same story in Maine. And Arizona, which I don't think we've seen any vote come out of Arizona.
Yeah, there's Maine and Arizona, which the polls closed about an hour ago. 85% of the voting is by mail in Arizona. And
we have 1 hour to go.
And count well before Election Day, but we await the great state of Arizona, my home state. And let's look at Kansas. Too early to call, but as expected, the president is leading. Now we've got some calls to make here at 10 o'clock. Iowa.
Iowa, first off, is too early. Nevada, too early.
Let's see what's going on in Montana. Not only do they have, of course, the presidential race, but a pretty competitive governor's race. Too early to call. Polls just closing there. And in Utah as well, too early to call.
Let's look at the road to 270, the map, and show you where things break down right now. And right now, Biden with 89 electoral votes, Trump 72 on the road to 270.
Everybody kind of holding on to the states they were expected to hold on to. We haven't had any shockers yet, any flips. We do have something to report in the Georgia Senate race. There's actually 2 Senate races, and this one will advance to a runoff. Raphael Warnock there, the Democrat, having sufficient votes. We're projecting to get to that runoff, which will be held in early January. Chuck.
Right, and the question's going to be which one of Loeffler or Collins joins Warnock in there. By the way, a little nugget on Virginia that Mark Murray just learned. Virginia is the exact opposite. They've been only doing Election Day vote. They're going to count their early vote starting at 11 p.m. So if you're wondering what's going on with Virginia, that'll tell you about Virginia. Texas, you noted why is Trump ahead? Well, I can give you one. I can get you one reason why he is. I'm going to take you to those Trump 2018 counties. These were counties that both Beto O'Rourke in that Senate race against Ted Cruz, where he made us think maybe Texas is a battleground state. I want to show you around the Austin media market here. Austin, Travis County is a huge, big Democratic center. So these 2 adjacent counties here.
Yeah, she's looking at it and shaking her head.
I want to take you to Hayes here, number 1. Biden's winning it by 12. Beto won it by 16. Again, Beto O'Rourke lost the state. But the point is, and this was something Casey Hunt was learning from her sources, that there appears to be that Biden, while doing pretty well, is underperforming, particularly in the Austin media market. And this shows you right here. It's another reason why we have classified Trump as leading. And by the way, speaking of leading, quickly, one place we want to take you is Ohio, and we've been showing you, remember, Biden had the early lead. Well, the Republican vote is starting to come in. As you can see, the county map's getting redder, and the president now has a lead of about 100,000.
Holy crap.
You can see what we're seeing here, the early absentees. So right now we have a lot more Election Day vote. There's still some early vote to count. So we've got a long way to go in Ohio. We know it's about a 50-50 split, the early vote, which we know favors Biden, the Election Day vote, which favors Trump. So Watch for our orange and yellow lines here to see if they become 50-50. But the yellow, anytime you see yellow, that's usually a pretty good sign for President Trump.
All right, let's bring in Kristen Welker now. She is at Biden headquarters. How are they feeling about the numbers and what we're seeing here?
Well, Lester, with Florida looking increasingly out of reach, of course, they are focused on North Carolina and on Georgia. One campaign official acknowledging that both of those states look very close. But this official telling me we still feel good. We still feel like we have a shot there. So they are focused on those two states. And then, of course, the Midwest, their blue wall. That is where they think that ultimately Vice President Biden will prevail. They are very interested in what they're seeing in Ohio. I've been talking to a number of officials in and out of the campaign, including to Democrats in Ohio, with one telling me that the turnout in some of those Democratic strongholds has been quite strong. And then in some of the swing counties, it looks like Biden is outperforming expectations. Why is that significant? Even if Biden doesn't carry Ohio, they believe it could have implications for the all-important battleground state of Pennsylvania. And that is really where we began this discussion tonight. Why has Biden spent so much time in Pennsylvania over the past several weeks throughout the course of this campaign? Because ultimately it could be make or break for Joe Biden with its electoral votes. That's why he was there today in Scranton and in Philadelphia, urging voters to turn out. Of course, back in 2016, the Obama coalition underperformed, and that's why Hillary Clinton fell short there. So he is trying to win that state back, and without Pennsylvania, very difficult for President Trump to return to the White House. So it is a critical state for him as well. Guys.
All right, Kristen, thank you. And that brings us to Jason Miller, senior advisor to the Trump campaign. Jason, it's good to have you with us. So far, it looks like the president is performing well in the states he has to win. He does have to contend with the so-called blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. How are you feeling about that?
Savannah, good evening. Feeling very, very good. I think Florida is a state that the president is definitely going to carry.
Oh, that is interesting, Jessica.
We also feel good about North Carolina. I think we're going
so these counties, these states, Michigan and Wisconsin and Georgia,
some of the rural counties in Indiana,
they have counted President Trump's election day votes first.
Out and compared to say Wisconsin, Michigan, looking at some of the
so that is what is going on in these different counties.
Michigan, for example,
many of these counties in which President Trump is holding pretty steady on, they've counted election day ballots first.
One of the big surprises, there are two big surprises, I think, so far.
Bias.
One, I think President Trump is going to win.
No, they can count it however, so long as they count all of them together. So long as by the end of the night. So it's too early because so many of these actually aren't. Now in Florida, it's a bit different.
Black voters and Latino voters helping to power President Trump forward, and I think will be the big difference in him being reelected tonight.
I know everything seems positive, but tell me the kind of thing that you started this evening wringing your hands over.
So this is interesting
that still
here.
Sits out there that you worry about.
Nope, Arizona leaning Biden by a lot.
Keep in mind that
by
Democrats knew that they were going to have this early vote, the early vote, the absentee vote. And so we actually saw a lot of those early votes the same way that the Democrats did. What we thought, though, was different is that we would have this red wave, folks who would actually show up on Election Day, and the Democrats essentially had already cannibalized all of their votes.
He needed that. He definitely needed Arizona, and he needs to get
against President Trump.
What?
Basically did that right at the beginning of the early vote period. So we feel so we're kind of concerned a little bit about that, but it looks like our models, our predictions for the turnout are looking to be right on track. And Democrats basically shot their
so that's interesting.
That's the difference in the enthusiasm.
That refers to essentially they are eating their own votes up.
Are you ready
so they use their votes. They've used their old votes to get vote.
Between 50 and 70,000
in other
votes.
words.
So that's where we're tracking. All of the counties that are outstanding are counties that the president won in 2016. And so if you, again, we're past the polling aspect. I think one of the stories for tonight is that polling is broken. Polling is like Humpty Dumpty. It's smashed into 1,000 pieces. But when you look at the actual votes that are in and our modeling for where we're going to win North Carolina.
Jason Miller, thank you for coming on.
All right, let's turn to Chuck real quick. Polling is broken. You just heard it from Jason Miller. He said it's like Humpty Dumpty falling off the wall. Are you ready to declare that verdict?
I got my issues with some state polling, that's for sure. I mean, I think there is definitely an issue in that there's just no quality control with a lot of some of these pollsters you've never heard of and things like that.
No, she just wants to be in and be on camera.
See, you wanted to hear some Arizona? Yeah. By the way, they did the big dump. I told you that's what they do. We went from 0 to 69%, okay? Just to give you an estimate here, as you see, there's a significant chunk. They're doing what they said they'd do. They said they'd be able to handle both their early vote and some of their same-day vote. They'd be processing it together. And as you can see, we got a big chunk of it already out. And Biden has a good lead here. Savannah, as you know, you could argue that it's a one-county election because Maricopa, one instance in the last decade where some statewide candidate lost Maricopa County, which is home of Phoenix, arguably the largest suburb in America, and somehow won statewide, but that person lost about like 1,000 votes. So as you see here, a 10-point lead right now.
So
in
side
Maricopa
note,
with 77% in, and just so you can see,
Arizona has massive fucking counties.
John McCain carried Maricopa. Obviously, he was an Arizona native.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 counties.
This is a big
15
lead.
counties. That's it. That's all there is in Arizona.
In the Sun Belt right now.
15.
I know the Biden folks are feeling a bit antsy. North Carolina's making them antsy. Georgia, we still got a lot of vote for that to come in. We know Florida appears to be gone.
Well, it's a pretty big county. You know, Lane County's huge.
Every county in Arizona
early on, and it's a lot of vote in.
Every county in Arizona is like south,
may actually
southeastern Oregon.
To Casey on that, I am from Arizona, so I know that yes, while Maricopa County and Pima County are important, so are all the other counties, and they're largely red counties. What are you hearing, Casey?
Well, Savannah, my sources are saying that they expect, and Chuck touched on this, to have a little bit of a roller coaster here in terms of counting, that it'll look good initially for Joe Biden, that then we may see them start to count some votes that may turn this toward Trump, and then there could be another batch that'll swing us back again. So my sources are urging patience on that front. But I will also say that there does seem to be a difference between how Mark Kelly, who's the Senate candidate in this race, the Democrat, is doing versus how Joe Biden is doing. My Republican and Democratic sources are expecting that Kelly's going to do better than Joe Biden. And I think the big question mark right now is what is the impact of the Hispanic vote in Arizona? We obviously have talked a lot about the unique qualities of the Cuban-American community, the Venezuelan-American community in Miami-Dade. Remember, of course, we've talked at length about how that really swung for President Trump. But Democrats think that that swing was big enough. They're nervous that it could replicate itself with other Hispanic communities. They've seen a little bit of it in Texas, and they're concerned about it in Arizona in the context of the presidential race. So I'm watching to see in Arizona if we actually
Homeland Security
result here. If we see a Democrat win the Senate seat
all of the
and
ballots
potentially see President Trump carry the state at the presidential level. So
and they're trying to count them in another county because there's a couple major counties in Florida that have had cyber attacks.
In Arizona over the years, we've got a new call to tell you about.
In just the last hour.
Too early to call it
Homeland
Ohio,
Security
but we are characterizing it a bit more, saying that the president is leading. Let's go to David Plouffe and Mike Murphy, two strategists, one Democrat, one Republican. So we've got the whole campaign covered here, although I will say Mike Murphy, Republican, who does not support Donald Trump. Mike, what are you seeing? What is giving you pause tonight?
Well, I think the Democrats wanted a quick knockout in the Sun Belt, particularly in Florida, perhaps in North Carolina or Georgia. And we have to wait on North Carolina or Georgia. But Florida's interesting, even though it looks like Donald Trump is going to be president for life of Miami-Dade County, which is what bailed him out in Florida. Biden did very well switching some swing counties there, which is a good sign, I think, for Arizona. And what I'm seeing in Ohio, which is a tight race with Biden in the hunt in a lean Republican state, is a very good sign for Michigan and Wisconsin and Western Pennsylvania. There's no Miami-Dade County in Michigan, Wisconsin, or Western Pennsylvania. So we just got to wait and count it, and it's going to take a while. But the quick knockout, that's just not going to happen tonight.
David, has there been too much reliance going down the stretch on this Sun Belt strategy, and are the paths
so Arizona is going,
considerably
I mean, it's not much different than my map.
For Biden?
Well,
this is
the
what I
Biden
predicted.
campaign is focused like a laser on Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin.
So,
you had some other states come into play. Look, North Carolina is going to be very close.
Kansas is gone for the president. No, my map. Oh, well, I had a background state anyway. I wasn't sure.
You know, I imagine that will
I only picked Kansas and Missouri because of Kansas City.
I think Arizona is crucial, obviously.
Yeah, I kind of figured
I agree with
that,
Mike.
you know.
I look at Ohio. It would be nice to win it, but that was a long shot. What does it tell you about Western Pennsylvania, about parts of Michigan and Wisconsin? And so, yes, this is not going to be an early night. It's not going to be electoral college landslide. But until you show me numbers that suggest that Donald Trump now is the favorite in Arizona or Pennsylvania, I think Joe Biden still maintains the best route to 270.
And every day that I game in
the question
here,
in Arizona
oh
is
my
some of the
goodness,
weakness we see in the Rio Grande Valley,
Montana must be
and then
counting
certainly
the other
Miami-Dade
votes
with
first.
Hispanic
That
voters.
should
Does
not
any
be
of that
leaning
carry over to
Biden at all.
Arizona? And when we really unpack the precincts, we'll get a sense of that.
20.
All right, David and Mike, gentlemen, thanks very much. Before we pause for a quick break, an
Wow.
update from North
17
Carolina's
points.
governor's race. And the incumbent,
Yeah, so far, Biden only has 3 of the swing
New
states.
Mexico, we've got Joe Biden
He didn't
prevailing
need a lot.
in that state. It'll pick up New Mexico's 5 electoral
That's
votes.
just
We're back
it.
right
I
after
mean,
Trump has the rest.
Biden just needs to carry Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And then North Carolina, he just needs to retain that small victory in.
Good morning. Welcome
And
to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to
Yeah, but those are all predicted red right now.
Well, they're not predicted, they're leaning. It's predicted
Okay,
Biden.
leaning, yeah.
Again, predicted is different. You know, once we have 100% of the vote count in North Carolina coming in, you know, it's just weird because, you know, along with Wisconsin and Michigan, I don't know if you know this or not, but they decided to count today's votes first and then count early votes after. So they, and as we know, overall, President Trump did better today as his supporters did not feel that you know, the coronavirus was as large as Biden supporters have, and so they were going to come out and concerned for some reason that mail-in ballots are subject to fraud. So his supporters were coming out today, as we know. So today, yeah, he should. And the problem is that every state currently, he would need to win 60% or better of the vote today alone. Just 70% in some of the states. In order to flip that state. It's a possibility that he'll do that. Florida has had cyber attacks in a couple of the counties that have closed their counting, and they've moved it over to some of the other counties to count the ballots. But that was Homeland Security that stopped.
MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Thank you.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames.
So out of the states that still need to be counted,
And in depth.
most of them are leaning Biden or outright going for him. I mean,
As we learn a bit more, the plot thickens. Let's show you what's happening now in North Carolina. That's moved to the too close to call category. Too close to call.
All right, and let's go to Arizona, which just unloaded a bunch of votes, and we are saying it's too early to call, but Vice President Biden does have a lead in Arizona at this hour, which brings us to Chuck Todd and his maps.
Yeah, let's take a look at what we're looking at Arizona, and the numbers coming in very quickly, and as you can see, this is why we have him leading. He's got a 9-point lead. Look, he's got a 200,000 vote advantage, and we expect there's 800,000 votes left. That's a lot. Whoop. Look at how quickly these numbers start to update themselves. The point is that he's got to make up 200,000. There's 800,000 left. You can do that math, but Trump's got to he's got to win a big chunk of the remaining vote to pull this off, which is why we classify that as Biden leading.
Wins Florida, it will be by the skin of his teeth. But we knew that was going to be the case.
It's a 9-point gap. That's not something you can make up, hoping the rural counties.
What about in Tucson, my hometown? Did he run up to score?
Trump is leading by 500,000 votes.
How Biden did compared to Clinton. Look at that. 9 point. Right now he's running 9 points ahead of her.
Biden could make that up.
She won it.
Maybe there's 700,000 left.
It usually
maybe there's
is a Democratic-leaning county.
Maybe there are votes that are meant to have been counted in the early days and weren't. Maybe they're higher.
In Pima County,
is the case.
And
70%
we're not
of them
seeing that
theoretically are
so
going
this
Biden.
Is a reminder that it doesn't.
If that's
again,
the case, then
not
Biden
all Latino votes.
That's why Florida's not called yet.
Are the same when you're trying to compare them, particularly if you're in the Southeast versus the Southwest. So, look, Arizona. This is the first Sun Belt state that you sit there and you're like, okay, and there's not a lot of rural remaining vote that you sit there and say, okay, we're going to see the same thing that we've seen with Trump in Ohio and North Carolina, that as that rural vote comes in, it starts to load up. Let's take a look at North Carolina. Remember, I told you, I said, one of the things you're going to see, we're going to get at least straggling rural counties that will add to his number, but that there was still some room to grow in the big blue counties. There's still a lot of vote in Wake County, 16% of the vote. This is that's a lot of voters that are left, and this has obviously been a huge Biden county. You look at Mecklenburg, not much left there, obviously, just 94% are in. Guilford, this is Greensboro, still a decent chunk of vote here. And then everywhere, Trump's strength is like a little bit everywhere. And that's the thing. You go, and I go back, I'll tell you, this rural African-American turnout is just such and I just want to just show you here where Trump is overperforming Robeson County. This is where he is able, he's adding to his numbers. We don't see this in some of these places.
Is that African-American voters not turning out?
This is not turning out.
Or because the president has made an effort to attract African-American
Look,
voters.
we're not seeing enough evidence there. This to me looks more like not turning out on that front than it does anything else. Because you look, it's basically Biden's number and Clinton's number, they're not that different, 95% in. So you've seen in other places where there's some huge Biden overperformance here. These border counties along South Carolina are going to be, if Biden comes up short, I would argue that's where he's going to find the votes that he should have gotten in order to get this, in order to make North Carolina happen.
Okay.
Yeah, Minnesota. Let me quickly ask you about Minnesota. Jason Miller came on and suggested that the Trump folks feel good about Minnesota.
Look, they talk. We'll see. I mean, we only have about a third of the vote in, and just so you see, this is Election Day vote. So it's, let's look at some of the big. I mean, look, if Biden's got a big lead right now because Hennepin County, that's Minneapolis, and we've got most of the vote in. So, yeah, as the rural counties come in, this state's likely to get closer. It was a 3-point race last time. We'll see. Okay, we'll see. I've always been a bit of a skeptic for the Trump campaign to get over the top in Minnesota. But again, it does, Minnesota's a state that is certainly trending long-term towards the Republicans.
Yeah, and the Trump campaign certainly visited Minnesota many times and made an effort there. We've had two tales of that. Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota said the Democrats will hold. Jason Miller of the Trump campaign says
all in the same half hour.
There's an important Democratic Senate seat there.
Yes, there is. So we'll check in, and there's a lot of Senate races. In fact, a hot one out in Montana. Andrew was just reminding me. We'll check in on that one as well. Take a break right here. We continue with our Decision 2020 election night coverage right after this break.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President
Did I put caffeine in her milk?
On the ground.
I don't know.
These flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries.
That's crazy.
After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time.
Leaning Trump,
if now is
but only
the
by
time
20.
the protesters
And it's only 91%. So now this is again a state that
on MSNBC.
Dude, I handed your sister a whole bunch of batteries.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
As we come back from a break, a new call to make. This in the House of Representatives. NBC News projects that Democrats will maintain control of the House of Representatives.
All 435 seats in Congress up for grabs on the House side, and so Nancy Pelosi, Andrea, will remain House Speaker.
But we don't know by what margin. She said she's going to run again.
It was bound to be.
Progressives may make a run at it if it's a narrow margin, but
it's the map every year. It's because
I know, I don't like it every year.
The country to 2/3 of the country has like 5 people within it. And then the outside of the country happens to have like 50 people. You know, I mean, that's the entire. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall,
Right
there with you.
We are. We're halfway there.
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I'm so glad tomorrow's Wednesday.
Every morning on Today.
Is there something good about Wednesday?
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Not ask people, that is rude.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Well, this is interesting. Did you know that both Maine and Nebraska allow their electoral votes to be split in an odd way? 2 electoral votes go to the overall winner of the state, and then 1 electoral vote goes to the winner of the congressional district.
The winds in these flames are expected to
Yeah.
last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. 10:30 in East, 7:30 out west. Louisiana's votes are in. NBC News is projecting Trump as the winner there. In Kansas, the president holds on and holds the state of Kansas. There's also a Senate race going on there.
In New Hampshire, it looks like Joe Biden will win. We project him as the winner. Florida in that race, too close. Trump leads, but that race still too close. Watching it very carefully.
Same story in Texas. It's too early to call, but the president does have a lead there. And North Carolina's getting just a little bit more interesting. It is too close to call there, and we've been watching that one real closely tonight.
Ohio would be bonus category, and right now it's too early to call. Too early in the Georgia presidential contest as well.
All right, let's keep it going. Here we go in Virginia. Too early to call, but Vice President Biden does have a lead there in Wisconsin. Way too early to call. They still are counting votes there.
Pennsylvania, they'll be counting them for a while. Too early in Pennsylvania. Minnesota, which we were discussing a few moments ago, that's too early as well.
All right, let's go to Maine, which divides its electoral votes by congressional district. We're calling that too early to call, but we did see a split decision in 2016 with Donald Trump picking up 1 electoral vote there. We'll see what happens. And Arizona, too early to call. The vote is coming in fast and furious. Vice President Biden with a lead there in Arizona at this hour.
Let's take a look at Iowa right now. Too early to call. Nevada is too early as well.
All right, Montana, too early to call. We'll keep an eye on that race and hope to give you some Senate races in a moment here as well. And in Utah, as expected, President Trump wins. So that brings us to 270.
So let's add them all up, and here's where they stand right now. Biden leading 98-92 on that road to 270.
Let's go to Chuck and see. I knew it. You were looking at North Carolina.
Yeah, of course he's doing better on election day than the mail-in vote.
89% in, 42,000 votes. But what does that 89% translate to? 641,000 estimated votes still to count. So that's not an unreasonable a deficit to make up. The question is there going to be enough vote in different places? So first you try these blue counties here.
Another point to note is the fact that, when you're looking at the Google map, it's kind of very incredibly misleading.
What?
In the sense that a lot of these states are way too close to call and really aren't even leaning Trump. It looks like red, but really, these things, only a couple of these states actually are leaning Trump right now. Even though, on Google it says, oh, look at this, 83% voted and, 33% voted and this and that,
red and blue areas. So you think that thing is going to be very, very tight. However, the Democratic Senate candidate, Cal Cunningham, is underperforming Biden. So I would just say, while Biden may have a chance there, it looks a little tougher there for Cal Cunningham. Looks probably a little better for Tom Tillis. 75% in. I just want to keep track here in Arizona as we keep going. We think about 800,000 vote remains. This is a ton to make up. This is almost like a 2-to-1 that he's got to make up. This is very tough.
All right.
Arizona, the first, it could be the first state where a state that might actually flip from 2016. Long way to go. Obviously, we want to wait for more of that vote in. But that's the first one of the Sun Belt. And it's been the one that Biden consistently led in the polls in, probably more so than any of these other Sun Belt states.
How much is that driven by the Senate race there?
Well, look, is it driven by the Senate race? Is it driven by what's been happening over 4 years? I mean, certainly Mark Kelly, ultimately, I think this is about Democrats just realizing that there's opportunity in Maricopa with these suburban, in the same way we saw basically the Denver suburbs take Colorado from a red to purple to blue, the Northern Virginia suburbs, and it turned it from, it was red when I first moved there in the early 90s, to purple to blue. That's what both in Arizona and Georgia, that Democrats think, Maricopa and Phoenix, they think that's the key to turning Arizona blue, and of course the Atlanta suburbs. So the question is, are Phoenix and Atlanta ready to join Denver and the Washington, D.C. suburbs? And that's what we're going to find out tonight.
Perhaps tonight we'll have the answer for us. Hallie Jackson's over at the White House. What have you been hearing from your sources inside the Trump campaign?
Let me jump off of something that Chuck was just talking about as it relates specifically to Georgia, because the characterization from one person that I spoke with tonight is that folks are not feeling panicked yet. They're looking at Georgia. They are perhaps not feeling as good as they had been earlier in the day about it. But at this point, that is when they're watching because of specifically what Chuck was talking about there, the suburbs around Atlanta, the way that the president could perform. They're specifically looking, and you heard Jason Miller talking about, for example, black and Hispanic voters in Georgia. They're specifically looking at the performance that the president will have among black voters there. So that's something that they're keeping an eye on. There is a lot of, again, we have not called Florida yet here at NBC News, but there is some, I would say, preemptive dunking from members of the Trump campaign about that state. There is really a sense that I'm starting to pick up from talking to folks tonight that this is a little bit how it went in the early hours of election night 4 years ago, if you remember, feeling like the polls were wrong, feeling like they were the underdog campaign that was able to come from behind and win 4 years ago. And there are people, listen, the president has surrounded himself this year with the same sort of cast and crew that he did 4 years ago in large part. So there are a lot of people who are holding on to that memory and wondering if tonight is going to end up having the same result for President Trump. When you talk about the mood sort of more broadly, the president is spending election night here at the White House. Listen, any other election night, I would be standing here in front of you from, the election night watch party, if you will. We're not doing that tonight because of, obviously, the pandemic. Things have changed quite dramatically over the last 9 months or so. There are about 250 people, according to one attendee, inside the White House right now, inside the East Room. They're watching one of the cable networks, the president's preferred channel, frankly, at least most of the time, which is Fox News. They're watching that on the big screens, cheering when some of the races get called there, having some snacks. Members of the Trump cabinet are there, members of the Trump family as well. And right now, the sort of energy in the room, we're told, is very positive based on some of the things that we're seeing. Now, might that change as we start to get in more vote from Arizona? That is definitely one that we're drilling down on with sources tonight. That was one of the states that the folks that I've been talking to in the Trump orbit hadn't been feeling very, very confident about. They were feeling what I would say hopeful, optimistic, but not extremely confident. And there now seems to be perhaps some reason for that we're seeing in the numbers that have come in, at least so far tonight.
All right, Hallie, thanks. Let's go over to Kristen Welker at Biden headquarters. How are they interpreting all this?
Well, the focus right now is on the Midwest, Lester, and I can tell you that they are watching what's happening in Ohio very closely. They say, look, if Biden can't pull out a surprise win there, it could have implications for the other Midwestern blue wall states that Vice President Biden has fought so hard to try to win and to try to win back from the Republicans in 2016. So they are particularly encouraged by the fact that there's been a strong turnout in key parts of Ohio, suburban areas. One of those key areas that they're looking at, Cuyahoga County, of course, that's the area around Columbus. They're also looking at another area that Mitt Romney and Donald Trump won back in 2016. That's Delaware County. Biden has got that to within about 5 points. So they say, look, he's outperforming expectations. They are encouraged by that. But this underscores, again, the fact that they're saying even if he doesn't pull out a win in Ohio, it could have implications for a state like Pennsylvania, where, of course, Vice President Biden has spent so much time over the past several days. And it could have implications for other Midwestern states, Michigan, Wisconsin. Of course, Biden has made multiple trips to those key states in the closing week of this campaign. One important note about
I'm still gonna watch this,
that
so
it might be worth reiterating.
I have like my candy stash underneath my seat. I have Cheetos. I have water. I have tea.
And so state officials
I'm
there
good.
have been urging patience and essentially saying, look, we feel confident we can get all of the votes counted by Friday in the coming days, but they're not going to have all of those votes counted by the end of tonight. So you could have a scenario where, for example, President Trump is up and then it starts to tighten. So that is what they are looking at. That blue wall they are hoping will hold for them.
Yeah, in fact, Pennsylvania can't start counting its mail-in votes until polls close, so not until tonight, and they can accept ballots as long as they're postmarked by Election Day up to Friday, so it could be a long one in Pennsylvania. Let's go over to Kelly O'Donnell. She's in Columbus, Ohio for us. Kelly, there's a lot of back and forth. Biden seeing some sweet spots in Ohio, but the Trump campaign feeling very positive that they're going to hold on to Ohio.
Exactly, Savannah. And talking with senior elected Democrats, they do see some hopeful signs in a couple of the key counties that Chuck has been talking about that had gone for Republicans that they believe are trending toward Joe Biden. And you're looking there at educated women voters, more affluent voters. One of the stories of Ohio is how the story of who the Ohio voter is changing for both parties. You have some of the more working class, traditionally Union or Democratic voters in times gone by that are now more in the Trump mold. And what the Trump campaign has tried to do in Ohio, as they have in other key battleground states, is to identify people who fit their type of voter profile, but who have not been casting ballots in years past, to squeeze out new votes among those types of voters in rural areas and in some of the exurbs. And that's where they see some confidence. In talking to a senior Republican in Ohio who's been looking county by county, and you know, when you speak to other elected officials, they know the map in ways from their own races that lay people certainly can't fully appreciate.
Let me interrupt you.
Looking at it.
Let me interrupt you here because I believe we've got some Missouri. Oh. Okay, Donald Trump, the projected winner in Missouri. That's brand new. Chuck?
Well, look, Missouri at one time used to be a swing state. It wasn't that long ago, but it's just not enough. This has become a very much more the rural numbers just start to produce. But I want to go back to Ohio and just button up Ohio here a little bit. It does look like Donald Trump is on his way to winning. And remember, I told you it's all about the lake here. I know that's black on the board, but I swear to God, the water is blue. On there. And I told you about these Democratic counties from 2018. 2018, a pretty good Democratic year overall. So let's look at the Trump Dem counties. And as you can see, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 counties that Sherrod Brown, the Democratic senator who won re-election in Ohio in 2018, carried. And as you can see here, this was going to start with Biden needed to carry these, and they're just not happening. Erie County, I told you Erie to Erie. This was an important one. Sherrod Brown carried it. Joe Biden trying to be the same type of Democrat didn't happen. You look over here in Ottawa, it's close, and it still be. There's more time. There's a lot more vote out there that could end up making that. But you see, this generally is the problem. Look at Ashtabula County. This was one Trump won big. And he's winning it bigger this time. So there is some evidence, and it's something Jason Miller brought up, that in some of these Midwestern rural counties, they are bringing out some more vote. So we shall see. You know, one other thing.
Just quickly, I want to go back to the board here because I think we've got a call.
Another call
in Illinois here.
Okay.
Joe Biden is the projected winner in Illinois. That's 20 electoral votes in his column. Chuck.
But I wanted to go back. You know, this. If I were to show the most, if you're the Biden folks and you're wondering, boy, why didn't they pull off Ohio? Delaware County was one of the swing counties we were watching. This was one he won big the last time, but you know, this was one we were seeing. Is it going to go all the way blue? And it doesn't look like it's going to go all the way blue. But you see here, this is one of those suburban counties. So this is why David Plouffe is saying, hey, I'm liking what I see in Ohio. Yes, they're not going to flip Ohio, but he looks at expanding that they did better in the Columbus suburbs, and they're thinking, and I could tell you this, That's Kent County. That's Grand Rapids.
Can I give you a homework assignment for your next time visit to the well? Let's look at Nebraska and look at that congressional district because it's getting to be interesting to see what happens there. But let's
every electoral vote is going to count.
Every electoral vote
is what we're
potentially
telling
counts.
people.
That's what I'm kind of getting at there. Let's go to Kate Snow in Ohio. And Kate, as we're seeing from the map there, it's trending in the president's direction.
So I'm not in Ohio, just to be clear. I'm in 30
you're Pennsylvania.
Rock. Oh, no, I'm in 30 Rock.
Oh, well, come on over. We've got snacks. Yeah, sorry.
But I was in Ohio really recently. What I want to pick up on, Savannah, is what Chuck was just showing. He was just showing the county map and the close counties in Ohio that he was looking at. One of those up in the corner is Trumbull County. Trumbull County is a county in Ohio where Lordstown is. And back in 2016, it went to Trump by 51%. Before that, it had been an Obama county, okay? So it was 60% for Obama, then it swung completely and flipped to 51% for Trump. And look where it is right now, 10-point lead at the moment for President Trump. So it has stuck with Trump. I just talked to the mayor of Lordstown a few minutes ago who said they're having a really good night out there. So that's evidence of what Chuck was just talking about, that some of these red counties in Ohio may actually be overperforming. He also mentioned Ashtabula County. Chuck pointed that out a minute ago. It is up even higher than it was in 2016. If you remember on Nightly News recently, I did a story with some farmers where we stood in a big barn and they were all talking about Donald Trump and how much they support the president. That's Ashtabula County. To go back to Lordstown for a minute, the big issue there has been jobs. You'll remember maybe the GM plant in Lordstown shut down in 2019. There was concern that some Trump supporters would blame the president for that shutdown, and some do. I talked to a woman who works with GM now, trying to help people transition. A lot of families have been separated where, dad has to move to another plant with GM now and commute back, and it's split up families. So one woman I talked to said she's absolutely moving away from the president. She had supported him back in 2016. But then a whole lot of other people, including the mayor that I just mentioned in Lordstown, they feel like jobs are being produced because Lordstown Motors has moved in, which is building electric pickup trucks. There's a battery plant, and there's now a home goods distribution center going up. So more jobs are coming. So a lot of people crediting the president with bringing jobs.
Okay. All right, Kate, thank you. We've got from 30 Rock, I might add. We have a lot more to come. Stay with us. Decision 2020 election night coverage rolls on after this break. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient. You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're
watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Hello, everyone. We are just back on the air here. We want to show you some Senate numbers right now, and this is starting off the state of Louisiana.
All right, that's Senator Cassidy headed back, and we've got an upset. This was the most vulnerable senator probably in the United States Senate. The Democrat from Alabama, Doug Jones, has lost. Tommy Tuberville, the Auburn coach, takes that race. So that's a gain for the Republicans in the Senate.
Dick Durbin will have another term in Illinois. We project he will win. In Arizona, too early. Mark Kelly, though, leading Martha McSally right now, and this is a race that could be affecting what we're seeing on the presidential side in Arizona.
Let's go to Arkansas. Tom Cotton, the incumbent, headed back. He wins that one. West Virginia, same thing. The incumbent returns. Shelley Moore Capito easily defeating her opponent there.
All right, and to Georgia, Purdue, too early to call in that race, but this has been a race that certainly has drawn a lot of national attention, as has this one. Lindsey Graham and Jamie Harrison, a lot of money spent in that race, but right now too early to call, but Graham leads.
Same story up in Maine. It's a two-way race right now, essentially, between Senator Collins, the incumbent, and Sarah Gideon, although there are other candidates and they have ranked choice voting. So I'll just cut to the chase. It could be a while in Maine. It's not going to be tonight.
That's what you could say. Not tonight.
Okay, so go Betty bye if you're waiting for Maine. Mississippi Senate is too early to call there. Mike Espy, the congressman, trying to take on the incumbent Cindy Hyde-Smith.
Marshall leading in Kansas right now. That race is too early to call. In Michigan, also too early to call.
That's one that folks had their eyes on, potential Republican pickup. We'll see if that holds. Here's Minnesota. A lot of talk about Minnesota tonight. It is too early to call. Let's go to the Iowa Senate race. Another one where Joni Ernst, the incumbent, looking to hang on against a challenger, Teresa Greenfield. Too early to call there. We'll watch that one.
And here's how the Senate breaks down right now. Dems 41, 40 seats for the Republicans.
All right. This was the one I just assigned to Chuck Todd. Nebraska, projected winner of 3 of 5 electoral votes. Do I have that right? That's what it
right
says.
Now, right.
Yes.
Well,
You're awaiting the congressional district.
Well, there's 2, right? So that sounds like we're not ready to call the first either, which would be Lincoln, but that's going to probably be Republican. But Omaha is the 2nd congressional district. Polls have indicated that Joe Biden had a pretty a lead there that looked like his leads in Wisconsin or Michigan in that 5 to 8 point range, but you had the actual congressional race itself. The former Democratic congressman endorsed the incumbent Republican congressman over the Democratic nominee. So there's a lot of potential split ticketing. I don't think anything is a slam dunk there for the Democrats nabbing 1 electoral vote. And hey, we know every electoral vote counts. And if you've ever seen those 269 scenarios, this is why Nebraska 2 and Maine 2, and by the way, we have a long way to go in Maine getting their vote. Some of this vote is same-day vote. We don't have some of the mail-in vote.
I see you turned in extra credit. Andrea, what are you watching in these Senate races we just talked about?
Well, I'm looking at Georgia, where you've got 2 Senate races, and now you've got Reverend Raphael Warnock, who just had an explosion of support. And he's in the runoff now against Kelly Loeffler, who is the incumbent, the appointed incumbent. that really is a much better looking race for him in the runoff that'll be January 6th because Doug Collins, the strong Trump supporting House member from, you remember, House Judiciary, who was so strong during the impeachment hearings, a really, really strong Republican. He's had a controversial record, very outspoken against Ruth Bader Ginsburg, talking about QAnon. So he is not in that runoff. And Reverend Warnock, who comes from the Reverend Martin Luther King's church, has just had a really big rise to get into that runoff. The second race is Ossoff.
Yeah. Well, can I just say the importance of Warnock in this runoff? So there have been 2 Senate runoffs this century, or two Senate runoffs since Andrea and I have been covering Senate in Georgia. Okay, each time the Democratic nominee was a white nominee. They've not had a compelling African-American nominee in one of these runoffs in Georgia. And before, it had just, the Democrats ended up just sort of fading at the end. Warnock, and he's not just, this is the pastor at MLK's church. It is one of those things that both Senate seats, if they end up in runoffs, that is a huge value add for the Democrats. And I know I've talked to some Senate Republicans who worry about that nightmare scenario of Warnock helping to drive up.
This is where Stacey Abrams, the work she has done over a number of years, has really, at least in this Senate race, paid off. We have to see what happens with David Perdue.
Let's see what the whole Georgia ball of wax looks like before we just give out credit yet.
David Perdue is the incumbent against Ossoff and John Ossoff, and that remains to be seen.
We'll take a short break and be back with more. We've got poll closings at the top of the hour in 4 states with a total of 78 electoral votes, including Big Blue California. Stay with us.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Got a couple Presidential calls to make right now. First in Mississippi, NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win in the state of Mississippi.
In Wyoming, President Trump takes it, which brings us to the map of 270, the road to 270. It's starting to fill out. We're just a few minutes away for some poll closings in the West and a big call in South Carolina to make.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham is going to hang on. Of course, he got hammered by a lot of spending from outside. Jamie Harrison and the criticism over Senator Graham's positioning on the nomination of a Supreme Court justice during an election year, but he will hang on, the projected winner in South Carolina. Now to that three-way race we were talking about in Georgia. This will advance to a runoff on January 5th.
Let's go to Casey Hunt, who covers Capitol Hill. Casey's Lindsey Graham, he fought hard for it, but he holds on.
He really did fight hard, Savannah, and his challenger, Jamie Harrison, raised more money than any candidate ever in a race that was not for president of the United States. Just a huge amount of money. And so that's what Lindsey Graham was up against in what was a difficult, he felt, needle to thread between President Trump on the one hand and his concerns about suburban women on the other. But he is going to hang on here. And this story is part of a narrative that's shaping up to be much better for Republicans who are trying to hold on to the Senate than they frankly thought it was going to be when we all sat down here at 7 o'clock tonight to talk about how this was going to play out. That Georgia runoff that you guys were all just talking about is actually part of that story. Don't forget, Republicans in Washington really wanted Kelly Loeffler to hang on to that seat. Doug Collins was somebody that's farther to the right. They thought that Raphael Warnock might have a better chance to beat Doug Collins. They've gotten the race that they wanted in that Georgia runoff, and they're still holding out hope that David Perdue could win with 50%. So we are looking like the Senate is all still very much on the line. Again, better looking for Republicans than they thought. Maine is another one to keep an eye on. Senator Susan Collins seems to be significantly outperforming President Trump in Maine, which is what they needed. Still, obviously, a very long time to count in that race. But overall, across the map, this is not the wipeout that some Republicans feared at this hour.
All right, Casey, we'll keep our eye on it. Republicans picked one up in Alabama, but lost one in Colorado. So we'll continue to do the math, crunch the numbers, and keep you posted on that. All
right, for those of you in the Eastern and Central time zones, your local news is next. For everyone else, a brief pause as Decision 2020 election night coverage continues here on NBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
Everybody, our election night coverage rolls on. It is 11 o'clock in the East, 8 o'clock in the West, and we have a bunch of results to report to you, including some poll closings. California just closed. Joe Biden, the projected winner there. Out West, Oregon, Joe Biden expected to win handily there. Oregon's 7 electoral votes.
Biden will sweep the Pacific Coast as we're projecting that he will win in Washington. Too early. Trump leads there, however.
We started the night talking about Florida. We'll start talking about Florida. It is too close to call at this hour, but the president is leading there. Republicans feeling good about that. In Texas, a similar story. It is too early to call, but the president has taken a lead in Texas.
We've been carefully watching North Carolina. That is still too close to call, but you see the numbers on the screen there. Also in Ohio, too early to call.
Let's go to Georgia. Democrats had high hopes here. It's too early to call. We'll see how that one shakes out. We've seen a couple of the Senate races advance to a runoff in January. In Virginia, it's too early to call, but Vice President Biden is leading in that race.
Let's take a look at a pair of the states in that blue wall the Democrats are hoping for. Wisconsin, too early. Pennsylvania, too early as well.
And in Minnesota, where there's been a lot of talk tonight about whether or not this one will flip, right now, too early early to call, but you see with the votes in Vice President Biden with a lead there, and in Maine, where they have a ranked choice voting, so it could be a while. It's too early to call.
Not a whole lot of vote left in Arizona. We're watching that. It is still too early to call. However, Biden is leading in Arizona. Iowa, too early right now.
And let's go out west to Nevada. Too early to call. We'll keep an eye on that one. Vice President Biden had been leading in polls in Nevada prior to this day. Let's look at the map to 270, starting to fill out in ways that we expected. Chuck, we haven't had a shocker yet.
No, we haven't. We think one might be coming, but I just want to update folks on the blue wall on the northern states here, just to show you. Wisconsin looks really tight, 43% in. None of the early vote yet, right? And these are states that we don't expect to see much of the early vote tonight, but I just wanted to show you that. Pennsylvania, another one, just to show you, again, it's almost, there's a little bit of early vote. We know some counties are going to do it, but it's almost all the yellow is today's vote. So that's something I think is worth letting you know about here. But let's take a look at Arizona. I want to take a look at the states that we're all waiting on here. Didn't mean to be in that county. Here we have maintaining there a 200,000 vote lead, waiting for 25% of the state. But this is all early. And, you know, I've had people go, how come you guys aren't calling it? Or that seems to be a big lead. And it's like, we want to see some of today's vote. Right, this is all in the mail. We want to see some of today's vote, and I think that's going to be something there. Let me take you to Georgia here, because we're starting to finally get some real numbers in, 62%. We still have a lot of vote in and around Atlanta. All right, just Gwinnett County, only 17% reporting. And let's take you to DeKalb, 24% reporting. Fulton, only 43. Cobb, 54. So as you see, some of the outer suburbs are reporting in here. So I think we all want to wait to see what does this race look like when at least half the Atlanta vote and the Atlanta suburban vote is in. That's not yet in. And just to give you a quick update on North Carolina, as you can see in some of these places, we're still waiting for the same vote. I was at 84% in Greensboro, Guilford County, the last time we checked in on this. But the president's lead has expanded as more of the rural counties come in. I have to say, Jason Miller said that they were going to win the state by 75,000. He thought right now they have a 73,000 vote lead. But again, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I think Biden might cut this, but not quite make it. But again, really not good news the way this is going on the Senate side of things. For the Democrats, really good news, looks like, for Tom Tillis.
All right, who was considered one of the more endangered incumbent senators.
Some thought the second or third most endangered.
Yeah, okay.
Let's get the read on the ground from Philadelphia. That's where Rahima Ellis is. Rahima, good evening.
Good evening, Lester. Take a look behind me. You can see red lights, flashing lights from police just outside of City Hall. And they're here because of what is going on here at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. This is ground zero for the counting of 400,000 ballots that have been mailed in. 350,000 mail-in ballots are going to be counted right on the second floor of this convention center. And one of the things that's so important here in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania is they did not start counting mail-in ballots like some other states until this morning. And they're saying it's going to take them not hours, but days to do it. So far, they've said they've got an army of people doing this, counting about 10,000 an hour. 75,000 have been counted so far. They say they're going 16-1 Democrats, but that doesn't tell us how they voted. It just tells us who voted. Why is this so important? This state had been solidly Democrat. Obama won it twice, and then by a surprise, Trump won it by less than 1%, or some 44,000 votes. So that's why people here are saying every single one of those mail-in ballots is important. The other thing that's important is they're going to be counting them not just for hours, but for days, because they've been given a 3-day extension, and so they have up until Friday. Ballots that have been postmarked by today, the United States Postal Service will be delivering those ballots right here for them to be counted up until Friday. And the governor of Pennsylvania has said to everyone, be calm, be patient, and be confident. Every single one of your votes will be counted. It's just going to take some time. Lester?
All right, Rahima, thanks.
Gotti Schwartz is in Phoenix, Arizona, the aforementioned Maricopa County, where the action is tonight. Gotti, what are you hearing? What are you seeing?
Yeah, Savannah, just a little while ago, we saw a pretty remarkable scene, some ground game, strong ground game during the middle of a pandemic. Right now, we are at a grassroots kind of watch party. You can see this Zoom screen behind me, but just a little while ago, we saw hundreds of cars of these organizers and these Latino-based community groups coming together, dropping off their canvassing gear, then going home and joining this virtual dance party to watch some of those returns come in. They have been working here on the ground in Arizona for a decade now. In fact, she was just telling me, the one in the black right here, she started at the age of 12 years old marching against Joe Arpaio, and she has been working just along with a lot of the other people here to try to vote Donald Trump out of office. They are optimistic because they say that since 2016, the state of Arizona has changed quite a bit. For one, we now have 700,000 more registered voters than we did in 2016. And when you talk to them, they'll tell you very quickly that they registered 100,000 of those 700,000 new voters. So that's something.
Oh yeah, on Discord I am.
Right now we're looking at about 75% of the vote.
There we go.
We know that that's about 2.4 million people that have cast their ballots that they've already got up. We know 2.6 million
gotta look
people
at this map.
voted early.
Gosh.
So the rest of
So you got Washington, Oregon, California, New Mexico, Colorado.
Around Maricopa County, things went off relatively seamlessly today. So those numbers also should be coming in
Jeff
tonight.
Merkley won.
Still no clear word on when we could get full results. Guys, back to you.
All right,
Jeff Merkley,
we know a minute ago that California has now fallen into the Biden column. Jolene Kent is in Anaheim for us. Jolene, good evening to you.
Hey,
Lester, good evening. We're seeing the final few voters cast their ballots here in Anaheim at the school district location. Now, what we know from 2016 and earlier even this evening is it was pretty busy, but none of the same long lines that many were expecting. And the reason is because over 1 million ballots were cast by mail, according to the Orange County Registrar. So they were able to get those ballots out in October, get them processed. And the reason they were able to process them so quickly and starting to drop those results right now is because of the massive investment the Orange County Registrar has made with taxpayer dollars, millions of dollars invested in new technology to make this possible. Now, Orange County, of course, a long-time favoring of moderate Republicans, going for McCain and Romney, then going for Hillary Clinton back in 2016. But what we continue to see is a very smooth operation throughout Orange County. I talked to the Orange County Registrar today, spent the day with him, and he said in terms of fraud and issues with ballots, concerns about ballots, it's only about 1% so far. And they have this system where they bring in the ballots, they open them with a high-speed machine, and then they match those signatures as part of that process. And so all of that signature matching that so many people have been concerned about across the country is actually done by specially trained workers here in Orange County. So far, very smooth across the board. Lines relatively manageable because of that huge surge in mail-in voting, guys.
Jolene Kent, thanks very much. With us once again are NBC News political contributors Claire McCaskill, former Democratic senator from Missouri, and conservative columnist and editor of National Review, Rich Lowry. Thanks to both of you. Senator, first off, Donald Trump has just been declared the winner of your home state. And he's seems to be doing well in Ohio. Does it give you great concern about the blue wall and Joe Biden's strength as this race seems to be pushing now toward the Midwest?
No, because you have
Florida's
to
all the way up
remember
to 98%.
Donald Trump won Missouri by almost 20 points 4 years ago. And he won Ohio by, I think, close to 10, 8 or 9.
I'm not happy with this map, man.
In Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, it was all like less than 1 point. So they were close to being in the other column in the last election. That's why the strategy has been from the beginning to take the 3 states back that Trump won in a very close election
presidential.
with a candidate, frankly, fair or unfair, had very high unfavorables, unlike Joe Biden, who still ended up at the end of a presidential campaign with more people saying they like him than not.
Let's go to you, Rich Lowry. The president had us a path to 270. It requires an inside straight of those Sun Belt states. So far, so good in terms of the results we've seen. However, Arizona might be giving the Trump campaign a few heart palpitations at the moment. How do you see it?
Yeah, so the question of this night, Savannah, always was, could Trump get to Pennsylvania? Could he get to the point where Pennsylvania would matter and potentially be decisive? And it looks like he's going to make it there. Even if Arizona falls off the map, he can still win Pennsylvania and get to a 269-269 tie, which he'd probably win in the House for complicated reasons we don't need to get into right now. We don't want everyone really breaking into the liquor cabinets, bringing up this possibility. But
if what I just heard is right,
to where Pennsylvania's going to matter. That
your
seems
home
clear
state
tonight. And
is
also
going
the odds of Republicans holding the
way
Senate,
I've
as Chuck
predicted.
alluded to earlier with Tom Tillis, the Republican incumbent,
It sounds
looking
like
better in Pennsylvania.
Michigan
The odds
will have everything
increased
counted by
over the course of the night. And
by
even
tomorrow.
if Joe Biden wins, if there's a Republican Senate, that would mean his
Problem is,
legislative agenda would basically
they haven't
dead on
counted all
arrival
the absentee
from the
ballots.
beginning. So far
They've-
tonight,
They have about
Republicans are
90
feeling
to
pretty good.
95% of the absentee ballots coming in.
Pennsylvania because of that 3-day vote. That was a Supreme Court
and
decision.
Republicans were really hoping for a huge push
votes,
today.
which, as you
However,
point out, could not be counted until
today
the polls
was
closed
not
today.
as big
They've got 3 days
as
to count that
early voting,
vote. That's a lot of
which,
votes that
as
are
we
out there in
know, is
Pennsylvania.
where Biden
If this is
really
close,
wins.
That's going to matter.
So,
the president has been complaining about it every single day. At every stop, he's talked about this, how it's unfair, that he's going to have his lawyers out. The lawyers have seen more Republican challenges in Pennsylvania
This
in the
gal
last
in
couple of weeks
Detroit,
than any other state.
her mask
They've
keeps
lost
slipping
the big
down,
one
so
in
it's a chin
the Supreme
diaper.
Court on the 3-day vote, but they
Hilarious.
could do another end run around it. The Biden team is ready for that. They have some of the best lawyers in the country, all ready for exactly what they expect to happen.
I think
If
that's
this
why
is very
Chuck called
close-
that the nightmare scenario. It all comes down to Pennsylvania because they'll be sending in the lawyers, and nobody wants that.
No.
Nobody wants the lawyers. All right, Rich and Claire, we'll get back with you guys in a few.
Spoken like a lawyer.
NBC News like you meant that in a really nice way. Election night coverage will continue in just a moment.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school or back to work, we're keeping you safe. I love being back. Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school or back to work, we're keeping you safe. I love being back. Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
Ooh.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus. You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people
I'm
be
back to
concerned?
Georgia.
There's protests everywhere right now.
Really?
And where?
DC is having protests. Portland is having protests.
Why?
Well, here, if you actually look at our stream, I have some video
I'm
of
looking at it.
protests on Twitter right now. That's in DC, and then there's protests in Portland.
Oh my gosh.
Bunch of protests everywhere right now.
So that, you know, if I'm going to get in trouble. Actually, I was going to go into Iowa here. We got a decent chunk of vote. Iowa's one that, again, it isn't, quote, necessary on the Biden path to 270. It is much more important to Trump on 270.
Don't pay attention to that. This is the YouTube one.
Hillary Clinton lost by 9 points, and we thought, oh, is Iowa going to go with Ohio? Now it is.
Oh, I'm talking to Sullivan.
I think at the end of the day, Biden probably comes up short. I do want to show you here. We're looking at slightly.
Don't pay attention to the YouTube one.
Yeah, the YouTube one is a lot.
It's
laggier
behind.
It's way behind.
Is it?
Twitch.
Yeah. Twitch is only a few seconds, but
YouTube
YouTube's
still
like
has the
45 seconds to a minute. It's ridiculous.
No, I ate that donut 4 minutes ago on YouTube.
Oh.
Oh, it's 4 minutes. Sorry.
Yeah, I have the Twitch muted because like it's so laggy. Like on the screen, Miles just said 4 minutes.
Maybe I just
I
need
ate
to
that donut
refresh my YouTube.
4 minutes ago. Oh God.
No, I'm still eating that donut.
Really?
Yeah.
Yikes. Okay.
This is where Donald Trump, though, overperformed.
Early vote or day of vote you're looking at?
This is a 50-50 right now. We're seeing in Iowa. They've mixed it up a little bit. It's slightly more early vote than same-day vote. So, look, Iowa's facing up to be fairly competitive, and keep an eye on this because the Senate race and this presidential race will be in sync. The 2 candidates will be off by a point at best.
Some of the things people are saying on Twitter. My God.
What about? What?
No, it's just like
Doom and gloom
people
everywhere.
are funny. No, they're just so fed up with this shit. Demonstrators dressed in black have started marching in D.C.
Marsh map says who got. So he's got Biden's got 209 and Trump's got 118.
Yeah.
Right now.
Whether they have already counted and are already reporting that early vote, or whether they're just beginning counting it and won't report it for several days. I'm hearing encouraging things about Ohio.
That's not back yet.
About Iowa. So I think there still remain several paths for Joe Biden tonight, while President Trump has a very narrow path. And frankly, I'd rather be in our camp than his tonight. We have to remember that every vote needs to be counted before we conclude this election. Vote counts happen at the state and county level, and we have a number of states and counties that have already indicated they won't be done counting votes for several days.
Senator Coons, with the exception possibly of Arizona, it looks more and more like Joe Biden is going to have to rely on that blue wall, turning Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania back into the Democratic corner. How do you feel about what you've heard from your sources on the ground about how the industrial Midwest is playing out for Joe Biden?
Well, I've been texting and calling with my Senate colleagues as well as local elected officials and organizers in several states today, the ones you just referenced, and I'm optimistic. I think we're ultimately going to have a great outcome for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They've had the right message from the beginning of this campaign about bringing people together, getting us out of this pandemic, and building back stronger our economy. But we just have to be patient and make sure that every vote gets counted in what ultimately may be one of several paths towards a victory by Joe Biden tonight or tomorrow.
The Trump campaign threw out Minnesota as a possible pickup for them. Do you see that in the cards? Is it something you're worried about?
I really don't. What I'm hearing from Minnesota elected officials I've touched base with
Where at?
is that although Minnesota
Michigan, yeah. Oh yeah, I know. Michigan's gonna go Biden. We know that. It's just a matter of when.
Today that suggests to them that Donald Trump may unexpectedly take Minnesota.
Senator, we have to say congratulations to you. You won your race.
I hope so.
You also had a campaign.
Yeah. I still think that my 311 to 227 map is where we are. This is what I think right here, Sully. This is my prediction map.
Tell us the Republican incumbent appearing to do better than many expected.
Well, so far I've been encouraged.
It's like any popcorn.
In Colorado and likely in Arizona. I'm sorry for my colleague Doug Jones, who you've called to not be reelected, but he's done a great job in the Senate. And I think there's other news tonight that is encouraging in Georgia and in other states. But in several states that we expect to pick up Senate seats in, it is still too close to call.
Right.
Senator Coons, good to talk to you. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
We will take another quick break here. We'll continue with our coverage right after this.
Ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work. She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work. She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington.
I was
on my
looking at
6-part
that.
podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall.
Oh my gosh. The fact that he has to go through that.
We're back to work.
So,
Keeping you safe. Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed
Hey, Washington, D.C. decriminalized magic mushrooms.
so did we.
Yeah.
Nice. We're all gonna need them. If this shit goes sideways,
Campaign
we can
finance.
pretend.
Yeah. Campaign finance
Imagination.
went through. Actually, 109 legalized psilocybin is at a 60%. Almost there.
Okay. So protesters are marching
tobacco,
in
nicotine
Portland
tax.
for, I think, BLM.
Yeah. Huh? Measure 110 is at 60%, and it should be called here in the next few minutes.
Yeah.
It looks like all the measures are going through. I mean, psilocybin is winning 60%. You know, 52% of the vote on all of this has been counted, but they've called 107 because 77% said yes. 108 they called because 67% said yes. 60% say yes for legalized psilocybin, so we're almost to that 65% that seems like they would call it. Oregon Measure 110, Addiction Recovery Centers, has that 60% as well. As soon as it gains that extra 5% from the count, then they will most likely call that as well. Google. Here.
On today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
You need my phone?
Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris?
Wow. So, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, none of them can count the absentee ballots until tomorrow morning.
That's ridiculous.
Or in their time, almost today.
Like,
Almost
really?
today.
They get to count them at midnight, at 12:01 their time. Yeah, well, I mean, it's probably gonna barely pass, but it'll pass.
Perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
Yeah, people don't read.
It's news
You
made
can't.
for your streaming world.
Everyone's so worried about Trump winning.
It's because this is very reminiscent of 2016.
Like they're
but what's
freaking
not
out.
what's not reminiscent is quite literally, guys. We still just look at the map of Oregon and see how much of the counties Biden won and how much of the counties Merkley won.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just go to that, and then look at how much that was red versus blue, and look at the total right there. That is what is happening. That is the entire notion throughout the entire country. Rural counties go for the Republicans because that's who they feel represents them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they picked a pretty good one with Alec Gerlach, which is crazy to me.
This night has not been short on excitement. We still have a lot of votes to count. Let's show you where we are. 11:30 East Coast time, 8:30 in the Pacific West. Florida is too close to call at this hour, but the president does have a lead. And in Texas, it's too early to call, but the president has taken a lead there as well.
Another closely watched state, the state of North Carolina, that is too close to call.
Yeah, that's Stephen
Ohio,
Colbert.
it is also, it's too early in Ohio, but Trump leads there.
Let's look at Georgia. Democrats had been hoping for this one. It's too early to call. We'll see how the votes shake out there. What are you looking at, Chuck?
Well, look, I just want to update folks. I know everybody's wondering about a few states here. I'll start west to east. Arizona, I told you we've been 75% reporting. We're stuck. We don't have any new vote, so not anything new to report there. We still have Biden leading. Let's go over to North Carolina, which we haven't called. We're still stuck at 95% reporting, so we may be in one of these sort of wait and see modes, if you will. This still looks pretty good for Donald Trump, North Carolina, and here. And in Georgia, it is trickling in, as you can see, but let me just go in and around here. Still 24% in the Atlanta, in DeKalb County. We got only half the vote in Fulton, which is Atlanta.
Yeah,
South.
I know, they didn't make
Cobb,
it big
66%.
to deal
I want to show you a little bit
I
something here on Cobb. Cobb is something. Cobb has made a remarkable transformation. Okay. It has gone, it's literally swinging almost 20 points, and we've seen this move that's been happening there, and you see from 2008 it may swing as much as 20 points, so it's just an interesting.
Kanye West says he's voting for himself in the 2020 presidential election. What?
Kanye West. Oh yeah, well, Kanye West was a candidate, don't you know?
Donald Trump leads.
Yeah, I know,
he
for like 5 minutes, and he had a mental breakdown on stage.
Is Georgia a swing state
well,
for this
here's
election?
the problem with Kanye,
No, I think Georgia
and
is a
that
state that
is
is headed into
he was simply
purple
there,
territory.
and the Trump campaign
This is-
allowed
I mean,
him to
we're
be
seeing
there,
it
and the
tonight. I mean,
Republicans really
this is going,
pushed him
when all the votes are counted,
because
this
they
is going
knew
to be
that there
a
would
very
be stupid
tight
people
race.
who would vote for him, and those people
frankly,
otherwise
it's
would have
be a bit of a
voted for
coin
Joe
flip.
Biden.
We got to see how much vote actually comes out of these Atlanta suburbs.
That's the entire
But
reason.
one thing about tonight is, and I do think Joe Biden has come up short in the Sun Belt, but these are very competitive races. We are moving, and you know, look, our population has moved that way too. Within a decade, we will spend more time on the Sun Belt on election nights than we do in the Rust Belt. For now, though, Joe Biden needs the Rust Belt.
All right, Andrea?
And when you come to the Rust Belt, the Biden people, the Democrats I'm talking to in Michigan and Minnesota, well, you talked to Amy Klobuchar earlier, they are relatively confident because what you're seeing is the election day vote. The early vote is not yet being counted. You've got 3.2 million votes out there in Michigan, and they believe that those votes are trending 61% Democratic, just based on the profile of what they're seeing. So as you heard from Senator Coons, they're not really that worried about Michigan and Minnesota.
Let me turn to Casey. Casey, what are your thoughts right here? Are we seeing any real surprises here?
Well, Lester, I would say that while I agree with Andrea and my Democratic sources are saying that, you know what, we should have expected this exact scenario to play out tonight. They call it the red mirage. The reality is this is a more disappointing night for Democrats than they were hoping it would be from a big picture perspective. And that's for these states that we've been talking about in the Sun Belt. You know, they really thought North Carolina, frankly, was a place where they could edge it out by a point. Georgia is still, I think, an open question, as Chuck was just outlining, for all of the reasons to do, particularly with the suburbs of Atlanta. I think Florida was probably expected, but Texas, of course, something that seemed in play late in the race. And some of these polls that, you know, frankly, they were media polls,
Biden
they were
just won
internal
Arizona,
polls to the campaigns,
according
to
to
the
Fox
super
News.
PACs. I mean, we had so many numbers to work
Jessica.
with. And
I heard
just
you.
like in 2016, frankly, most people who are reading
So
those
my
polls
prediction
were
still
all
stands
thinking
strong,
that we
okay?
might see a major realignment in the Sun Belt in this election, and that's just not happening. And Democrats are also very confident
I keep
about
referring back to my map.
potentially
I
taking
know.
as many as winning back as many as,
a matter of fact,
you know,
I should
15
probably
additional
even
seats in the House of Representatives. And
flip
instead,
one
they're
of
seeing
these
some
districts
surprising
in
losses
Nebraska.
in places like Miami-Dade County. They didn't pick up a couple of seats in Texas that they were really
'cause
optimistic
Nebraska's
about.
one of those that
Congressman in
can
Staten Island,
switch
New York,
Omaha and
it
Lincoln.
looks as though he's losing. These are all signs that the country is as divided as ever, that this is not some sort of overwhelming across-the-map rebuke of President Trump, and it is, in fact, going to be kind of prolonged fight that, you know, many people expected, clearly, that the Biden campaign was anticipating.
Well,
and that's
it's
not to
because
say
there's not a lot of
that Biden
people
can't still
there,
pull this
kid.
out, but it's a tough
Right.
So don't
all right, Casey,
look
thanks
at it
very much.
as
We're going
like
to pause here briefly to allow some of our stations to rejoin
people
our
vote
coverage.
and people have representatives, and that counts towards the total electoral college. Look at this.
Welcome back. Our coverage of Election Night 2020 rolls on. Many of you rejoining us in the Eastern and Central time zones, and we will give you some numbers. Let's start it up. Wisconsin, too early to call. We will continue to march through the Midwest here.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is too early to call.
In Virginia, it's too
Florida is
early to call,
98%.
but Vice President Joe Biden
Yeah, I know.
does have a lead there. In Minnesota, too early to call. We'll continue to keep
Crazy.
our eye on what happens there as we've had dueling
Little less than
predictions on this set
400,000.
tonight.
Yeah, too early to call in Maine. Arizona, one we're watching very carefully right now, is too early. Biden seems to be leading there.
Yeah, we're kind of frozen in the votes that have come in Arizona. We're waiting for more. In Iowa, too early to call. That's how the race shakes out at this moment. And in Nevada, it is too early to call, waiting on votes there.
Same story in Montana, too early to call. Let's look at where
What?
we are on this road to 270 right now. You can see
Zephora's
Biden leading with
chanting
192
crap,
to
and,
114 for Donald Trump. 270, the magic number. That's the
Chanting,
prize.
especially when
We were hearing about
public view at
paths,
all.
and I
No
heard
matter
Chris
how
Coons
small
claim,
the
oh, they still
public
have a
might
lot of
be.
paths to 270. These paths
Still,
are narrowing
you know.
right now, and I want to look. We have the real map, and you'll see here, faded blue, faded red are where I've manipulated it. I'm putting them where they're leaning now. So North Carolina and Florida and Texas, I'm putting in Trump's column. Arizona, Nevada, I'm going ahead and I'm putting some of Maine and some of Trump in that column. So I just want to show you where we are, and you start to see here how narrow this is. So let's assume here that Biden can hang on to Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. These are the 3 states he had 5+ point leads in.
What?
See his electoral vote
protests.
number there, guys? Sitting at 265.
What
Jesus Christ!
Making some assumptions here. I'm just.
If you are look at the stream,
I am.
I'm looking at it.
Any of these 3 can put them over. Iowa could, but I think Iowa's going to.
You gotta remember it's kind of laggy.
We're waiting on Atlanta. I'm not ready to classify that. Look what it comes down to.
Wow.
Scranton.
Well, we hit him in the head with a bat.
Better than Pennsylvania.
Where is that?
DC.
Washington, D.C.
Do it like that, but I'm just saying the paths have narrowed for everybody. We are looking at a close election, and this feels a little bit like
an anti-mask
2004
protest.
meets
That's a great
1976.
idea.
For those of you thinking about presidential elections, both of them were close races, and both of them were races that took us a long time to call.
And Michigan may not come in until Wednesday night or Thursday, according to the text I just got from Democrats there.
Okay, so it's all over, but the counting could take a while.
We need to roll up our sleeves.
Yes.
I'm just saying, we're getting close to midnight. Maybe the coat comes off. Maybe we roll up the sleeves. Maybe we get the pencils out. We got a lot of adding to do.
After midnight's when Chuck gets loose, so watch out.
You don't want to see that, folks.
Let's go to Kristen Welker. She's at Biden headquarters. How are they feeling? Are they sweating it?
Well, look, they are certainly watching a couple of these states quite closely, and I think one is Arizona.
White House protesters hit man shouting "All Lives Matter" with a baseball bat.
Oh my God!
Arizona, then he doesn't necessarily
so
need to
the
win
protesters had a
Pennsylvania,
baseball bat, and the guy was shouting "All Lives Matter," and they beat the shit out of him.
So if Biden wins,
Do not shout "All Lives Matter."
Especially when you're right next to Black Lives Matter Plaza, which is literally right down the street from the White House. They bought the big plaza there.
Oh, geez.
No, I think my map holds strong, guys. You know, just stay calm, stay the course.
That's of course the place where he was born. He
Matter of fact, I'll even flip that for you there.
And so
you're lighting flags on fire.
Of course they are. People always do. All over the world, they light the American flag on fire. And all over the world, they fly it.
It wasn't what it needed to be back in 2016, and so
That's what
that is
happens
why
when a
Biden
person's made
visited
up their
Pennsylvania
mind.
more than any other swing state, 14 times. Now, we can't overstate this enough. The counting of those mail-in ballots is just beginning in Pennsylvania, and so they are urging everyone to be cautious and to brace for
that is so very
what
little
could be
people.
a
And
days-long
they
process of
can't
counting
start
these votes,
counting.
but they say they're going
Let's
to
see
do
here.
it. They say
What
they are
time
going
is it
to
in
count
Michigan?
every vote. Now, some Democrats
almost
have
midnight.
privately been quite critical of Biden's strategy. They've said he hasn't been aggressive enough, that he's been too cautious. Of course, he's been campaigning against the backdrop of COVID. I put that question to one of his campaign
It's almost
officials
midnight in
earlier
Florida,
today.
too.
Were they concerned
whole
that he
area.
wasn't out enough in a place like North Carolina and in Georgia, which we see now are just so incredibly tight? This official said, no, look, we feel confident that we left it
Michigan
all out on the field. Biden
can start
reiterated
counting
that,
their
but
absentee
undoubtedly
ballots
some Democrats are looking
literally
at this
in
map,
20 minutes.
and they are thinking quite seriously about that. But at this
Los
hour,
Angeles
again,
is in
there
protest
still
too.
optimism within the campaign.
Even though California.
Kristen, thank you. Let's turn to Trump campaign senior advisor Corey Lewandowski, who joins us now. Corey, you've been through this before.
Black
You were
Lives
there in
Matter
2016.
protests in Portland,
There's a
Los
lot for you to like
Angeles,
on this
and
map, and
DC.
there's stuff to give you pause,
Yeah.
namely Arizona, which
you know,
is
here's the
leaning
thing.
Biden at this hour. How are you feeling about
You
your
can
chances?
protest, you can exercise your First Amendment right, absolutely.
They better have voted if they're gonna do that shit.
If Joe Biden wants to become the president of the United States, he has to defeat Donald Trump in a series of states. And one state isn't going to be enough. Look, Donald Trump had an enormous victory tonight in the state of Florida. He's up over
protests starting in
400,000
Seattle
votes
too.
in what has historically been the battleground of battleground states. And let me
The
just
whole West
remind the
Coast
viewers
stood
that the last
again
6 people who
as
won the state of Florida
a blue
went on to
barrier.
become the
You
president of the
know,
United
West
States.
Coast,
So
left
we
coast, they
feel
always
very
said.
good about where we are right now.
You already
We feel
said
very
that.
good about the campaign that we've
I know.
run.
I know.
That's what people
having all the
say.
votes counted.
It's
Are we gonna hear
true. It
from the
stands
president
true.
tonight,
There's
win or
no
lose?
reason to not think that. So there's no reason to burn it down. It's not that you could do much more
I don't think the AP officially called the race till sometime after 2:30 in the morning, and then the president spoke sometime around 3 a.m. So look, obviously, the AP is the final arbiter.
You know, they clearly don't like this administration. They want them gone. Well, unfortunately, it comes down to Florida, and
we sit here right now in the 11:30 hour.
I don't know if it's a BLM or it says massive until Biden and anti-Trump protests started in D.C.
Yeah, I don't think that's been determined yet. I think we're going to wait and see some
No, it's a BLM. That's where the protests started. They started about an hour ago at Black Lives Matter Plaza. They called it an anti-Trump rally. And then you had your Trumpers who stood near the
Shouted all lives matter? They got beat with baseball bats.
We know that the message that Donald Trump has given the American people over the last 4 years is resonating, and that's why he's continuing to win.
If it comes down to Pennsylvania, Corey, it could be a few days, could be longer. Those mail-in votes, they have time to count them. They couldn't even open them until tonight after the polls closed. Is the president prepared to be patient to make sure that every vote is counted?
Well, of course, look, the president, of course, he wants the votes counted. We have to make sure that it's done
There's
properly.
protests in other parts of the world right now.
And of course, that's the case. And look, right now, as you look at the numbers in Pennsylvania, we're very, very happy again with what our performance has been. This is a state that Joe Biden claims to be his home state.
What do you want?
Even though he hasn't lived in it in 65 years, he claims
what are you talking
Pennsylvania
about?
as his home.
He's on Twitter.
I'm on Twitter.
Expectations in the state of Pennsylvania.
We believe we're
going
news happening now.
But once we win in Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona and potentially Nevada, you know, the state of Pennsylvania potentially does not come into factor as much it may have if, you know, those states change hands.
Corey Lewandowski, thank you for stopping by, and thanks for your time.
Thanks, Corey.
Thank you.
Hallie Jackson joining us now from the White House with more of the View there. Hallie?
Interesting to hear Corey Lewandowski,
Man, these guys
the
like
president's
to protest.
former campaign manager for a period of time in 2016, and somebody who's been involved in an advisory capacity now. Talk about how optimistic they are, particularly in the state of Pennsylvania. I have to tell you, the vibe that I'm getting tonight from a lot of conversations with sources late into the evening here has been very sort of 2016 deja vu, at least at this hour. I just got off the phone with somebody close to the campaign
I hope that story breaks through. Did you hear about that, Jessica?
What? When we had talked, you know, a few hours ago,
Idaho, there was a huge group of neo-Nazis and Proud Boys, and they banded together to block off to block off people getting to the vote, and they almost shot people. They started pointing guns, and the National Guard had to get called out.
Again, the polls may have missed the mark in some of these states. The state of Arizona, as we're showing that, NBC News, to be very clear here, has not
that is stories that I want these people to start shouting. You know, this is the exact thing that people fear.
I think it's notable that Mr. Lewandowski did not reference the state of Arizona there, but those are, I think, some of the themes that we're looking at is, can the president pull out what you could characterize fairly, I think, as a come from behind, or at least a come from a dead heat kind of win from a very narrow path to be able to do that again tonight. There is some optimism here, and I will tell you, there is no expectation that this night is going to end anytime soon. The folks who are behind me in the White House, in the East Room, in the Grand Foyer, and some other spaces inside the White House are planning to stay for quite a while. This thing is going to go for sure into the morning, and from some people that I've talked to, there is no anticipation that we will actually get a decision before the morning hours at the earliest. Savannah.
All right, Hallie Jackson, going to be a long one. We'll fit in a quick break right here. We'll continue with Decision 2020 election night coverage in just a moment. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
15 minutes.
We're right there with you, whether you're back to school or back to work. We're keeping you safe. I love being back. Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Give
We're
me
glad to have you with
something,
us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every
I don't
morning
know.
on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death.
Where did you read about that?
Centuries.
Sullivan was on Twitter.
Police reform bill
Where did he read about that?
in Congress, I've begun
What
to
Twitter
wonder
channel was that?
if now is the time. If now is the
Or
time
who was
the
it through? Or
protesters-
what
Oh,
hashtag
just
did it have?
protest. what? He just searched protests, and then that was one of the latest ones. Joe Biden wins District of Columbia, 92%.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part
People
podcast,
in DC
Kamala,
fucking
Next in Line.
hate Trump
New
that
episodes
bad,
every
I
Monday.
guess.
Subscribe for free wherever
92%, huh?
A real close-knit group of nurses
That's insane.
pulled together when their boss needed help
92.6%.
You're not just any patient. You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Wow. Yeah.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily.
Just looking at that percentage.
Experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
We are, of course, watching the all-important Senate races here tonight. We've got a few more we can characterize. Let's put up Kansas. Roger Marshall, the incumbent, will defeat Barbara Boiler in that race. Rhode Island, Jack Reed, the Democrat incumbent, will stay in his seat.
It was an easy one for Jeff Merkley in Oregon. He goes back to the Senate in Idaho. It's too early to call, but Jim Risch is leading. He's the incumbent there.
Arizona, of course, providing a lot of drama here in the presidential race, but the Senate race we're watching very carefully. Former astronaut Mark Kelly right now leads, but that race is too early to call. And in the North Carolina Senate, Tillis over Cunningham right now is too close to call.
One of the surprises of the night in terms of the polling. Now let's go to Iowa. Too early to call. Joni Ernst trying to hang on to her seat after facing a challenge from Teresa Greenfield. And in Montana,
11 minutes.
Race, the 2 Steves.
Till midnight.
I'll tell you what. When Michigan and Pennsylvania start counting their absentee ballots and they both go for Biden, I can breathe a little easier knowing that my map is very accurate.
Right?
And probably one of the more accurate.
And that brings us to Casey Hunt, who has been doing the
I don't know, I still have Trump winning North Carolina.
some disappointments, at least on
Or not Trump, but Biden.
they might be able to get some
Although, admittedly, Biden doesn't need North Carolina to win. If he gets Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, you know, he'll have more than enough still to win.
Yeah. Earlier tonight. At this point, Republicans are increasingly confident. I know we're still we still have not called the Senate race in the state of Iowa, but Republicans are expecting Joni Ernst to pull that out. That was one that we weren't really watching at the beginning of the election cycle, but that reflected what we thought were pretty difficult approval ratings for President Trump. But they're now expecting her to do all right, and that really will narrow Democratic opportunities to take back the Senate in the event that Joe Biden wins the White House tonight or this week or whenever that's going to play out. They would need a net of 3 seats. If Donald Trump hangs on to the White House, they need a net of 4 to take back control. It looks like they're going to win Colorado and Arizona, but there's still a lot of questions about Maine. North Carolina seems to be trending toward Tom Tillis. There are still some outstanding wild cards across the map, so I think it's going to be a while until we really know where this stands. There, of course, is a possibility, and it ends up being a 50-50 split, which of course means that whoever controlled the White House would have the controlling vote in the Senate. But again, we have to underscore here, Savannah, this is not the night that Democrats dreamed of. There is clearly an undercounted portion of the electorate that is supporting
Likely.
President Trump that they just didn't expect. And there was overconfidence in the Senate. On the Senate side, there's overconfidence among House leaders. I think that's something really to keep an eye on in the coming days.
All right, Andrea.
And one of those races that's still out there is Montana, where you've got the sitting governor, Steve Bullock, a popular governor who's taken some tough measures on coronavirus, but has not had much opposition to it. He's running for the Senate. They really fought hard to, Chuck Schumer did, to get him into the Senate race. He did not.
Yeah, but that will go to state law. State law says it's perfectly fine. That is what they've upheld. Of course they're going to. These are the legal battles back and forth. Yeah, but it has to be referred to state statute, and they're going to try, and they're going to try, and they're going to try, because right now they know that Pennsylvania is going to overwhelmingly go for Joe Biden at this point. You know, today was the push. They needed a push before these cured ballots and other ballots started getting counted that were in by mail. And that's 60% of the electorate at this point. Only 40% of Pennsylvania has been counted. So, you know, in 7 minutes, we'll start curing that.
And it's just, people are not splitting their tickets. I know that Sherry Bustos, who's the Democratic chair of the DCCC,
so
represents a Trump district. She used to win swing.
Biden is leading the total popular vote by about 2 million.
After this short break.
Yeah.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
There's a lot of breaks now.
Washington feels more chaotic than
What do you mean?
It's my job to
Oh,
ask the
and
tough
the
questions,
CBS
left and
News?
right.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's because, you know, people will start moving to their local elections. Things will start happening more. And, you know, they need to do segues. And on top of that,
But who is Kamala Harris? Join me as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast.
you know, we're close to 9 o'clock on the West Coast. It means the East Coast is that much closer to midnight. So, you know.
Yeah.
6 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
God.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school. What do you guys think? We're excited. Or back to work. We're keeping you safe. I love being back. Every morning on Today.
Ohio, too early. Trump leads, however. And in Florida, the president leads there. That is too close.
We've got much more ahead. Stay with us. You are watching Decision 2020 right here on NBC. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black
Sweet
men
baby
has
Jesus.
been an American way of death across
Are they trying to get to midnight? They're like, we'll just do ads over and over again. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, until I get to midnight, and then they'll start all over again.
Yeah.
finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
There's an animation of Bugs Bunny sighing off Florida. Oh, that's funny.
Oh. Yeah.
Trump 2016, what have you got to lose? Trump 2020, what else have you got to lose?
Yeah. What do you really have to lose? Tell me. God. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Hold on.
Oh, nice. Here by myself, guys. One minute. Remember when Trump didn't trust Melania to vote for him in 2016? Oh, well. Just making sure. Word. Well, shit.
Electoral votes. It's a state that Joe Biden thought he might have a chance in. It paid a visit there quite recently.
He did pay a visit there quite recently. It was less of a battleground than it's been in years past. Chuck, Ohio going to President Trump, that was on his must-do list.
It's definitely on his must-do. As you can see, he's starting to pad a little bit of a lead here. It's up to 8 points, which is getting close to what he won it by with Hillary Clinton. I can show you here from 4 years ago. He's already surpassed his number. Biden is doing a little bit better in Clinton because he's getting some of that third-party number here. But you can see is the predictions about Ohio, say 6 weeks ago, a lot more accurate than they were perhaps 6 days ago. Let's go through the northern tier here a little bit. Minnesota, Joe Biden's building quite a bit of lead here, 63% in. We still see it as a lot of today vote there, but we still have no St. Paul. I'm not, we'll see, but I know the Trump campaign thinks there's something there. We're not quite seeing it there in Minnesota. Check out Wisconsin here a bit. It's a narrow lead for the president, but just a reminder here how much of this is today's vote. And just so you see, so right now he leads by 109,000 votes. I just want to take you to Milwaukee County. We expect a lot more than that. Right now, there's only 36% in, just to give you a sense of how much vote is in Milwaukee. It was a bad turnout, but let's go to it's 2012, you're looking at some 400,000 to 500,000 voters there. And so we still have a long way to go. Barack Obama won it by nearly 200,000 votes. So my point is, as you could see, one Milwaukee would suddenly give Biden the lead in Wisconsin. We're dealing with a lot of today vote, a lot of rural vote there. Let me take you quickly to Michigan. We're also seeing half the vote in. Appears to be mostly today vote. As you can see here, the yellow is today, the orange is the mail vote. So we still got a lot to wait for there that may, we think, end up leading Biden. I'll take you to one county that stuck out to me here a little bit because it was so big for Trump, and it tells you it's today's vote. Macomb, famous Macomb County. This is the home of the famous Reagan Democrats. Obama won this county 2 cycles ago. It is a swing county. Trump won it last time. We expect it to be very close. Whether it's Biden or Trump, we expect it to be close. The point is, this is what you can see. This is today's vote, and what we're waiting on here, obviously, in this county, we haven't got any of the mail vote at all. So it's just sort of a reminder. Michigan, I mean, look, I don't have any confidence in knowing anything about Michigan before the Today Show. So
no confidence.
That's one that's going to be gray for quite some time. Wisconsin, I had a source tell me that we may see all that Milwaukee vote before 5 a.m.
And we should know, by the way, that today's show is 7 hours away. So we're not talking about hours and hours and hours. But
Michigan Democrats don't think you're going to see that till Wednesday night.
There you go.
Okay.
Let me go to Casey and circle back to Ohio. What's the significance of that, other than putting a lot of electoral votes in the president's column in terms of where this night goes?
Well, I think underscoring this idea that the president seems to be matching his performance in 2016 with his performance in terms of percentage of the vote. And that seems to be playing out also in Iowa, according to sources that I'm talking to there. And I think the question then becomes, has Biden done the work that he needs to do
light blue,
in these
but it's
other
blue.
Midwestern states? I mean, we clearly are seeing that a lot of the polling was